like to bring the pace. So it's going to be about the consistency, I think, between these two, but looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I must apologise. I was a little bit too familiar there, wasn't I? I was sort of just Jill sitting courtside. It's Jill Cravis, of course.
Thank you, Todd.
It's because we've been chatting all morning together. I forgot that everyone at home wasn't with us. But you talk about the weather like that, and that's the beauty of this court, really, isn't it? Because outside you will have a little bit of breeze, but in here you don't really get it because it's such a tall, tight stadium.
Yeah, there's no breeze whatsoever right now, which is going to feel even a little bit more sweltering for the players. We already saw both of the players putting on some sunscreen. I think a good option is to bring those ice bags out that we often see the players do on changeovers. We'll see if that happens, but you always want to try and keep yourself cool from the very beginning of the match. But like I said, both of these players are going to be used to that. They've both been here for a few days practicing already. Obviously, Katie has a match under her belt, so I think that's going to help her a little bit be settled out here. But Pegula, as we know, has had such a great last couple years, and she obviously coming in as the defending champion, she's going to feel comfortable out here.
Yeah, and look, for Jess, it's her first match here. For Katie, she did play one 2 days ago, but that was in the evening, and those conditions were a little heavier, a little slower, so this will be faster, especially with the heat. So she, even though she's had a match, I think she'll have to make that adjustment, make sure that the ball doesn't fly as much. And as you said, Jill, as well, yes, great ball strikers, both of them, but a little bit on the flatter side. So you got to just make sure the consistency is there, and are they going to overplay? They'll want to dictate, but also want to be able to keep it under control.
Well, you mentioned a little earlier, Elena, first meeting between these two. It was, you mentioned they've been here for a couple of days. Well, I think Jess has been ready and raring to go the last 2 days. She's done quite a bit of practice, but some of that practice with Taylor Fritz, been playing you know, games and singles points with him. So she, and I was courtside while she did that, she was really handling it quite well. It was actually nice to see the team really quite united in that respect.
Yeah,
the men and women practicing
and that's
together.
the beauty of this type of event. They actually warmed up together this morning as well. I watched that whole warm-up, and yeah, it was great to see. And I also love that we do that now more than we used to.
I don't know, I used to do that. Myself, used to practice a lot.
Really?
Graf, Arantxa Sanchez Vicario, and one of the reasons
you didn't practice with me though.
Well, you never asked. But one of the things that I always enjoyed about hitting with the women, and I think vice versa, is that the guys hit it harder. It's got more spin, so you kind of pick up the pace and you get used to it. So when you go back to hitting with the women, it is comfortable in terms of you feel like you've got time on the ball. But the other part for the men is there's a great rhythm to it. So the women hit with, you know, a flatter ball, but they're consistent. It comes onto, and you can really get your timing going well. So it crosses over, works both ways for the men and for the women.
Why I say that, all kind of jokes aside and seriousness, it didn't happen as much, but I think the men have gone, look, this is, you know, just as good of a hit, and I do get a great hit, like you said, even ball, even tempo, and also I think you can be really relaxed and build this really great rapport, but also this team environment, especially when you've got something like the United Cup, and that's what the Americans do well. Also, they did win it last year, and they've got a great team atmosphere, great team spirit as well.
So a little bit of housekeeping before we get the first point underway. Warm-up done. And the unique part of this tournament, the team zones, which we have full access. We kind of get in there with the microphones. We get to hear what the players and their coaches and captains are talking about. And it is the second year of the United Cup. Got to remind people that might be switching in for the very first time. It's a tweaked format from last year. Every match will be played within the day. 3 matches in a tie, men's singles, women's singles, and if needed, there is the deciding mix. The mix is played no matter what here in the rounds, because there is the element of, here in Perth, 3 groups. The winners of the group go through, and the next best performing team will then take that 4th spot for the quarterfinals.
So you can come down to counting back the matches that you won.
Matches, sets for, sets against, and the like.
So even if it was a dead rubber, if you do end up winning the mixed doubles, it could count.
Which is what Australia did against Great Britain in their opening encounter. So the umpire just out of the chair for the moment, Jill.
Yeah, so I was just trying to overhear what Jess was telling David Witt, her coach, and I think I heard her say just they're waiting because the electronic line calling might be out right now, so I think they're just trying to fix that problem. I think that's what Jess said. I think they're just trying to get it all solved right now, so just a little bit of a delay out here on the court.
Well, it looks like they're just going to continue to have a little bit of a warm-up, perhaps, while we get it organised. Let me ask you this then, if I can, Jill. I mean, you're very close to the American players, of course. Jess Pegula.
Yeah.
The next step for her, obviously got to 3 in the world, been world #1 in doubles. It's semis and finals of majors. How is she going to make that happen in 2024?
Yeah, that's a great question. And, you know, she's even addressed that herself. I honestly don't feel like she needs to change that much. I think it's just about continuing that consistency that she's had. Because the one thing she expressed this 2023 season that she felt like helped her so much was it didn't become as big of a deal when she consistently got those big wins. And I think that's huge as far as having that perspective mentally. I think that was something that in the previous years she felt like was maybe a little bit of a surprise, or maybe put too much emphasis on the fact that she got that big win. But now this 2023 season was something that she said, you know what, I feel like I can do that consistently. I feel like mentally it's not as big of a surprise when I get those big wins, and for me that's huge going into this 2024 season. So for me it's that change of mentality. If she keeps that, I think she can get to that next stage.
And that would signal belief and confidence,
yeah.
So which I don't think that she quite had, especially the big events, the Grand Slam. She's made 6 Grand Slam quarterfinals, but hasn't gone past that. And I think you have to start believing that you belong there, but that you can beat the big players. But look, she's got a great game. But for me, Todd, I do think that the serve is a factor. It's not a bad serve by any means, but to be able to contend with Rybakina and Sabalenka and Swiatek, I think that serve you need to just improve, especially the second serve, because it gets attacked, and when you're at a Grand Slam stage, that's a lot of pressure to consistently come up against that in the second week of a Grand Slam.
Well, still trying to sort things out. The umpire there just explaining to the crowd here in RAC Arena that they're working hard on getting the glitch sorted out so we can get today's match underway. And let's focus on Katie Bolter. We've done a little bit of a chat there about Jess Pegula, and of course you just mentioned she's playing like a top 30 player, and currently ranked 56 in the world, career high of 50. So I mean, obviously her goal is to extend it inside of the 50, which I think is very, very doable right now. And one of the key things to that is what her and her coach Biljana have been working on, is the physical aspect. Actually, the game style has been wanting to play good, hard, heavy hitting, being aggressive, but didn't have the physical legs to be able to match that.
No, and in general, she didn't have the physicality, and that's what they've been working on. I actually spoke to Biljana a couple of days ago. That's been a massive part of this off-season, and you can see that now she is stronger. She can play that type of tennis, but also she's moving better as well, and definitely, I think, playing a lot better than her ranking at the moment, because the majority of those points have come in the second part of the year.
We're all set. Everything is now in order.
Katie Bolter representing Team Great Britain to serve. Play.
Katie Boulder captured her first WTA singles title on home soil last year in Nottingham on the grass in the lead up to Wimbledon. It was actually the first all-British final in the UK since 1977. So the women, the British women, getting on top of their form again, which is good to see.
Oh, huge. And this could be the factor today, the first serve percentage from both, because they like to attack the second serve. They're both great returners. They take the ball early. Look at this one here. Got out of the way of the ball beautifully, took it early, short backswing, and just a racket towards the target down the line. We'll see a lot of that today. Who gets on top of the rally early on? They're both going to try and do that and dictate and play on their own terms out there.
Good moving from Pegula early on here. Anticipation, drop shot. Clearly not good enough. Propped up too high.
Yeah, and you could see it kind of coming as well. Wasn't disguised too well here, but too high. Not enough backspin. And it just stood up right there in the hitting zone for Pegula. Good hustle, though, from Jess.
Advantage, Team Great Britain.
And for me already, that double fault right there. She landed backwards on that one early on, and that would already have a lot to do with the Pegula return and her return position being right on top of the baseline, and she's already hit a couple of return winners. That's why I said I think the first serve percentage will be key, even more so for Bolter, because the second serve will get attacked.
It's the first break point of the match coming in the opening game for Jess Pegula.
Flat Twisted.
Oh, great point.
Superb.
Team USA.
Jess Pegula on song in the opening game, gets a breaker serve.
So a bit of everything in that point. Well done to both ladies, and there's this bit of a squash shot mid-point from Pegula there. That was incredible. The drop shot as well here. Bolter did what she could at the net, but Jess Pegula full flight here on the run. Good view of the forehand there, where she actually does get under and over the ball to still just get a little bit of top on it to get the trajectory over the net, and she just held that shot long enough to give herself time and wait to have that opening down the line. Good start for Team USA.
Jill, you're all set down there. One of the key things, match predictor here, I'll just pop into that first. 84% win ratio for the United States, which is what you'd expect with rankings and experience. But one of the key things you can already see in that opening game from Jess Pegula, defensively, she's improving her game out of the corners.
That's exactly. I think that's been a huge difference for her to get in the rise in the rankings the last couple of years, and that has a lot to do with when she connected with David Witt. That was one thing that changed tremendously for her. She's been so much better out of the corners of not trying to overplay and overpower, because she hit such a clean, powerful shot that she got the urge to do that. And a lot of times when she's having to be pushed into the corner, she feels okay and trusts her movement a little bit better to be able to chip that ball back deep, reset the point, and that's something that she's definitely incorporated more into her game.
Oh, what a point.
This is great tennis early stages here.
Yeah, and for me, that was great from Bolter. The variation, I like that she's not afraid to come forward. But, Jill, that's what you were talking about. So Jess is not just better going out to the corners and coming back, but she's comfortable to go to a slice and even a forehand, but especially the backhand, and it keeps her in the point. Usually maybe she would go for a lot more earlier on in the point.
Yeah, well said, Elena, exactly.
15-14.
So a good response from Katie Bolter after losing her opening service game. Gives herself 2 break-back point opportunities.
Game team Great Britain.
And she does get the break back.
1 game on.
And I think, sorry, Jill, go for it.
I was just going to say, I was just going to touch on the fact that there was no panic there, having broken in the first set. And when Katie was on my side, I just got a sense of calmness right away. And I think that helped, once again, that she had a match under her belt. Her coach, Biliana, when we interviewed her the other day, had mentioned the fact that it was great that Nori got the win, just settled her nerves a little bit. And then you guys know once you get that match under your belt, that helps so much getting into the next match. But she does have sort of a calmness about her right now.
It's about who can just expose the sidelines earlier in the point. And I'm just wondering even about the patterns of play today. Whether for Bolter, it's just maybe just a tad better to go to the Pegula forehand because she'll get a few more of her own forehands, which is her favourite shot. Pegula's backhand is definitely her strength, especially down the line. And even when she defends off that side with a slice and getting out there. So we'll see how that pattern of play develops. But I think for Bolter, it might just be a little bit better, especially early on in a rally, to go to that forehand. There's 2 points won by serving to the forehand.
TBC is requesting the replay of the out call on the right baseline.
So is that the side that she's going to focus on with the serving a little bit more, especially on the bigger points, but also during the rally as well? There, so if you can maybe get Jess, push her back behind the baseline and get her on the run on that forehand.
Turnaround from love 30, 4 straight points for Katie Bolter, and Team Great Britain are on serve 2-1 first set. It's a good start to this first match here today on the RAC Arena. Some wonderful ball striking. Should be a good competitive match. Great Britain looking to see if they could cause an upset against Team USA and take out this group, Group C, having defeated Australia 2-1 in the opening match a couple of days ago. Another warm day here in Perth. Glorious weather for tennis. The crowd here in the RAC Arena covered in shade, and it's a good crowd too here on New Year's Eve. Expecting a big crowd tonight when Serbia make their debut here at this year's United Cup. The world number 1 Novak Djokovic will be in action.
Just a little note here, because Jess Pegula's going out to the other side with 2 rackets in her hand.
So a serving racket, returning racket,
or just
suspect?
Could be,
she's not
or
going to
just
change at midpoint, is she?
No, but maybe just testing out if she feels like maybe the ball's flying, or if she wants to see and work out which one's better. Maybe one's a bit tighter.
Yeah, I heard she did take out a brand new racket and took the tag off of it, so I know it's probably one that is fresher, that's strung a little bit tighter, but she took a brand new one out of her bag.
See, there's another forehand right there. And just on that one, she just rushes a little bit, just smothers the ball a fraction compared to the backhand, where she's really balanced and has that follow through all the way. That one, she just breaks the elbow a little bit, comes off the ball too quickly. Much better one there.
15 on.
It's not a weak shot by any means, but I think if there is one side to attack, maybe it is that forehand. It's a beautiful view of that one there. Gets under and over the ball beautifully.
(30-15).
And that one, she hit from high to low a bit more.
(40-30).
It was very interesting. I remember watching Ash Barty defeat Jess Pegula at the Australian Open. I think it was quarterfinals the year that Ash won it, and the slice backhand into the forehand was a real tough one for Jess to dig out because it stayed so low.
Game, Team
That's a good
USA.
hold of serve, and we are all level here in the opening set.
2 games on.
Sorry, Elaine, I was just going to say most of these mistakes from the Pegula forehand have been into the net as well, and a difference between the two players, I would say right now, I know it's very early in the match, is Katie's definitely getting a much better net clearance. I know Pegula tends to hit it very flat. That's her normal shot, but it's really just skimming the net. And so I think if, you know, when you're struggling, maybe making some mistakes you're not happy with, maybe just add a little bit more margin, more height to the net, because she's capable of that. But her net clearance right now is really low.
Yeah, and when you're a flat hitter, that's something you got to be aware of.
15
You
love.
know, from personal experience, and the forehand's always harder in that respect, because with the backhand you've got the two hands. You can always get over it with that left arm if you're a right-hander, but forehand not so much. So if you're not getting under and over the ball and have that follow through, it can be a really flat shot, and you're not going to get the margin for error and the clearance over the net. Oh, good adjustment. Didn't panic. Used a peripheral vision there, Todd, to see where Pegula was. I know you like that.
Well, their record here, it props up enough to give her that time as the ball passes her, but...
She still had plenty of options, so you got to choose the right one here. Improvises well there. Oh, yes. And that's that, just a little bit more
30-15.
of that clearance over the net that just gives you enough not to make that unforced error. See, right here, she actually gets a little bit under the ball, a little more low to high instead of high to low. Jill, I saw a little smile there from you when I said I was a little bit of a flatter hitter.
I have nightmares about your flat ball coming to my side of the court. Yeah. Another clean ball striker you were, Yelena.
That's very kind of you. Did struggle against your variation, though.
T30.
That's the pressure coming from the other side from the returner. When you feel like you have to go for a bigger second serve, Pegula's just drilled quite a few returns, especially on the second serve. So Bolter already feeling a bit of that pressure to have to go for a bigger second serve. Like that. And that's why I like the mindset of attacking, especially the second serve. You don't necessarily have to take a lot of risk or go for the lines. You can go straight through the middle. And even if it doesn't pay off early on, throughout the whole match, especially, you know, over maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours, especially if it's 3 sets, that pressure will start to pay off. The server will feel it, especially on a second serve.
No. Huge shot down the line to save break point from Katie Bolter.
And that, for me, is that physicality And the strength we've talked about, a shot that maybe 2 years ago she wouldn't have been able to hit. Look at the leg strength, nice wide base to be able to get out there, but still to hit an aggressive shot. Got the trajectory over the net as well, and Jess Pegula says too good.
Advantage, Team Great Britain. Game, Team Great Britain.
And a fine hole saves the break point, and Katie Bolter stays in front here. It's on serve in the opening set, 3-2.
Team Great Britain leads by 3 games to 2.
There we go. Well, one of the great things of being over in Perth is to take a look at some of the incredible landscape that they have here and places to go visit. This is the Ningaloo Reef. Go snorkeling. It's 550 kilometres north of Perth, and have a look at that. You go swim with the whales, the whale sharks, the humpback whales. So much sea life. It's abundant. Fish, turtles, coral, and very untouched, this part of Australia.
Yeah. I did, yeah. No. 100%, yeah.
Yeah. And then
That's it.
one other thing.
Yeah.
So she was hard so that your forehand rather than
Backhand.
yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not saying it's easy.
No, I know, no,
It's
no.
coming through
It's very
fast.
low as well,
Yeah,
like
so I'm just, but if you can, with
one.
that, that's
And
all.
use the shape.
Yeah. But she's giving it belt, so no one's saying it's an easy shot.
Yeah.
But definitely the second serve return.
Yeah, yeah.
Hold it back. She's not
Yeah.
enjoying it.
Great stuff.
Colin Beach are just saying, you know, really
Time.
keep working on your shape if you can, and both he and Katie acknowledging that that ball of Jess Pegula really does come in, hits the court, stays very low. Elena's been talking about the forehand stroke and how flat it is, but when she does make it, it really becomes difficult to respond to it. So that's one of the keys to her successes over the years, these last few years, as she's serving here at 2-3.
Love 15.
Yeah, and it's not just a flat type of ball, it's depth and it's hard as well, so it skids through, and to consistently have to get under the ball to get that ball up over the net is tough.
And you were mentioning a moment ago, Elena, about the improved physical, I guess, element of Katie Bolter's game and the training. And there's no doubt that we talk a lot about her partner, Alex de Minaur. And there's no doubt that that relationship has actually enhanced her tennis, because he's one of the great workers of the men's game, physically knows what he has to do to be able to compete at the highest level. And when you're around that, you learn from it. And she's taken on that type of a lifestyle. And it's been evident to everybody, the positivity that he has on the court, what he does with his training has been something that she's been able to emulate, and it's part of the rise, you know, knocking on the door of the top 50 for the first time.
30.
No doubt, because
you can't say to your partner, hey, you go out and you do a little bit of extra work for me, will you?
No, but if you want to be around someone and learn, it's Alex de Minaur, from the way that you train physically on the court as well, the way that he fights, and just every single day how much effort he puts in. Oh,
Good stuff from Bolter.
Very well played point. And there she actually got out of the way of the backhand to use the forehand to set up the point with an inside out. Really good footwork. Shuffle steps to get around the board to make sure she gets in the position.
It's a break point here. Well, great stuff from Katie Bolter. She's got the break. Team Great Britain ahead 4-2 in this opening set.
Team Great Britain leads by 4 games.
I really like the way that she's moving the ball around here, but not taking the unnecessary risk. And that's the little bit more shape that even the captain was talking about. Just make sure you get under and over the ball, because Jess's ball is quite flat. That's what she did right there. I'll just go back to Alex as well, because there's nothing quite like having that example day in and day out, almost having a role model. And not that she didn't work hard before, but it's different when you've got that and you're watching that every single day. And I think it also motivates you even more as well to get to the next level.
Love 15.
I don't mind this variation, but maybe not a drop shot, not from that far back. And Pegula has been seeing the drop shot really well. So maybe a slice and not a drop shot so much, especially in hot conditions. It's hard to get the ball to stay low and to die down on the drop shot.
Love 13.
That's the shot you don't want to give Pegula, that backhand on the line. That's one of her favorite shots, as Helena, you mentioned earlier, but also just to give her that target.
Yeah, there was a lot of space there down the line as well, and she anticipated so well.
Some good adjustments in this game, I think, from Pegula, especially on that wide forehand that she was struggling with a little bit. Definitely added more height to that return, and just in the normal rally ball in the forehand as well. It's definitely getting some better height over the net.
It almost looks like she's taken even maybe just 10% off with the pace
on
and gone a bit more with top spin.
Correct, yeah.
So broken back to love, and we're on serve once again. Team Great Britain ahead 4-3 in this opening set.
Very clean. You just have to keep battling with her from the baseline. The depth is huge. I mean, she's moving around. She's trying to dictate with her forehand. telling yourself to get your toss higher when you miss it. Just catch it at the very top. Yeah. Good legs on it. Just tell yourself to get the toss higher, so then when you're pushing up, you're catching it all the way at the top. So you're just getting jammed a little bit when you're missing long. Yeah.
Here's another ice towel, Jess. Thanks. I'm good. This is that. It's not cold enough. Yeah, this one's cool.
This one's really cold.
This is better.
Yeah, it's a warm one here in Perth on day 3 of the United Cup. United States in action for the very first time in the 2nd edition of the United Cup. Jess Pegula icing herself down. Been a few breaks of serve. Pegula got the break in the opening game, then dropped serve, then found herself down 4-2, but has broken back to love. She's coming out now to serve to try to level things back up in this opening set. She'll have new balls to be able to do that. But Katie Boulter, who comes into this match as the underdog, has put up a very good effort here in this opening set. First time meeting for both of these women. And if you're just joining in, Great Britain already have one victory under their belt in this group. They defeated Australia 2-1 in their opening match.
Love.
Oh, I got new balls here. Jess Pegula and smart serve to go into the body straight away. The ball will just come off a bit quicker like it did there. And I think in general it's a good serve against someone like Katie, a good ball striker. So to just mix it up and get it out of that strike zone, hip height, go into the body, try and jam your opponent.
What you do have to be aware of in this situation, if you're Katie Boulter, is momentum. And you need to stop this run of points now, 7 straight for Pegula. That can be an interesting thing on the women's tour, is that momentum can really get away from a player quite quickly. There's a lot of runs of points.
Game, Team USA.
And there's a love game for all.
Like that. And this is one of the things that Iga Swiatek is so good at, and that's why she's #1 in the world. The focus is on breaking the players serve early on in sets and in matches, but she consolidates so well. She barely ever loses a set when she breaks. So that's really that psychological and mental focus, whereas I feel like Boulter lost her serve really quickly and really easily.
So needs to settle for all. Big game coming for Katie Boulter. I just got a message through social media just reiterating to me that Katie Boulter's also had a very good influence on Alex de Minaur. And I think that is a very fair point. Because when you're out on tour, you know, you need to have balance in your life, and these two bring very good balance.
Well, I thought that was a given. We were just, you know.
Just thought I'd better say it out loud.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where Boulter now just needs to be careful.
Requesting the replay of the out call on the right near sideline.
More first serves in. That second serve there just got attacked.
There is the picture of the close call.
15-30.
Oh, that was close too. That must have caught the back edge of the line for Bolter.
30 all.
So tense parts of this opening set.
That's really smart serve. Not just to get the first serve in, just took a tiny bit of pace off, but went to the Pegula forehand just to test it again. Because I've seen just a couple of unforced errors come off that side. So from Bolter, very clear on the tactics. I like that.
And a big first serve sets up an easy put away, and Bolter does settle things down after that run of points, and Great Britain have 5-4 in this opening set.
5 games to 4.
Yeah.
Anything else that you feel?
She went body a bit there with those new balls.
Yeah.
Maybe, what are your thoughts on, do you think maybe one step back or?
And look for forehand.
Yeah.
Like the problem is with new balls, it's impossible to get round. Because it skids, like it doesn't,
So
I mean on first.
Yeah, so give yourself a little bit of time first and really be lively with the feet in this game.
Yeah.
So with the new balls, it's coming so fast,
Yeah.
everything just feels so sharp. Completely work the legs.
I'm also just losing my concentration a bit, like on the odd ball here and there.
Yeah.
Like that backhand, like.
On the first point? Yeah, yeah.
I'm like, what am I doing?
Yeah. Well, 4-5 now, so massive
Interesting to get in so close to be able to listen to what the players are saying there, to the captain Colin Beecher, Caddy, saying, I'm losing my concentration a bit, self-confessing that was part of the issue in that run of points there from going up 4-2. So getting it back to 4-all, but Jess Pegula here serving to stay in the opening set at 4-5.
Love 15.
And Jill, I think one of the interesting parts about a match like this for Katie Bolter is getting used to playing against a top player and the level that you have to play to be able to beat them. You can play in patches, but you've got to maintain her. Is that fair?
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I think that's why I emphasize that first match that she had. I mean, this is her debut at the United Cup, so a different experience. I think that first match was pretty big for her. Especially, you know, she played Isla, who's Australian, having to play in front of the Australian crowd, and that's why I felt like her calm demeanor was something that stood out to me from the beginning, because I think you do need that in these big matches where you don't panic, feel comfortable out there, and she's looking very comfortable, but it's about playing these big points well also.
And it's having the positivity, I think, is all which she's got, and there is a difference between, you know, being top 30, for example, and top 10, because the top 10 and top 5 players can do it consistently throughout the year, throughout the matches, and keep the level. And like you said, Todd, not just in patches. And that's the challenge. That's that forehand. Again, just a little bit. She did get down lower. Just still a little bit more wrist to get under that ball and then to be able to get over it. That's the shot for me, Jill. You're right there at that baseline, where she would almost be better off even looping that one up a little bit and developing that shot, because she was pushed back behind the baseline. So hard to make that, especially cross-court low like that.
And she was going for such a sharp angle from where she was, exactly right.
Tough tennis from Katie Bolter.
Oh, digging in deep here, isn't she? She's really making Pegula work for these points, just staying tough, refusing to miss, but still has that controlled aggression.
And it brings up a set point for Team Great Britain. Handed back meekly.
Is that a little tentative, maybe?
I think she was so far ahead of herself. I think she was expecting a little bit of a harder serve from Pegula.
I think she did get a little tight there, and that little smile shows that the arms were a little too close to the body. That's what happens when you get a bit tight. Oh, that's big. Loves to dictate with the forehand.
Team Great Britain.
And when she gets that short one, have a look at this. Early preparation, look at the feet, gets in position. Still look at the trajectory over the net.
It's a second set point. The opening was there. It was over the highest part of the net, though. She clips the tape.
She did everything though right, constructed the point beautifully, and almost too many options sometimes there. Do you go back cross score? Do you go down the line? Nothing wrong with the choice of shot, just a little bit more height it needed. You know what, Pegula did well to stay in that point and dig that one up.
Advantage, Team Great
Pegula
Britain.
feeling the pressure this time, and here's a third opportunity for Katie Bolter and Team Great Britain to see if they can take this opening set. Oh,
big.
What a response after the double.
Yes.
I feel like she's put a bit more pop on her first serve, Jess, compared to last year. Jill, you've watched Jess play a lot, and you were in Cancun, the last event of the year.
I think in Cancun, it was already getting a little bit more pace on it. Yeah, I think she's just snapping through it a little bit better, but that was something that was very noticeable at the WTA finals, the extra pop on her serve.
Game, Team USA.
And here's a look at Jess Pegula's serve, which we just talked about. We think it's bigger than last year, more racket work and snap, but also just using her legs more as well, which is noticeable. And I've been looking at it from last year. So here's her serve right now. You can see the right leg. She almost brings it forward. That's actually a little bit of a habit because she's changed her serve. She now actually doesn't bring the right leg forward. It's more platform, which is what she talked about with her coach.
Not so much as a step up.
Yes, exactly. That's what she talked about with her coach on the change of ends. And she actually even said, oh, I'm just getting used to that platform serve still, and my ball toss is a little bit low, got to get it up high, and that's what David was confirming. So a change there. She's actually not bringing that right leg forward. So clearly working on the serve and trying to do something different.
Well, that saved her on that set point. Now, this will be interesting what Katie Boulter responds with here after having the 3 set points. Can she maintain her level? Doesn't get disappointed by not taking advantage of those chances.
Well, for me, what Boulter's doing really well is she's getting Pegula out into that backhand corner to be able to open up the forehand and then push her deep, whether it's with a cross-court or down the line, just like she did there. So get her outside the comfort zone and maybe onto that little bit of a weaker side as well. So tactically perfectly played.
$15.
A rare advance to the net for Pegula.
I like that, though. I think that it's nice variation, but also just maybe letting your opponent know, you know what, you can't just drop a short ball. I will try and come in and put a bit of pressure on. David, we're just saying that's okay. That's a good job, actually. Do you agree with that, Todd? Maybe even that variation, even at a tight point in a match, to still let your opponent know? Yeah.
For sure. There was a good variation too in that rally with the slice from Pegula. Just lifting a little here, the experience potentially showing. Having played a lot of these big time matches over the last 2 to 3 years, Katie just getting used to being in these positions as the ranking rises.
You could see as Pegula set up for that forehand, she wanted so badly just to hit an outright winner. I could see it in her face, that grimace that she had. It looked so juicy to her, but just pressed a little bit on the forehand.
That's sometimes the one, no matter how tempting it is, you got to be disciplined. Go cross court, especially on a big point. There it is, that one right there. And even if you take a little bit of pace off and just go for depth and a little bit more height, you might even be able to draw an error. Sometimes just making your opponent miss is a skill in itself.
Good start from Bolter.
Advantage, Team Great Britain.
Rising to the occasion, but needs to finish off one of these games here. Remember, 3 set points in that previous game. Already had a game point here.
Like this forehand, though, takes it on top of the bounce. Not easy to time that. Loads with the legs in full flight. Love that follow through towards the target all the way. Doesn't come off the ball. Perfect.
Got to say, the overhead not all that safe from Bolter. She missed a couple of overheads in the warm-up, but you don't really pay attention to that, but she kind of missed 2 basic, easy ones, and here it doesn't get back quick enough. You'll see there the racket lurking out to the right, never prepared.
Look at the left arm. It dropped. She's also too open. Look at the right hip. Got to be more side on.
So an opportunity missed to close the game out there.
Love her ability
Advantage,
to
Team Great Britain.
be able to just go on to the next point. Doesn't matter what happened in the previous one. And just basically play from the beginning. Let it go, forget about it, go again. Takes real psychological strength to be able to do that.
Oh, too good.
Pegula actually caught that forehand a little bit behind her as well, but just had such good wrist action throughout, but much better acceleration through that particular one.
she had a racket on it too, Bolter. Despair for Great Britain, and a wonderful point there, covering all corners of the court from Jess Pegula.
Well done to both on that point, but Jess Pegula, just the ability there, she really was not going to miss. Got up to this quickly as well. Bolter just opened her racket face a little bit there, Todd.
It's a break point after having 3 game points. And she takes advantage. Jess Pegula gets the break. We'll serve for the opening set when we come back. 6-5.
Team USA leads by 6 games to 5.
I'm hitting my forehand way too short.
Her backhand was breaking down, and all of a sudden she like
She's
hit
ripping
4
it.
in a row.
I think middle backhand though.
Yes. And
When it's a little here, she hits it good.
Make her move out of the way. Let her try that backhand on the line. So when she's missing, it's going to her forehand in the middle, and then you can take it anywhere you want.
I'm hitting my forehand too short.
Just keep working on your depth. That's all right.
This tighter racket I think is better, but I need to aim deeper, you know?
Yeah.
The other one I was aiming like shorter and it was going long.
First serves. Start off tee, lowest farther net. Get it high and just go for it. Okay? Get her stretched out to the back.
Yeah.
If you're missing your body, she's taking a huge swing. Go tee until she makes a good shot. Okay? Come on.
Well, pretty warm conditions here in Perth again. Jess Pegula using the ice to cool things down, and she kind of brought some heat to those last couple of games, didn't she? Saved 3 set points at 4-5, and then again 3 game points to finally get the break to come out here to serve for this opening set. The more experienced player with a higher ranking rising to the occasion. Katie Bolter playing some good stuff, but not taking advantage of her chances. It was interesting in that changeover to hear her talking about going to a tighter string. We saw her walk down with 2 rackets earlier. She went with one that's been strung that little bit tighter. She said, I still need to make an adjustment. I need to get my forehand deeper. And that was what she was talking about with David Witt, her coach.
She said that early on in the set she was aiming shorter, and that's why she was getting some of those unforced errors off the forehand. And we've seen that adjustment in the last 2 games, especially more clearance over the net, definitely going deeper in the court, getting that depth and height. And that's that one, and just a little bit on that forehand. Not much wrong with it technically, but just when she doesn't extend that left arm, when she just breaks her elbow a little bit too quickly, when she doesn't finish up.
Yeah, sort of finishes over the hip, doesn't she? If she had a pair of shorts with a pocket, she'd be finishing in the pocket.
I like that explanation.
Well yeah.
See that one before that backhand, I like that play going back behind. Hasn't been used a lot today, but that's how you just wrong foot your opponent, keep them guessing, take the legs out of the opponent. But the forehand there, the second last shot, she finished up above her head. That's why she was able to get the height over the net.
30-15. 40-15.
And after dropping the opening point on serve, 3 consecutive for Jess Pegula, she got 2 set points for Team USA. And there's the opening set. Come on from Jess Pegula. Tough opener. She hangs in there. And for Team USA, they've got the opening set 7-5 in 67 minutes of play. And here's the first set summary, Yelena. Jess Pegula's serve percentage can improve, there's no doubt about that, 55%. Unforced errors, though. Katie Bolter, 24-15. I think for me that was the key in those closing few games of that last set. Just got a little tight on the backhand, didn't take advantage of the opportunities you have, and that comes down to a little bit of tension with the scoreline when you know you've got an opportunity to get ahead of a player ranked in the top 10 in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got similar winners there, but yeah, much more from Bolter, from the unforced errors, and that was the majority towards the end of the first set, and mainly so, like you said, when she had the opportunity, so maybe perhaps nerves and knowing that she had her chances, but we had some great tennis in that first set, really pushing each other from the back of the court, great ball striking, saw some variation from both, coming forward when they could, really exposing the sidelines and just looking to dictate the points as soon as they can. I like the use, when they use the width of the court, they both did that, attacking each other's second serves. Not much in it. It was just a couple of extra unforced errors from Bolter, and Pegula really digging in deep to even save a set point. Takes the first set 7-5.
Well, that was a really tight opening set of tennis, and Jess Pegula, you can just see and sense that experience that she's been able to draw upon, Jill, over the last couple of years, and it shone through in those closing moments.
Absolutely, and that's why, you know, I mentioned the big points as well, because towards the end of that match, that set, excuse me, I did feel like Pegula not only lifted her level. I think Katie also there during the rally, I felt like Katie was very strong, but it was that initial first shot that just led up a little bit for me, whether it was the return or the first shot off the serve. I think that first shot was much sharper and stronger from Katie in the beginning of the set, and I feel like with those two pieces, I just felt like that's why Pegula was able to come away with that first set.
And especially on that set point, I made a point, she missed a return.
Yeah.
And she got tight, and it was mainly when she had the opportunities. And why we talk about that, why we bring that up, is sometimes when you've got those opportunities against really the top players, you kind of feel like, oh my God, I've got that opportunity, I've got to take it right here. And you feel like, if I don't, will I have it again? And look, Katie had her opportunities there. She had a break of serve, she had a set point. And sometimes when they get away from you, it can be hard.
Yeah, Elaine, that's amazing how much can go through your mind in just a small amount of time.
And that sometimes we talk about that kind of almost the aura of the top players, especially the top 5 players, and you know what you're up against, and that you might not get another chance if you don't take it.
30-15. Lead for serve.
Nicely done. I think for Bolto, it's really important to not drop in her level and intensity and concentration here. And sometimes when you've had your chances and even a set point, you got to get over that disappointment quickly. Yep. And that's where you got to hold your serve now here to start off.
Yeah. And if you can do that, you keep yourself well and truly in the match, don't you?
Oh, yes. That's that forehand where she finishes just a little bit further up, takes just a tiny bit of pace off and gets more trajectory over the net. Have a look at this. Perfect right there. Big difference to some of those flatter ones we saw early on in the match.
Oh. Not sure she meant to cut it that fine with that type of angle there.
Yes. Let's have a look at just a Pegula forehand right here. And this is the one that I like when she finishes up. Have a look. I mean, she's already moving forward here, which is great as well, the body weight. She takes it early, but that's the one you said she doesn't finish around hip height.
Yeah.
She actually finishes up above the head, has a more...
lasso-like forehand. Ooh. That's a clean one.
And what happens with that as well is it's not just a better forehand and you get the trajectory over the net, but you start to play yourself in. You're not missing as much. And there again, you can see she finishes around that shoulder height, even making the one down the line. And I love the fact that she's actually realized that and made the change very quickly.
Freeing it up now is Jess Pegula, some great ball striking. And she gets the early break of serve in this second set. And as they change hands, we talked a lot about the forehand. And during the break before winning that set 7-5, she said, my forehand is too short. She was talking to her coach, David Witt, and we've got a graphic here to sort of reiterate that she knows what she's talking about. You can take a look here. Red is for forehand dots and yellow for backhand. And particularly when she's going to the backhand side of Katie Bolter, just getting it over the service line. And that's one thing she will want to try to pick up and improve and get more depth, Yelena.
She's very aware of that as well, isn't she? Because she's talking about that with her coach.
It's interesting that the backhand, look at the consistency in the backhand and the depth by comparison to her forehand.
Especially even when she goes cross-court, how deep that backhand is. And that's because she does have more topspin. She gets under it and over it a bit more.
Well, she's got an early break here and a set in hand.
Thank you. Left for serve.
Great tennis.
Love 15.
That's a bit of that physical strength and agility I would put that down to, that she's been working on. Good move forward, close the net well. Have a look at that. Oh.
On. 15-30.
One of the things I'm starting to sense here now in this match is that Pegula's settled in and the quality is there, point in, point out. Katie's playing the same quality, but not quite able to match it for the extended length of time required. When you look at the last 4 games, Katie's had game points, but not been able to close, in 3 of them, not been able to close it out.
40-30.
Jill referred to earlier, it's the pressure points, and when you play those the best, and that's what Pegula's been doing in this match. Seals that and consolidates with an ace and has 2-love. Jill is courtside, about to chat to the captain and coach of Jess Pegula, David. Here she is. Go, Jill.
Hey, David. This has been a great match. The first set so tight. What do you feel like the difference was for Jess in the first set?
I mean, they're both playing top 10 tennis. Katie's playing really well. She's hitting the ball clean. I watched her in her first match, and she's being aggressive. I think first serves are key for Jess. Winning some free points off her first serve, then it kind of frees her up to go for her returns more.
And we did hear Jess saying that she felt like Katie was playing really well. Where do you keep Jess's focus when your opponent is playing a great set?
I mean, I think Jess just has to keep playing her game. I mean, whether Katie's playing well or not, I think they're both hitting the ball flat. You know, it's a lot of, they're really not changing the pace except when Jess is slicing the ball. We were expecting a few more errors from Katie here and there, but she's playing really well. And Jess toughed out that first set, and I think now she's got to step it up and break here and kind of close it out.
Great. Thanks, David. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Love 30.
Yeah, I think that reiterates the point of just understanding that a player that's ranked where Katie is, there will be a few more unforced errors, and you know that's what a top player like Jess Pegula will bank on and stay in a set match with that in mind. And now she's kind of freewheeling, isn't she? The confidence is starting to ooze out of every stroke.
And that's what he said. Also serving a little bit better and getting the percentages up will free her up on the return. And that's what she's done in this second set. Her first serve percentage is 83%, which is a big number. So it gives her that freedom then on the return.
Now catches the line again, and Pegula well on top, got the double break, breaks to love, and Team USA a set and 3-love here at the RAC Arena in Perth.
soon as she goes here. It's good. Good job.
Sounds bad on that side.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and keep her up here as long as you can.
Yeah.
Okay?
I can't see anything on serve
No,
there
no,
at all.
it's fine. No,
Nothing.
it's in. She's got that now.
Yeah.
Okay? Literally just try and pick up the edge, intensity, just give it the absolute full
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Serving with new balls, try some body serves as well. You have
Yeah.
serve, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So it might make Anderson also.
Huh?
Might make send.
Like nothing.
So, yeah.
I'm surprised I'm actually making contact. Especially on Ab.
Chance on her serve as well then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Is that good? Thank you.
Good soft, yeah.
Cheers.
Okay, just keep fighting as hard as
Yeah.
you can. Like you said yesterday, that's what you want.
Yeah.
Play great tennis and just keep fighting right to the bitter end.
Time.
Come on,
Right,
everyone.
come on, everything.
Group C, first time we've seen the United States in action here at the United Cup in the 2024 edition. Great Britain have a win in this group already over Australia. Katie Boulter defeating Isla Tomljanovic in the opening singles. Cam Norrie defeated Alex de Minaur, with Australia winning the mixed doubles. But Jess Pegula has the States in prime position here in the opening singles of today's tie.
Love 15. Love 30.
This is good from Boulter, stepping up on those returns. Very difficult time now to be serving at the southern end for Jess Pegula, with, what are we, 20 minutes to midday, 11:40 coming up to, and you're looking directly into the sun. She glances up.
And that was a lower ball toss, just trying to change the ball toss so that it's not right into the sun.
Great game from Boulter.
Game, team, Great Britain. Ball change, please. New balls.
Gets one of the breaks back.
Some great forehands there, really aggressive play, and does have new balls now here. So if she can hold serve here, that will put just a little bit of pressure back on Pegula after having 2 breaks of serve. And for Boulter here, I think it's important, just a variation. I would like to see her go into the body of Pegula here with the new balls as well, as an element of surprise. And that's what Boulter's actually coach, Biljana Veselinovic, said to her on a change of ends. When you're serving with new balls, go into the body because the ball will come in quicker and faster.
Fifteen love. 15 on.
I think another difference I've seen with Pegula getting this quick lead in the second is her court position's gotten a little bit closer to the baseline. I think in the first set she was more off, and I think probably with the strength of Bolter's ground strokes getting pushed back a little bit further, but she's holding her ground a little bit better.
First ace of the match for Katie Bolter. Yeah, does have a bit of a weapon in that first serve.
40-30.
Sets up a lot of short forehands that she's able to attack and finish points like this one here.
And what's good is she recognises that and she's quick to get up to it, ready for that first shot after the serve. Good awareness.
Deuce.
That's 3 doubles for Bolter throughout the match. First in this set, serving at 83% of her serves in this set and struggling to hold serve. Here's another break point.
Advantage, Team USA. Deuce.
Really good footwork there, adjustment steps on this one to get around and actually still hit a forehand. But the racket goes up early preparation, but she doesn't rush. She holds it long enough and waits for Pegula to move to her right.
Advantage, Team Great Britain.
This has been the problem. Can't finish off the games. As I mentioned earlier, you know, from what, 5-4 in that first set, Bolter had 3 set points, then had game points, 3 of them in the 11th game to hold serve, to stay ahead. Didn't win that game. Has game points again in the opening game of the set. Doesn't win that.
And I think that's a little bit more so playing the opponent, knowing, oh, I'm playing a top 5 player, than actually playing the point and the situation.
Playing the ball.
Yeah. We call it perhaps the aura of that top players and the respect.
But eventually she hangs on, and she's doing a great job at fighting to stay in it from 3-love down. It is now 3-2, Team USA. Well, a little while ago we went to the Ningaloo Reef, but this is Rottnest Island, and Yelena, you went for a visit there before Christmas Day, and it's a great spot to get away. Just what, 19 kilometres from the Perth CBD.
Yeah, it was beautiful. My first time there. That was definitely a bucket list item. The quokkas, I was able to get a selfie. I did have to chase them around for about an hour, but I got that selfie. Yeah, it was crystal clear waters, wonderful food, and pretty easy to get there from Perth as well.
Yeah, you took the chopper, but the ferry goes regularly from Elizabeth Wharf and also from Fremantle.
I still think maybe I should lean a little bit more T on the deuce and let her have the
Just
wide.
move over a little bit, show her something different, and make sure you're moving forward.
Well, they're the defending champions, Team USA, and both Jess Pegula and Taylor Fritz, who are representing their team in singles here in Perth, were on the team last year. Seeing in the back row there, Rajiv Ram.
All right, come on. Good job.
Time.
There is Taylor Fritz. He'll be coming out next to take on Cam Norrie in the second singles clash of this tie. Coming up tonight, it will be Serbia taking on China. The number one Novak Djokovic will hit the court for the first time this season. This new season on New Year's Eve here.
And that's that depth on the forehand that Pegula was talking about in the first set, just trying to get more depth, but also the height over the net on that forehand, cross court and down the line, doing a beautiful job there.
Would you say that Jess is better at redirecting off pace to create pace and wanting to create her own pace?
I think she definitely likes having that pace into her racket. I think in that situation, she's very comfortable redirecting in any circumstance, especially off that backhand side. I think that's why we heard very early on in the match the Great Britain coach, Colin Beecher, reminding Walter to still go for that shape a little bit more, just to get it out of the strike zone of Pegula. I do feel like she's improved quite a bit in that area as far as adding acceleration off more of an off-pace shot. So that's something that she has improved over the last couple of years.
Well, here's a point, though, now to bring it back to 3-all. Remembering, bolted down 2 breaks of serve at one point in this set. And there it is. Well, this is a great response from Katie Bolter.
It's a great effort. That's what we said at 3-1 when she broke serve. She had new balls serving with. That's such a key game to hold your serve, because all of a sudden, yes, you're still a break of serve down, but you know, your opponent's got it in their head. Look, I didn't hold my serve in the previous game, and just puts that pressure on them. Just keep asking that question. Can you continue holding your serve?
Nice response from the crowd too. A lot of British expats live here in Perth.
She does have the sun, though, here to contend with.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about, trying to find a place to put the ball so that you can see it and then still have vision when it comes back at you. Oh, good work. Well done. You often have to throw it way out to the side to then wrap the racket around it at this time of the day. So the problem has, you put in the normal spot, you look up, and then you get blurred vision.
And that's what she did there. She went a little bit lower and to the right just to slice that serve, but just really went for a little bit of a slower one just to make sure she gets the first serve in.
And Katie doing a little bit more smiling out there. I know she can tend to do that during a match, but I do feel like it's, since she's been showing a little bit more positive emotion and enjoying herself out there, I feel like it's relaxed her a little bit.
Those are the ones that the British captain was talking about with Bolter. Just make sure you get under and over the ball, and it is coming fast and flat, and make sure you get low, and that was a perfect example. So hard to contend with that backhand from Pegula. It just stays so low. Oh, well done. She set herself up beautifully for that shot, got in position quickly. Really lowered it well off the legs here. The right leg forward, nice wide base. Have a look at this. And stays balanced all the way through the shot. Beautiful shoulder rotation as well.
News. Team Great Britain is requesting the replay of the out call on the left center service line.
And those are those opportunities you talked about, Todd, in the first set, especially against the top players. You've got to gain point, got to play a tough point. At least make them work for it. And at times, a couple times when she's had that even in the first set, missed a return on a set point. I wonder if that's just a bit of nerves, perhaps, as well.
Advantage, Team Great Britain.
I like that play from Pegula, incorporating that slice a little bit more. It just not only changes up the rhythm, but over the course of this match, it's forced Bolter to hit up on the ball a little bit more, which has given Pegula a little extra time on some of these points.
And over a course of a long match, potentially as well, it's harder to keep getting down to that slice and physically work with the legs.
Advantage, Team USA.
Well, that's now her fourth double fault in this set and really went for a lot on that second serve. And that's that pressure we were talking about from the returner, especially as it accumulates over a course of a match, scoreline pressure as well.
And either player really able to take advantage of their opportunities at this point. But some good reaction from there and depth and quality of shot from Katie Boulder to keep herself in it. An hour and 44 minutes have been out on court in warm conditions here in Perth today. On a bit of luck, never goes astray.
Advantage, Team USA.
Yet another break point for Pegula.
That's the one perhaps there. She was a metre behind the baseline, and that's that decision. Do you need to go down the line there, whether it's the right shot, especially if you're a flatter hitter like Pegula is? Do you go cross-court one more time and try and wait for the right one to change direction?
Advantage, Team Great Britain.
Yeah, and the previous point with the let court where she got a little bit lucky, she did motion after that she felt like could have gone down the line earlier, actually, because I think she right now it looks like she's trying to avoid the Bolter forehand side.
Fine effort from Katie Boulder to pull this back into a lead from 3-love down. Team Great Britain 4-3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Peachy, can I have
which
grab
one?
me a water?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Keep you to me.
Katie Boulder going with the ice towel now as well. And as I mentioned, heating up here today.
Yeah. I was fucking blind. Oops, sorry, excuse my language.
Again, when you are returning forward, go forward, then it's controlling. Shake with this. You have enough time to go around when she's serving slice to your body.
Yeah.
Have enough time to go hit and go through. Really good, really good.
That's the matches more around. It's like the shape of the ball.
Yeah, the more and more.
It's running
I'm
out.
noticing that.
Yeah.
Because that's what I was doing in the first. I was going flat, 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 flat. But a couple of times we got more shape and she struggled a little bit.
So 30 degrees it is here currently in Perth. Players feeling the heat, going for the ice towels in the changeover. And this has been a great comeback from 3-love. 2 breaks a serve down for Katie Bolter. Got herself in front on serve. How does Jess Pegula for Team USA respond now? During that changeover, Katie Bolter talking about shape on the ball, trying to get it up a little bit out of the strike zone of Jess Pegula. She realizes that that's crucial. Can she maintain that?
It's good effort. It was an interesting conversation, and I actually really agree with all of it because they were telling her to look for a forehand on the serve, on Jess's serve, even the first serve when it's a slice one, so you got plenty of time. It's not coming at you too quickly, including on the second serve, and to really attack and go forward.
15 on.
And then it was interesting to say, don't just go flat with Jess, change up a little bit the pace and go a little bit up higher, not just in that strike zone, the hip height, and she's missed a few from there. That's a big serve. And why that is because when he does get a little bit high, she goes
30,
high to low instead of low to high, maybe looping a few in, getting a little bit more top spin.
Much better service game from Pegula at this end, isn't it? Last time she served here with the sun issues, she was broken to love.
That's what they were talking about, dictating with the forehand into Pegula's forehand as well. So dynamic and explosive and confident, just really lets that arm go on the forehand. Look at this, beautiful stroke. So I think for Jessie a little bit, don't forget she had 3-love, 2 breaks of serve, and I feel like almost she's gone a bit negative, especially in the last 2 games. I think the mindset's got to just go pick it up a little bit, the intensity, the body language.
Oh, not the right shot selection there.
Advantage, Team USA.
I think she knows it as well. You can see her just shaking her head, just had time to set up. I mean, she's been hitting that backhand down the line well.
And even if she went there with a slice, that's what we said in the first set, instead of a drop shot, go down the line with the slice. She's got a good slice, but not the drop shot. It's too risky.
Let first serve. Game, Team USA.
Again, Pegula digging deep, and she really needs it.
4 games on.
Pushing Bolter right there all around the court, using every single part of it.
Well, hurt Bolter a little bit, that one, winded her. See if she can bounce back here.
I like that reaction from Pegula, the fist pump. Needed that one.
There's a lot of physical work in that rally. 4-all.
Let second serve. Love.
Oh, that was clearly the wrong call from the automatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to a technical error, we have to replay the point.
Yep. So that ball was well in, but the machine went off. So we've got to replay the point.
And Bolter doing an incredible job of anything short right now. She's just staying inside the baseline off the serve and just cutting down on the time, the reaction time for Pegula.
Does that again, Jill. Good body second serve turn. We heard
40 love.
coach say try to use the body a little more if you can, just to take away the big swing on the return from Pegula, and that was a prime example of that.
Called.
And holds to love, a very good service game for Bolter and Team Great Britain, and got a 5-4 lead in this second set.
Team Great Britain leads by 5 games to 4.
We'll take a look at some of the slow-mo pictures. of what's been happening here today in the RAC Arena. Plenty of support for both teams, as mentioned before. Quite a large expat British contingent live here in Perth, and they've all come out today to support the homeland. That was good. Polish turnout last night too, when Poland took on Brazil in the evening match. This afternoon, 5 p.m, the evening match gets underway with Serbia to take on China.
She did as soon as she got out of that point. Would have been 15 all.
I mean, in general, though, she's kind of just ripping.
Yeah.
Ever since I went up 3-0, she's just ripping her forehand wherever she wants. Need to try and get it more to her backhand again.
Yeah.
Letting it.
Go, Jess. Go. Time.
Well, Pegula saying need to try to get it to the backhand again. She's worrying about the forehand rip of Bolter, which has certainly been a great shot. But one of the keys that happened at this point of that first set was that the backhand of Katie Bolter got a little bit short, smothered a few. See whether she can keep it free as she gets an opportunity to potentially level this match at a set all. Pegula serving to stay in it at 5-4.
And she's right, but
Love 10.
yes, after 3 love, Katie's just gone, okay, I've got nothing to lose here. I'm a set and 2 breaks down. I'm just going to try and hit my way out of this and just swing freely. But at the same time, look, Jess's game has gone down. Her first serve percentage is in this set is 48%. That is a low number.
There's another rip from the forehand wing of Bolter up the line this time. Love 30.
Yeah, and Bolter's just gone and played incredibly well. And I think Pegula's just got to get a different pattern of play here. Go more to the Bolter backhand, perhaps.
Oh, and another ripping forehand sets up 3 set points.
Love 14.
Oh, what a turnaround. Great Britain back in it. Breaks to love. And Katie Bolter takes the second set, 6 games to 4. Well, what a response and a way to win that set for Katie Bolter.
Well, incredible response since 3 love. The last 7 games, Bolter's won 6. And what a turnaround. We quickly have a look at the stats right here. And that first serve percentage from Pegula is at 50%. I'm going to get that up because she's winning 71% of points behind it.
That's allowing Bolter to have the rip on the forehand, isn't it?
Exactly, and you've got a few more winners there from Bolter and less unforced errors also. But look at the breakpoint conversion, 3 out of 3 as well. So after 3 loves, she's pretty much hasn't put a foot wrong, but got herself in a position where she's just tactically played the right tennis, used her forehand, attacked the second serve from Pegula. And Pegula had just a little bit of a drop in intensity and concentration, and Bolter has been able to recognize that. Great awareness, but the forehand in this second set has been the shot. It's just caused so many problems from Pegula, exposing the sidelines as well. Even getting a little bit more shape on the ball and causing Pegula to just miss a few extra balls. But for me, it's also been just the body language and the confidence from Bolter in this second set. It's been impressive.
Well, we've got a game on here situation in Perth. Katie Boulter with a big comeback in the second set, trailing a set 3-love double break, has pulled it back to 1 set apace. This is the first singles match here today between Great Britain and the United States.
Time. And Jill, you're courtside there. From what I'm seeing here, there's a massive difference in body language. And Pegula really with the slumped shoulders and a slower walk. And I think that's caused her intensity to go down a little bit. Whereas Boulter, completely the opposite. And I think that's important going into a third set. You don't want to show your opponent that you might be perhaps a little bit down.
Yeah, I agree with you, Elena. I think for me it has a lot to do with how Boulter has changed quite a bit. That's a great first point from both, but I feel like Pegula, she was showing some signs of frustration in the first set as well, but was able to regroup. But I think for me that the way Boulter changed, she completely lifted her level. I still want to almost reiterate the fact that a lot of it changed when she started smiling. I feel like she loosened up. She was down 3-love, was talking to the coach Colin on the sideline and just started smiling. And I really feel like that just let out some tension.
Fifteen.
That's a great move from Boulter. Complete commitment
15.
on that point. As soon as she got the short ball, no hesitation to move forward, close the net. Great intention.
That's a much better shot. So when she's on the run there, Pegula, if she can just get a bit more height, go deeper into the forehand corner. You don't just get yourself back in the point, but also there, you get an error as well. Prefer it when she goes cross court a little bit more often, then down the line and change direction.
Be careful that you don't get it in that hitting zone of Pegula on the second serve. We talked about the body serve being very effective. You watch this one here. This is just in the hitting zone, and bang, she cleans up a winner and gives herself break point in this opening game, Pegula. And there is the break.
Game, Team USA. First game, final set.
And I wonder what we'll see from Pegula here, whether she's able to keep the foot down on the accelerator this time. Remembering she had the double break. One of the key things in that opening game there, Jill. The first point, you said, yeah, it was a great first point, but Pegula actually started to come forward. She got in the court a little bit more. You know, maybe that's something that she needs to kind of find a way to pressure her opponent with.
Yeah, I think overall she's done a little bit better. I think that last game, you know, she mentioned in the second set, probably around the middle of the second set, how she needs to try and take the serve away from Bolter, whether that's changing her court position to protect her forehand a little bit more. And I think she did that on that second serve in particular, because her court position was more in the doubles alley. And you want to sometimes take away your opponent's best serve, and she did that well in the last couple points to break.
Love 15.
See that one right there, that's for me a much better pattern for Pegula. Just goes either through the middle or backhand and just stay away from the Bolter forehand for a little bit here, because she's just teeing off.
Fifteen, 13.
See, I like it even when she serves a little bit more often into the backhand or body backhand as well. And it's not even just about getting more errors, it's that the ball is actually coming with less space compared to Bolter's forehand. See there, Pegula, Jill, consistently just shadow swinging, like she needs to get under and over the ball on that forehand, because it's not happening when she's actually in the point.
Yeah, I almost took it as like when she's shadowing, that she needs that little extra acceleration through the ball.
Well, Jill, I want you to have a look at the graphic that's coming up on screen right now. It's the hit points in the rally from Jess Pegula, and have a look how deep she is.
Right.
Really not getting inside the court at all and allowing the forehand to do damage from Katie Bolter.
Yeah, a lot of that has to do with the depth that Bolter is bringing off the ground, too. Both of them are getting such great length on the ball, so it's really a test, actually, for both of them, that who's going to be willing to be able to hold their ground, stay up on the baseline. Oh, that's great defense, because that's really where they both like to be. They're very similar in that regard, as far as wanting to be aggressive and be in control of the points. And so both of them in certain stages of this match have been pushed back off the baseline. But you're right, Pegula overall is drifting backward again. We saw that a little bit in the first set as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to a technical issue, we are going to replay the point.
That's the Sheen going off again.
Love 15.
See, that one for me, I know she likes to change direction, Pegula, but going down the line, sometimes she does it off the wrong shot. But also, when you go down the line, you don't have to go for a winner to change direction. So she can actually do it with a little bit more trajectory over the net. And at times today, she's missed that down the line because she's just gone for it too early. Too good.
Yeah, I agree with you, Elaine. I feel like that's something actually Pegula could add to her game. She doesn't quite have that heavy spin forehand that helps so many players sort of get back into position and reset the point. That's kind of the option that she goes for, is always that flatter shot. But I think that's something that she could improve on.
Oh, wow. Just a court position as well, not giving up any baseline bolter, even when she's under pressure, shortening her backswing. But how hard is she working with the legs and getting down low?
Well, this is where the training and that strength that she's been building is really starting to show, isn't it?
Have a look at that. That is strong. Some leg strength there.
And a big first serve to close it out from a breakdown once again. Bolter finds herself with the lead now, 2-1 final set.
Team Great Britain leads 2-1.
Nice balls.
Thank you.
Yeah. Waters, right?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
New balls.
New balls.
It's the same principle in returns.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Spread it and then just come back line. Get hold of that.
Yeah.
Some really good deep balls, and she's picking them up, not only getting them back,
like
she's
hitting
like
winners.
redirecting them.
Well, Jess Pegula is going to have to make a few decisions here about what she needs to do tactically, because her opponent is looking very confident at the moment, Katie Bolter. And it's Pegula that has had the match in her palm of her hand at one point. Over set 2-love, let that get away. She's already had one break of serve here in this opening set. She's coming out now to serve with new balls at 1-2. 2 hours and 15 minutes they've been out on court here at the RAC Arena in Perth.
New balls. Love.
That one really flew off the racket of Bolter, the new ball.
It's not just a control on this one, but it's at end range. Look at this. Open stance backhand, but she shortened the backswing and still was able to just control that ball with just enough topspin.
$15-30. 30 all.
And again, balls here.
Forty, 30.
That's a great hold from Pegula.
2 games on.
So here come some moments for Bolter in terms of understanding there's an opportunity here. A big win is within sight. Yes, it's only 2 all in the third, but you really start to think, okay, can I make it happen? And once you get into that mode, we'll see whether her concentration levels remain where they need to be and get ahead of herself.
Well, it's also that she has to continue playing like this freely. That's how she got into this position, from being a set and 3-love and 2 breaks down. So it's almost this mindset now, well, I was pretty much in the locker room, or should be in the locker room, and lost this match, but now I may be in a position to win. So sometimes players' mindsets can change and you can get a bit tight and nervous.
And with the new ball, she's starting to lose a few off the forehand wing that has been so accurate and tight.
Oh, it's also good to see Pegula throwing in some slices again, and something that she hadn't done in a while, and that was giving Bolter the rhythm. And now the last few points, just trying to incorporate that more.
That's the variation, and if she can, I think, add to her game a little bit more topspin and a loopy ball as well, I think it would really make her a better player, and she's already a great player. And I think if you look at the players that are ahead of her, because we've talked about, okay, what does she need to do to get past the quarterfinal at a Grand Slam? If you look at a Rybakina and even Sabalenka, who were much flatter hitters, they've added that to their game and that variation and more top on their ball, especially Sabalenka. She's become a really consistent player because of that. More shape on the ball, bigger targets, play a bit more within yourself.
One's long.
Team Great Britain.
And little pump of the fist from Katie Bolter to hold of serve, and Team GB
Team
ahead 3-2, final set.
On the right baseline. Team Great Britain leads by 3 games to 2.
Thanks. Yeah. Come on, right here.
Yeah, right
this
here.
game.
Exactly.
Come on.
Exactly. Same principles. Yep.
Yeah. All the same. Okay. Yeah, she was going. Yeah, exactly.
It's slightly different
Yeah.
rules, but it's the same idea.
She's still going a lot body with the first as well.
100%.
On the juice.
Yeah. Yeah. And then like you expect that it's almost like it is a first serve. It's actually almost a second because of the sun. Does that make sense?
100%.
So it's coming through. It's almost like what it normally comes through at.
And on second, always look for forehand control. More boots. It's getting into her head as well.
Katie Bolter understanding the situation here. Come on, this is the game, she says in that changeover. Comes out with energy, jogs down to the far end of the court. As she has Jess Pegula, the world number 5. under pressure here in this opening match for the defending champions, Team USA.
Time. Love 15.
Once again, paying a price for wanting to redirect down the line too early within the rally, Pegula.
Yeah, and also back behind the baseline as well. Too hard to do from there.
Love 13.
Here's Bolter's opportunity. She had 15-30. In the previous game, missed a couple of returns, got a little tight off the forehand wing. What will she be able to produce here? She's got a real chance with the second serve.
Out 15-30.
Had to absorb a lot of pace there. Pegula did well with the variation as well, and still under pressure here though, 15-30.
Absorbing a lot of good tennis is Jess Pegula there.
The quality of the ball striking between these two is just outstanding right now. The pace has lifted overall in this third set, and even with that miss, got a clap from her teammates. Knew that was the right shot to go for, but really high quality.
$40-30.
Well, that's a great save from Love 30 from Pegula.
Great effort, but here's the question now for Bolter. Had Love 30, a couple of chances gone again, and that's what happened in the first set. And once she wasn't able to take those, it really did play on her mind, and you could see it. And as a player, you're very aware of that. So got to be careful here that this doesn't spill, that disappointment of not taking a chance into the next game. Got to slow down here on her serve. Like that. So that's a purely rushed point. This is where you just got to slow down a little bit, take your time, so that you don't get into this role of maybe making a couple of unforced errors, because at this stage of match, it could be costly.
Love 13.
No. I think she's made it. Yeah. Extraordinary shot.
15-13.
And that's gutsy as well, because she took the ball out of the air to hit the dry volley, then this little drop volley here, and anticipated well. Closed the net also. Not easy to hit a lob off that volley. You know that, Todd. It's perfect.
Both players having the same issue, aren't they? Yeah, it's like being love 30 for Pegula. She's had her chance, not able to do anything with it. This is tight. What an important match this is now becoming in this tie.
Yeah, she knows the importance of making that return, but they're both putting pressure on each other with the pace of shot and how early they're taking it.
Let for serve.
Yeah, it's just too good. It's a really good pressure from Bolter. And I know Pegula missed that previous return, but even some of these unforced errors that these players are making are actually, in my mind, considered not bad unforced errors because they're not backing off. And I think that's where I go back to. The quality's just been so high.
Oh, now was that in? It didn't look in.
And Pegula doesn't think
Team USA is requesting the replay of the in-call on the right far sideline. Team Great Britain leads by 4 games to 3.
Agree with Jess, that didn't look like where it bounced from our position, but regardless, the score is Katie Bolter holds, and she has 4-3 final set.
Whether it was, I don't know. No, it was more wide than long. But I can't see any. She knew she missed it.
How many fucking returns am I gonna miss like this every fucking time?
Yeah. You win all those points and it's in. I mean,
Back line to then try and go forward line.
No. Do whatever you want. I'm talking about when you walk around and you want heavy crossing the ball.
Yeah.
Someone comes back this
Yeah.
way,
Go on line.
so then
Go line.
if you feel it, okay, it's there.
Time.
You're doing beautifully down the line.
Yeah.
Get after a second here, Bolt. First point, come on.
Dan Evans getting behind his countrywoman in Katie Bolter as she comes out 4-3 on serve. We're getting to crunch time now. The important moments of this third and final set in this match.
Love.
Well, I think if Katie's going to win this match, she's going to have to keep taking the ball on like she is. It's going to be one or the other. She may miss a few, but you know, she's not been in these situations a lot throughout her career to have an opportunity against a top 10 player like this.
Well, let's not forget how she got into this position to potentially win the match. It's by going for it, being up on the baseline. And against the top players as well, you can't just let it happen or just try and make balls. You have to go after it. And sometimes you're going to make errors and maybe not win, but you need those weapons. You need to be brave to beat the top players.
Wait, please.
There it is again. Wonderful point construction from Katie Bolter.
Again, but she's the one up on the court and in the court right there. Have a look at this, the forehand, but I like the trajectory over the net, and she's in. She's looking for the dry volley. The anticipation, but also backs herself.
Oh. And that deserves a standing ovation from Colin Beecher, because this brings up a break point for Katie Bolter to potentially serve for the match. She gets it too.
Yeah.
What a moment.
Great Britain.
So we've talked about just how aggressive Katie Bolter's been
Great Britain leads
since
by
being
5
a set and 2 breaks down, and really just backing herself, being up on the baseline and being aggressive.
So this is a huge game for Katie Bolter in terms of massive win, starting a season.
So I said she's up on the court. That's what she needs to do here, even serving for it. Got to stay up on the baseline. Continue going with what's worked, especially in the last hour or so.
Oh, but we haven't seen that. And that is exceptional under the circumstances.
Especially off a low ball as well.
15 on.
And they're both hitting the ball so clean, and they're just great disguise as well. Not easy to do off this shot. Looked like she was actually going to slice that ball, but then the last moment changed the grip. And have a look at the backspin on that. I like the transition to the net also.
Fifteen, 30.
Wow. Well, it was the second last shot that depth and the height of the forehand.
15-14.
They got her a little bit of a shorter ball there for Pegula, but great effort to go back behind here. See, it was the depth of this shot, but then had the cross court open, but goes back behind Bolter, waits for Bolter to commit to the left.
And that's what you'd expect from a top 10 player. A great response from Jess Pegula. She gets the break back and it's on serve once again. Bolter leads 5-4.
Great response. So good.
Getting sick.
So what was that forehand she hit on that one? I was like, I'm just like saying a prayer every time she hits the ball. I'm like, please go out. You know when I'm stepping in, she's hitting that forehand line, like she's like going like this, and it's going like in the corner every time.
At least on your second serve now, you're making her run around her backhand and she's trying to hit forehands, getting a few errors. If you see her cheating, then go ahead and slide it. She's sitting on forehand.
I know, it was stupid. I should never have gone for that wide serve. It's so stupid.
Keep her honest.
But maybe if I'm up 40-15.
Right.
But also, she's tall, so if I don't hit it good, she's like here. Really, so if I want to miss it wide. Don't miss it.
Just keep popping your serve, okay? Don't let up on it.
I'm trying. My legs are just shot.
Well,
first point.
Hit me with your best shot is playing around the stadium, and Katie Bolter has been putting plenty of those at the world number 5, Jess Pegula today.
Time.
She's had to absorb a bit in the last 5 minutes or so, had to break back to stay in it. Katie Bolter playing one of the best matches of her career at this point. This would be a big win for her and for Team Great Britain if they could get a point. But Jess Pegula, here she is serving to stay in the match. And during that break, Jess was saying to her coach David Witt, that forehand, she's just nailing this forehand into the corner so consistently, and it has been a massive weapon for Bolter today.
You can see 20 forehand winners right there. And again, just dictates with the forehand, and it's not just because it's technically such a good shot. She's got a great grip. It's not too extreme, but it's how she gets in the position for the ball. The footwork and the feet are so good, and she sees it early. The preparation as well.
(15-13).
Oh, yes.
Wow.
Brave to bring in the drop shot, but perfectly executed.
She did that in the previous game as well when she was serving and when she was
30 on.
Love 30 down. She now does it at 15-30. Have a look at this change up. She hasn't done it too much today, and even though Bolter got there, this lob perfectly placed.
Let for serve.
Oh, what a point from Bolter.
Brave.
I mean, tip of the hat to Jess Pegula. She stayed in the point. She made Bolter have to come up with something special, and this was a good dig on the volley.
And this one here as well, she anticipated there to her left.
And now it has brought up match point for Katie Bolter and Team Great Britain.
Ball, please. Ball, please.
There's a magnificent victory for Katie Bolter and Team GB.
7, 6-4, 6-4.
And well, we said in a situation like that, to come up with one of the biggest wins of her career, you have to go for it, you have to take it on, and Katie Bolter did exactly that at the key moments of the final set.
Well, what an effort, because with her back against the wall, set 2 breaks down, she just had this great positive attitude and went, I'm just going to go for it. I'm going to play freely. I'm going to do the best that I possibly can, point by point, and got back into that second set. But I give her even more credit, to be honest with you, for that third set, because she just played better and better, believed in herself, backed herself, went for it. How aggressive she was. The ball striking was incredible. And that was top 10 tennis from Bolter.
Certainly was. You know, that's what David Witt said midway through the match, that she was playing top 10 tennis. She's not even in the top 50. She's 56 in the world. Her career high is 50. This will help her reach a new career high. Jess Pegula, world number 5, will rue her opportunities that she missed today. She had a set in Sri Love, didn't take advantage of it. She also had a break in the opening game of this third set, but full credit to Katie Bolter. The hard work that she's been doing physically off the court have paid dividends today, and she is now about to tap with Jill Cravis.
Katie, wow, first of all, an absolutely incredible match. Congratulations. You got your team up 1-0. Just talk us through that. You were down a set in 3-0. What changed? You were able to turn that around so well.
To be honest, I felt like the first set was really tight and it could have gone either way. And she came out heavy in the second and played some really good stuff. And I just tried to fight and stay in the match as much as possible and somehow found a way. I don't know how, but we got there eventually. But yeah, it was a really high-level match from both of us.
It really seemed you enjoy yourself out there. We noticed you started smiling a little bit more. Did that help relax you at all or ease some tension?
Yeah, I mean, I play my best tennis when I'm smiling and having fun. So I was just trying to keep on going point by point, keep smiling, and try and get over the line, and eventually did.
Look, you've played some very high-quality couple single matches here. This is your debut at the United Cup. Talk about the dynamic, being a part of a team. It's a very different experience. How have you enjoyed that, and what's helped you?
Yeah, honestly, I absolutely love being in a team. I feel like I thrive in these situations. It's so good to have so many tennis heads giving you information at the side of the court, and it really does help you and makes you think clearly. And yeah, it's great to have these guys and girls behind me.
Well, absolutely fantastic win. Best of luck. We'll let you rest up, but best of luck. Congrats.
Thank you.
Everyone, Katie Bolter.
And what a start it is in this season. It's New Year's Eve, but 2 wins for the 2024 season for Katie Bolter. Defeats Isla Tomljanovic when GB took on Australia opening match, and she's put her country into a fantastic position with a win against the world number 5. As Yelena, we take a look at the match summary, and well, it was forehand winners in the end, 20 of them, that did a lot of damage to Jess Pegula here today.
He did, and the majority of those, that was in that third set where even Jess Pegula said that she's just ripping that forehand and not missing anything. Break point conversion as well, 8 out of 12. Also net points won, 23 out of 30, so she came forward quite a bit, and full credit to, in the end, Katie Bolter, because the bigger points she played better, the key points in the third set. And what I love is that she was up there knowing that this would be her biggest win ever, and she went for it, didn't hold back. Great comeback and a great win to start the year.
Well, she's given Cam Norrie a chance to see if he can seal victory and a place into a quarterfinal for Team GB. He's coming out next. He'll take on Taylor Fritz. Plenty more action to come from RAC Arena here in Perth and the United Cup.
So what an encounter we've got in store here after the upset win by Katie Boulter to get Team Great Britain on the board in this match with the defending champions Team USA. Taylor Fritz has been there for a while. Cam Norrie's just coming out of the warm-up area. So we're not too far away from having the players walk on. David Colbert alongside Jim Courier. And that upset in the women's singles, Jim, means that we've got a couple of really big and important matches about to arrive, particularly the mixed doubles, which will become a live rubber if Taylor Fritz can get the business done here.
The defending champions, the United States, are on the ropes. Katie Boulter from a set and 3-love down shakes the tree, and out comes a win. Pretty remarkable. So Taylor Fritz is going to feel a little bit of extra pressure at this moment, because when you're the defending champion, yes, you have confidence, you played well, but you also have things to defend, and not just the title, also ranking points. Taylor Fritz earned 350 ranking points in the United Cup last year. That is significant. That's more than the winner of the Brisbane International will get. They'll receive 250 ranking points. So this is a big moment for Fritz, because if they lose, they're out, and GB will be advancing to the quarterfinals.
And his only loss last year was to the man he's playing, so he's got that in the back of the mind as well. So there's always a lot of storylines in sport, but this one with both of them, particularly Norrie, who had a terrible finish to the end of the season. We're still in 2023, of course, but to the end of the season. And Taylor, of course, was hoping to get to the tour finals and got injured in Paris, couldn't quite get there, so his season ended on a bit of a lull as well. So a new year, first match for him, and Norrie was impressive against de Minaur. So there's the seesaw. Is it balanced as they go into this, or is it favouring one end of the court to the other?
I think it favors Cam Norrie for a couple of reasons. One, he doesn't have to win this match for Team GB to advance. And two, he's already played a match, and that is a big factor.
So we'll get into the preview a little bit more after we get our players on court.
Our second singles match for the session. Please make welcome from Great Britain, joined by Captain Colin Beecher, Cameron Norrie. And his opponent from the USA, it's Taylor Fritz.
Pretty good crowd in here at RAC Arena on this New Year's Eve. Beautiful day in Perth. It's been windy here, but and the cloud cover has made the conditions pretty good, but the sun is beating down and the roof is open, and they frame the court beautifully. They just edge the roof as the sun moves towards the west, and so the court is in full sun, and that'll make it a little hotter. It's about 30 degrees, but it'll be a lot warmer on the court than it is the air temperature. There it is. Picasso-like, really.
It's
beautiful.
It's a sunroof, literally. It's just like in your car if you have one of those. Beautiful stadium, though. I've never been here before, Dave. It's spectacular here, this RAC Arena. You can see why the players do enjoy coming here to Perth.
So for Norrie, we mentioned the end of last year, he got up to number 8 in the world in September 2022, and this time last year he was in good form. Both of these players didn't have good Grand Slam records last year, which will be something they want to rectify in 2024.
Yeah, that certainly will be big on their list. Taylor Fritz at least finished well with the quarterfinal run at the US Open, losing to the eventual champion, Novak Djokovic, but he'd love to go a little deeper, as have some of his American compatriots like Tommy Paul, last year's Australian Open.
Say hello to Orhan. He will help us with the coin toss. Say hi. Okay, after the coin toss, we'll have photo facing this side, okay? Like usual, we're using the net sensor, TV changeovers, and the towel boxes around the corner, so you have the sticker of the flag, okay? So you stick it inside. And electronic line calling, and the third clock on each corner, so keep an eye on it. When I call the score, I start the time. Any questions? So, Orhan, you have the coin? Yes. Can you ask Cameron, heads or tails? Heads is called, yeah. Up in the air. Oh, good. Flip. Yeah, heads. You choose.
Also.
Third. This side to fit photo, please. Facing this side. Yeah, thank you.
These little kids are so cute. He's not quite figured out where to look, but they're going to get him right now. There he goes. Smile big for the cameras. There you go. You want to keep that one.
You choose is an interesting call when you win the toss.
Yep. I want to know, how does the chair umpire, Moleani, decide who gets to call the toss? Does he do his own little coin flip to see who gets to call the coin flip?
Bit of paper, rock, scissors out the back, I think.
Okay.
Got a big round of applause. The tosser of the coin. And so now the players can finalise their warm-up. Completely different conditions inside here than outside. There's a single warm-up court virtually in the car park. So a big difference as we look at Cameron Norrie. 28 years of age, born in South Africa, grew up in New Zealand before returning to the UK. Currently 18 in the world, 5 titles. His best win at Indian Wells in 2011. And he won the Rio title in 2023, where he defeated Carlos Alcaraz. That was a big win for him. United Cup undefeated. Last year he had a great run here.
Sure did.
Beat Alex de Minaur, then Rafael Nadal and Taylor Fritz in 3 sets in the host city final. It was the only encounter that Team USA lost there. As we look at Fritz, the 26-year-old, currently ranked number 10, has been as high as number 5 in the world in February last year. And he won 2 titles in 2023, Delray Beach in Atlanta. And of course, he led the US team to a victory here at the United Cup.
3 minutes.
Yeah, Taylor Fritz he's a road warrior. This is a guy who, unlike many players, does not like to be home, does not like to take a week off. So he was in the Middle East in mid-December playing some team tennis there, getting some matches in, putting a few dollars in his pocket along the way, I would imagine, as well. But he is at his happiest when he's in a hotel room, ready to compete. He loves to fight for it on a day in, day out basis. He's going to have his hands full today against an opponent he knows all too well, David.
Well, they've had a lot of encounters, 13 of them, all of them on hard court, interestingly, and they've had the last 2 years in Australia, 2022 at the ATP Cup, and then last year at the United Cup, they've faced off as well. So virtually of all the players that are in this tournament, they've had the most head-to-head records as anyone. So that's interesting. It's pretty even too. So one of my favourites is the wind predictor. We'll get to that. There's the weather. 33 is the expected top. It's just under that at the moment. Windless inside the stadium here. Perfect conditions, really. Wind predictor, there it is. 66%. How does that compute with your neck top, Jim?
I don't necessarily concur with that because of what we were talking about earlier about the fact that Norrie played well in beating Alex de Minaur in his opening match, and he has a match under his belt as we see Colin Beecher on the left of the screen. On the right of the screen, Facundo Lagonis, the day in, day out coach for Cam Norrie. They have added an Aussie to their team. Stephen Huss is going to be helping Cam out as well this year. There's Mike Russell in the front of the screen, who coaches Taylor, along with Paul Annacone and his physio Walt's right behind them. So they're ready to go. We're ready to go. I don't think that it's is distinctly favorable for Taylor Fritz, though, in the win prediction category. How about you?
Well, would you have Norrie? I think Fritz is the favourite, but I'm a fan more than an expert when it comes to making that sort of prediction. So I just think Fritz is the man here.
30 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, this group stage match with best of 3 direct sets.
Is it 66% like win predictor for Fritz? No, I think it's pretty tight. And as we know, and this is why we love it, 2 people on the court.
USA
anything can happen. Yeah, that's why we come along.
I know, and I'm interested to see strategically when you've played someone this much, do they make adjustments? We certainly saw Cam Norrie serve fantastically well against
And
Alex
go
de Minaur
form
the
up.
other night. He was so effective off of that wing.
John Fitzgerald is courtside for us, and he's been prowling around underneath the stadium for a couple of hours, being mentally prepared and ready to go. Fitzy, welcome to you. What's your view on this encounter?
Yeah, I've been psyching myself up for hours, ready for you, David Colbert.
Well, the Rocky music gave it away a little bit underneath, but anyway.
I think the win predictor's closer than that. I think it's even money, really. I mean, I think it is an advantage, no doubt, to have a match. That may be the biggest influence in all of this, but the fact that Fritz has had matches during December, yeah, they may well have been club matches or exhibition matches, but there's still moments on the court where you deal with some form of pressure. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's, you know, certainly in favour of 66% in his favour, but I think the, you know, probably 52, 48, yeah, 55, 45, somewhere there.
We're about to find out.
Team
Team USA, defending champions.
Play. 15 love.
217 from the get-go.
all.
Good sign for Taylor Fritz that he's pumping the serve that big early on, considering that the reason his season ended was an abdominal injury at the Paris indoor tournament early November. If your abdominals are not full strength, you're not going to be able to reach back for that kind of power.
It did seem that injury was just one of those things that occurred at that time, and he had the scan and just decided that it wasn't something that he could continue with, but the rest of the off-season's been pretty strong for him, so it doesn't appear to be any lingering issues from that.
Game, Team USA.
So strong opening service game.
First game.
What's the key for Norrie here, Jim?
The key for Norrie is going to be to keep the ball out of the strike zone of Taylor Fritz's forehand. Once they're in the rallies, that's going to be the key. Another key for him is going to be to serve at the same level that he did against Alex de Minaur for 3 sets on Friday night. He was super effective with it, spotting up the ball in the corners, getting a lot of nice precision with it. I mean, Fitzy, I don't know if I've seen Norrie, frankly, serve better than he did.
Incredibly high percentage, wasn't it? And he's got that added left-handed advantage. I always thought they should be banned, left-handers. they produce a different angle. It's awkward to get used to. You don't play them as often as you play a right-hander, and I think that's a small advantage, but a high percentage is necessary. You know, Fritz is a wonderful player, but de Minaur is one heck of a returner, and he kept him at bay with his serve.
How much scar tissue do you carry forward when you have a poor ending to a season? So for Norrie, just he lost 9 of his last 11 matches. Mentally, do you carry that forward, or is it easy to wash away?
I think there's something about the new season factor that you can convince yourself that things are new and that you're fresh. And I think there was a lack of freshness for Norrie last year. I think he realizes he overscheduled himself Did a lot of extra tournaments and travel. He's been good for a long time now. He's been a top 20 player for the last 3 seasons as Cam Norrie.
15-0.
But I think he recognizes he needed to hit that refresh button. And then you come back and you tell yourself, I'm different. And he certainly did look different against Alex. That was a high-quality match on Friday night. And he came out on top in a nail-biter. There were moments in that match you could see the doubts creep in, but he fought through, and that's what's really critical for these athletes, to put that stuff behind them.
Well, the second set and the start of the third set, it looked like that the Australian was going to run away with it. Even in the tiebreak, at the start of it, you felt that de Minaur was the favourite.
Gee, David, that forehand, you know, when you're sitting courtside, you see how fast his racket head speed is, Fritz. It's a big shot, as Jim mentioned, and that shocked Cameron a little bit there.
Ask about what are the keys for Norrie. Well, recognizing Taylor Fritz is one of the great ball strikers from an offensive standpoint in men's tennis. He can absolutely blast the ball off the ground. What he is not is one of the best defenders in men's tennis. Offense leading the way for Fritz there. He gets an early break point chance.
Left second service.
Cam served so well against de Minaur. When he beat Fritz here last year, he had a very similar service profile, made over 70% first serves in play. So far tonight, he's struggling to make first serves, today I should say.
Advantage, Team USA.
The ball's getting from A to B a lot faster from Fritz's end of the court. There's very little time here for, unless Cameron gets on the front foot and makes Fritz defend, he's going to be under the pump, because the speed of which the ball getting from Fritz's end of the court to the other end is very quick. Not much reaction time.
Hammered. And the break comes early. And Team USA out to a 2-love lead. Impressive start from Taylor Fritz.
Team USA, the 2 games to love.
Well, that's pure intimidation, isn't it? What a forehand that is.
There's the value of the first serve. You only make 25% of them, and you're not a giant kick server. You're going to pay a price, and he certainly did. That was a wallop of a forehand.
He's got those long arms, hasn't he, of a modern player with big levers, and you can generate a lot of racket head speed with that. That means ball speed. It's like you play a bit of golf, don't you, Jimmy? I mean, you have club head speed in golf. You hit the ball a bit further. You have racket head speed in tennis. You hit the ball harder.
Love.
Taylor Fritz has 2 coaches. Mike Russell, you'll see in the front row when we go to the team zones here. The other coach, Paul Annacone, you may remember he was a fine player in his own right. Coach Pete Sampras and Roger Federer, Tim Henman. They did a lot of work with Taylor in the last 4 or 5 years to get him to understand just how good his forehand is, and to make sure that the opponents knew that if they left anything short in the court, he was absolutely going to hammer it. They've given him a lot of clarity on how to play. And now everyone who walks onto the court against Taylor Fritz knows if you leave something up in the strike zone on the forehand, the point's probably over. He might miss it, but you're probably not getting your racket on if it's a sitter. That kind of clarity is so important. It's led to so much success for Taylor Fritz.
So impressive movement from Taylor Fritz. 6'5" lot of him. He used the long legs to advantage, and he's open in the best possible fashion here. 3-love.
Team USA, the 3 games to love.
You talked about the defense, Jim. Wasn't bad on that occasion. Stretched to either side of the court.
Yeah, able to get a good hit on that one, forcing the volley to come up, and doesn't make clean contact with this forehand, but the fear factor had Norrie covering cross court, and he couldn't catch up to this shank forehand winner. The faux apology after he hits the winner. Not going to give the point back, but didn't mean to do that necessarily.
So Team USA having lost the opening encounter here. Katie Boulter beating Jessica Pegula. This wasn't the start that Cam Norrie had in his mind when he went to bed last night, that's for sure.
Not at all.
Time.
Not at all. Looking for his first winner of the match. He's made 3 unforced errors, and Fritz has been sharp. Making a good amount of first serves. The American so far, and Norrie now needs to get a little momentum. Remember, Katie Boulter didn't start off great either. She got the win for Team GB.
Love 15.
If you want to avoid Fritz hurting you with the forehand, you actually have to attack him into his forehand corner to open up his backhand corner when you can damage him. Overplays that one.
Love 30.
And that becomes the thing when you look up at the scoreline this early in the match. You feel like you've got to do a little more perhaps than you do need to. And that's the result.
That's a volley to bring a tear to John Fitzgerald's eye.
He actually stood up and was applauding.
Yeah, no, much appreciated. He looks just a bit overpowered at the moment, though. You know, when Fritz is in this form, you know, he started straight out of the blocks, and he's just overpowering him a little bit. Yeah, and important that he's a bit more aggressive, I think, to try and get his teeth into the match. And he may well get Fritz to come down off this platform too at some stage, but he's hitting the ball so well and so aggressively. I think if Norrie doesn't get a bit more aggressive himself, he'll be a bit of a sitting duck in the rest of this first set. Needs to go after it. But easier said than done. I mean, there's so much natural power from Taylor Fritz. It's interesting to watch up close.
Yeah, good service.
So Norrie gets on the board, dug himself out of a bit of a hole there. Team USA 3-1.
Team USA lead 3-1.
Started the match off with 218K and then hits that nice little soft slider, just a shade over 160K for the ace, fifth already.
What's he lost on serve so far? 1 point, I think. First one was to Love, second 40-15, and it's been an impressive serving display. As you said, if there's any issues from the residual injury, they've not in his mind or in his stomach.
It's right about where the coach would place the target. If you're hitting baskets or buckets of serves, that short angle there is just so difficult to reach. Perfectly placed.
Yep. There
we go.
So again, impressive on serve. Taylor Fritz, been a fast start for the American. They lead 4-1.
4 games to 1.
Yeah, he has some pretty good serves there from 130 down.
Yep.
Your first time to WA in Perth, Jim. The beaches here are magnificent. They do have the occasional thing with a big fin, but other than that, Cottesloe, beautiful. Indian tea house there. Saw Team Poland out having a surf earlier in the week, Scarborough, and then further north, Broome, one of the favourite holiday destinations. Remote and beautiful. And of course, Rottnest Island, which is a signature part of the world here. Taylor Fritz had a very good selfie with Quokka.
Good spots, too.
I've been lobbying for you to have a schedule that allows you to get out and about rather than just working all day.
Any luck with that?
No.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, first game he was. No,
Sorry,
no.
saving me a sunburn anyway.
I'll see this game. Next one.
Well, relaxed looking Taylor Fritz, as you would expect, as he glances to the scoreboard and sees a 4-1 lead early in this first set. It's been an impressive opening 20 minutes for the American. First match of the new season.
Yeah, couldn't have had a better start. Serving great.
Yes. Yeah.
Even if I miss my spot there, it's still like I'm normally in a pretty good place.
Yeah, exactly.
As opposed to the first game, I served 15 love.
Time.
I hit a T-serve, spot not great, and it was backhand.
Yeah, on the baseline. Yeah, exactly.
Jim, I find it interesting that Michael Russell's there with Taylor. He was a very good player in his own right. Very different in style than his charge now, though, isn't he? He was a consistent backcourt player who tough, competed well. He's coaching someone with enormous power. It's very different to his style.
It's been a great fit. They've done a lot of good work together. I think it's actually a good idea, Fitz, in general, and David, to have someone like a Mike Russell who was successful as a professional tennis player without weapons. And what that means is he had to use his mind and he had to use strategy. You add that to someone with big weapons. Yeah. I think that's a nice combination.
Good combination.
Yeah.
Well, there has to be a bit of yin and yang, doesn't there, in the coach-player relationship? Emotionally, strategically, technically. Well, that's a confidence booster for Cameron Norrie.
Team Great Britain.
It's to love.
And he started to make some first serves after that struggle in the opening game where he made 25% and had his serve taken away from him. Now he started to pick up the pace, made a lot more first serves in his last 2 service games, and this may be his best chance to break because this is the last game that the original tennis balls that they warmed up with will play, which means they'll be at their slowest, the fluffiest. New balls coming after this game. Taylor Fritz indicating to Mike Russell on the change of ends that he's loving the wide serve and the deuce. Let's see if he keeps going with it. He goes the other way. Beautifully.
Dirty love.
That's what you're talking about, Jim, isn't it? You go to the forehand to try and open up the backhand. And you can't just play back across court to Taylor Fritz's backhand all day, because he'll eventually back away and rip a forehand at you. So, way to open the court up.
Well, that was clever from Fritz. No, he was deep, but not super deep. But element of surprise.
The disguise wasn't great from Fritz. He changed his grip to the volley grip, which he uses for the drop shot very early. But because he has so much artillery normally coming off that forehand, Norrie was really, really deep in the court and couldn't quite get up to it.
So this is as close as he's been, Cam Norrie. Getting a look at a service break opportunity.
Game, Team USA. New balls, please.
So Taylor Fritz in command here in this opening set. Team USA 5-2.
Really good.
Wolf, you put electrolytes in the water?
Balls in, please. Balls in.
Pretty relaxed conversation in the team zone for Team USA. Just joining us, the counter got off to a fast start for Team Great Britain. A long match, but Katie Bolter over Jessica Pegula. Bolter was down a set, 3-love. Fought back 6-4, 6-4 in the last 2 sets to take that opening encounter.
He's also looking for his backhand line a little more than normal.
Yeah.
I think it's
a lot of eating going on. Were you a gel man, Jim? Did you? They
used to have, like, just go back across.
might not have been invented.
Yep.
Talking about the amount of food that they consume, and if you're a long distance runner, you go through the gels and they're terrible tasting things. No wonder you drink a lot when you. Some it's the bananas. Pickle juice used to be a thing for a brief period of time.
It still is. Pickle juice still very viable. Daniel Medvedev needed it many times, including last year.
Points he wasn't leaning
Melbourne.
Pitchy's on the pickle juice down there, courtside.
I thought you were talking about hair gel.
He might be pickled. different deal.
Hair gel would not be needed for some of us, David.
That's a slight that I'm going to remember. I'll get back at you. New balls, serving to stay in this opening set.
New balls are flying, and Fritz unable to control a couple of hittable returns.
Jim, how heavy is Taylor Fritz's racket? I mean, his racket head speed is quite extraordinary.
I don't know the answer to that. It's a good question.
You think a lighter racket would maybe help him produce a bit more racket head speed?
Whatever he's got, he's getting plenty of it.
It's interesting when you watch his service action because it starts quite slowly, but then he snaps vigorously. So he's obviously able to generate the speed. So Norrie will force Fritz to serve it out in this opening set. Been more comfortable on serve, Cameron Norrie, the last two service games, and that'll help him if he does lose this service game to Fritz. Give him something to go with in the second set. Much more competitive in the back end. Scoreline now semi-respectable. Didn't look like it was going to be like that for much of this opening.
Norrie was looking for the wide serve, guessed right, hit a quality return.
Love 15.
And gets his nose in front here at 3-5. That's how well Fritz is serving right now. Norrie's having to guess. Let's keep eyes on him, see if he moves early. Yep, covered in the middle. Fritz missed his target on that serve badly, and Norrie was able to get it back, but Norrie was looking for the big slider tee.
15-0.
That's going to do one of two things. It's either going to allow Fritz to hit a lot of aces, or it's going to bring Norrie into this game. But I think guessing, for me, David, is the right idea right now, given how well Taylor's serving and how big he's serving.
Well, some strong hitting in that exchange. And I think for the first time on Fritz's serve, Norrie's leading the count.
30.
Up to 40-30 previous service game. The rest has been a one-way traffic. So a little more pressure here. Do you guess again?
I think so. I think you need to. And you hope you get it right. It's a coin flip.
At 30. $40-30.
with the new balls flying. Just a couple more unforced errors coming off of the racket of Fritz. That one sails long. And Norrie still in this opening set. But Fritz has got to be pleased with his level overall so far.
Now, lovely movement from Cam Norrie with a combination of the anticipation.
Team Great Britain.
He moved well, opening down the line. Break point. Well, after the one-way traffic early, there's a battle on now.
Come on, let's go.
Serve clock at 3. Fritz is not going to make it. Oh, and Norrie was waiting for the warning, which never came and should have. Unforced error by the chair umpire there.
Oops.
On the biggest point of the match so far, Fritz took a little bit of extra time as he went to the towel towards his team zone, and Jimmy was spot on. The clock was ticking, we could all see it, and no mention.
Norrie had the final word. Another flaming forehand down the line. Gives him a second break point in this game.
Please.
Gets the break, back in it. Team Great Britain. Cam Norrie still trailing on the count, scores 5-4.
Team USA. Need 5 games to 4.
Well, the ebb and flow of the battle is something that we love, and Cam Norrie's just slowly edged his way back into this opening set after trailing 1-4. Survived the barrage of serves. His own service game's improved, and now he's got a chance to square it up.
I don't think he's played his best tennis yet either, David. And that's a good sign from his point of view. He started a little slowly, and Taylor really didn't make much or do anything wrong the first sort of 5 or 6 games. But yeah, now we've got a ball game, because you'd expect Cameron Norrie to probably maintain this level from now on.
Yeah. Kind of just like resets the point. It feels tough to go line right now.
Yeah.
Just a little more tension in the Team USA zone. Comfortably skiing along downhill, and all of a sudden flattened out at the bottom of the mountain, and Cam Norrie's worked his way back into this well. Nice to hold here. to square things up on the scoreboard, but his serve has
Sorta
been
hanging.
better.
He wants to take it like crush line forehand. It's kind of like what you do as well.
He went everything cross and every
No, I know.
ball
Off the line. No, I know. I know.
Put it aside.
Here we go. Come on, right here. Let's go. Come on.
Taylor Fritz, unlike a lot of players, when he has a chance to have a conversation with his team, he's usually the one talking. Most of the time, it's the coaches giving information to the players. But Fritz likes to have a running dialogue with Mike Russell and kind of voice his thoughts, and he's spot on. Norrie's down the line for him was a big difference maker and led to that breakback. And Fitzy, what does that forehand down the line do psychologically to Taylor Fritz from a court position standpoint going forward?
Yeah, well, I think you probably naturally think that the left hand is going to hook his forehand across court to your backhand if you're Taylor Fritz. But yeah, it opens the court up, doesn't it? It has the same effect as going to the forehand and making the backhand a little more vulnerable. It's not as good a shot. So, but you can hit cold winners there too, I think, because you're not, as a right-hander, you're not expecting that shot as much. So psychologically, yeah, I think it gets in your head a bit.
That's going to mean less forehands for Fritz overall, actually, because he likes to cheat on his backhand corner to the forehand side. He won't be able to do that as freely now. Even just a couple shots like that will have that effect of forcing Fritz to defend the down-the-line forehand going forward.
And earlier, of course, those were going in, and now they're not. And this has been a comfortable service game to date for Norrie to even up the scoreline. So, after 42 minutes, we're back on an even keel. 5 apiece, and the job's not done, but it's been an impressive last 10 or 15 minutes for Cameron Norrie.
5 games all. Love. Love. Love.
A good service game important here for Fritz, just to reinsert his presence a little bit. Been snatched away by Norrie.
And you can't help feel like that was the story of the women's match that preceded this one, when Jessie Pegula led a set in 3 love against Katie Boulter. Looked like she was going to put the U.S. up 1-0. That didn't happen.
So an impressive service game. Holds to love. Team USA 6-5 this opening set.
Game to 5.
Last two service games have been one to love, and deep into this first set.
Stay relaxed. No big deal. Stay relaxed.
I feel like he returns every single one of them.
Just stay relaxed. Hit your spot. It's more about hitting the spots. Just don't force it.
I literally wasn't.
Yeah, that's fine. Great serving game.
I mean, when I served the set, I made over 50% for sure. Yeah. The spots weren't bad. Yeah. Spots also don't matter as much as fucking guessing.
I mean, he wasn't. That game he leaned obviously heavy in the. Except for on the tee, you got him on the out wide, leaned a little bit, but you hit a good spot. The ace.
30 low?
You hit a great spot.
I didn't think he leaned there, actually.
Leaned a little
Until
too.
I just hit the small circle.
Yeah. But in general, it doesn't matter. That was the first game really he served wide on the deuce.
Which one?
Just now that he served at 4-5. Yeah. Mainly he's been going tee, so good returns. That's the way to go after the second. So I mean,
his service game, I missed every ball by 2 inches.
I know.
Like,
That's good. That's good reps. Yeah.
I was a little like lazy. Just go.
There you go. Come on. Right.
Wonderful to eavesdrop. You feel like you're in the team zone with them, being able to hear the conversations, the calmness.
I expect Mike Russell to drop a couple of pearlers there, like funny. Is there a bit of Billy Crystal there, or looks a little bit? I was expecting some humour.
Not quite Friday Night Lights, the speech, that's for sure.
I think Cameron Norrie is using that forehand a bit like he did in the final tiebreaker against Alex de Minaur the other night, getting that first forehand really deep with loop and keeping his opponent at bay a little bit. And it's not as easy to attack. Well, he's not at the moment. Really lifted his game. Well, good anticipation, but see, that first one was dangerous, wasn't it? He really didn't hit that first volley well enough and way too deep. This is just lost his feel on that, and that was asking for trouble, but gets away with it.
Goes for another one of those down the line forehands. Misses his mark that time, but a good time to try it and just keep sending the message to your opponent that you're not going to be as predictable as you've been in past meetings. And these guys have seen a lot of each other. 13 meetings prior to this one. In the last 3 years, they've played 3 times each. So a couple new wrinkles coming from Cameron Norrie today. And what's nice is we get to hear Fritz tell us about him in real time.
The other thing interesting about that head-to-head is that back-to-back wins have been hard to come by. Only been 3 occasions where they've won it, been able to string 2 wins in a row. There's one wins, the other wins. Makes it interesting as well. So there's that history of knowing all about each other. Getting tight once again here. had the advantage of the net court, but it was well played by Cameron Norrie, and he squares it up, and we're off to a tie-break in this opening set. Wouldn't have thought that was the case 25 minutes ago.
Well, halfway through that rally, Norrie got back into the rally. He was under the pump there. I thought he was going to lose the point in the first half of it. But the high looping forehand deep halfway through that rally got him back into the, on an even keel in that point. He did well.
In the 13 encounters, they've had 6 tie-break sets. Fritz leads 4-2.
Fritz with a forehand down the line of his own to open up the tiebreak with a hold of serve.
Team USA.
First ace for Norrie.
What a smart return from Taylor Fritz. It was a sidewinder serve up the middle, and it was tailing away from him. So Fritz just gave it some air. And Norrie trying to serve and volley actually ended up putting himself in an awkward spot. This was a tricky high backhand volley, and that is weight moving away from the shot. That was a tough one, and he couldn't land it. So early mini break for Team USA. I wonder if Fritz saw Norrie covering that shot and tried to do too much with it, because the cross court was definitely wide open. Norrie was covering the line, and Fritz overplayed it.
A 3-2, Team USA.
A little bit of an issue with his quad there. I wonder, Dave, he's been sort of self-massaging with a thumb deep into that quad muscle for a couple of games now.
Keep an eye on that, Fitzy.
4-2, Team USA.
Get up to and hit it. That's all.
That time he tossed it so far left for one-two.
Yeah, yeah. That's the old Norrie.
Well, not on
No, it's different. Here we go. His point.
Fritz, a fountain of information, telling his coach Mike Russell, and Norrie tried to fool him with a fake ball toss, threw it out wide, which would indicate a slice serve, and then blasted it up the tee, but Fritz was there for it. Ended up winning the point with the backhand pass. And he's got the mini break.
4-3, Team USA.
Another down the line forehand from Norrie. Follows it up with this leaning backhand just inside the line. Well done. Fritz with another referral to his left quad there after that excellent point from Team GB. Misses this cross court, stops and stretches.
Was a little ginger too then as he pulled up. So back on serve here, been a seesawing tie-break, a little like the set itself. Started off so strongly in favour of Taylor Fritz. And again, more work on the quad. Just as he slid and he had the weight on his right leg, he didn't seem that keen to put the left leg down. So, but a close eye on that.
Five all.
Well, brilliant from Taylor Fritz. Is Norrie there and had a shot on it? I think so.
Well, for a guy who seems to be struggling with his left leg, this is getting on your horse and getting after it. What a great run across the court, and this one never left the line. They just tracked down the line the whole way. Norrie had a play on it, thought it was going wide, and now he's up against it. Fritz will serve for the set at 6-5.
Yeah, if he wins this match, that will be embedded in his memory, I'm sure. Efforts like that can change the outcomes.
Fritz finally prevails in the opening set. It looked like it was going to be done in half an hour. 59 minutes. He takes the tie-break in the opening set, 7-6. Well, some good fight from both players.
Great job.
Fritz to fight off the challenge from Norrie to get back into that opening set.
Fuck your sprints, though. No, I'm dead serious. Like, I'm so mad at you. I'm trying to get that tablet. Shut up.
Have him come out and soft tissue.
My idiot coach and trainer made me do like sprints too close to tournaments, so my quads are insane tight. And I think I just pushed it a little too hard, like, because they're so tight. Sprinting too small. So I don't know if I think I like sprained it or just, but like it really seized up bad. And you hit that more and more, and you feel like it's really like a local area. It's like right on this exact spot. It's so tight. It's so late out. That's all good. Yeah, but not even there. It's just that middle area. It's like right, yeah, it's like right in there. It's so bad.
Dr. John Fitzgerald courtside was the first to pick up the issues with Taylor Fritz's quad muscle. He feels like it's seized up a little. Don't think there's any particular problem other than that. He's not leaping with pain, which is normally the case, Jim, once the physio digs the thumbs in.
Pushing on something that's just like incredibly like tight sore. Yeah, anything when you're trying to loosen it up.
Okay, I'll take a medical.
They're going to take a medical timeout here and probably give some massage to Fritz.
It was already really like tight and sore.
I think it's a relief that we didn't hear the word tear. I mean, it seems like it's just incredibly tight. So
he was very specific when he came to the team zone. When he was talking to his coach and his physio, Wolfgang, who's right behind him there in the black cap, that his, and I quote directly, "My idiot coach and trainers had me do sprints, and that's why I'm sore, too close to the tournament, and that's why I'm sore." It was done with the tongue-in-cheek, and certainly Mike Russell and Wolfgang took it as such. They all had a laugh, but that's what's happening right now. He is overtrained in his mind, too close to the tournament, and he's got some fatigue in that leg and some lactic acid that is rearing its ugly head right now. He's trying to get some relief from it.
You know, Jim, it's always the case, isn't it? In this global game we have, there's very little off-season. You've got to do enough work to stay in shape, thinking about months ahead. So therefore, you do train close to starting times, and that's the dilemma. That's the balance you've got to find.
It's an interesting thing because, as you know, my background's track and field, and you know we would prepare for 3 or 4 months without a competition. You know, it was double. You'd compete in the summer here in Australia, and then you'd go to Europe and you'd compete there. But in between, you would have long periods of time where you just trained, and you could be exhausted, and the high level. It's a little bit different now. Athletes train at a very high level, but you can't get a body of work in and play at this level. It's not possible to do both those things at the same time.
No, it's just about maintenance and trying to maintain that. And in Taylor's mind, they pushed him too hard prior to this tournament, and he's paying the price right now.
He did say it just feels like it's, you know, it's an incremental thing with a muscle tightness like that. It starts, you feel it a little bit and it gets tighter and tighter, and it can ease off with a day's rest and a lot of massage, and you have the treatment, a bit of acupuncture, and all of those things can release all of that. But when you're in the heat of battle here, it's one set of piece on a warm day with the sun beating down. It's not an easy situation to be in when it's the first match of the season.
Well, at least it augurs well. If he can win this singles, he won't have to play mixed doubles because they've got a specialised player in the background ready to do that. So Rajiv Ram is here, and so maybe that at least is a positive, but it's getting through this one, isn't it?
Yeah, he's not just playing for himself, he's playing for Team USA, so he is very much accountable for this result. They need it, otherwise they are eliminated. Team GB will be advancing to the quarterfinals.
The issue is with the second, like, he's kind of just sliding it now to my backhand, so I can't really attack it too hard. Because if I start stepping, like if I move up on the return position to start taking it early on the backhand, he'll just start going big again into my body. So it's like,
show him different looks.
I like where I'm standing, and
I'm just saying for that.
Okay.
In general, so you don't get caught too far on the baseline grinding. That's all.
Well, I just need to be a little more aggressive.
Stay for another changeover?
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
just
if you're going to stand back, just give yourself good height.
Pull the backhand line a little more.
Yeah, I agree.
I have to say, though, there's no agitation in the voice of Taylor Swift. He's very calm. He knows that it's, I don't think it's a...
It's a different voice than Taylor Swift's.
Yeah, that was a little faux pas, Dave.
Sorry. I'm still unhappy I haven't got tickets.
I think that was deliberate.
Yeah.
That was a deliberate faux pas.
You think so?
That was a cry for help.
Yeah.
That was. But in seriousness, back to the match, Taylor Fritz, we're focusing on here today. is talking about trying to find ways to shorten the points and avoid having to run as much, going backhand down the line a little bit more. So we'll keep eyes on that, see if he does indeed pull the trigger and try and keep things nice and quick in this encounter with someone who likes to play long points across the net.
I'm still giggling down here.
Yeah.
13 love. Thirty, 15.
Despite the serving woes from Norrie early in the opening set, no double fault since his first of the match.
Et 30.
Taylor Fritz is in disbelief that Norrie continues to make forehands down the line because it is a new wrinkle. It's something different from Norrie. Fritz definitely not expecting it and not believing that he can keep doing it, but so far, Norrie has.
Again, Team Great Britain.
So Norrie takes the opening game of the second set. Fritz tries to shake off that quad problem.
So argumentative, it's like out step.
When you're in this situation early in the season, Jim, when you feel something, and you've got to play full on as we look at the set summary.
Can't open up the corner on you. And he's just going to try to move.
Service percentage improved for Norrie throughout. Certainly the first points won.
Here we go.
The rest of it worked his way back into the match. More unforced errors for Fritz.
Yeah, it was a pretty high quality set overall. Apart from that slow start for Norrie, he was pretty good. Fritz had more winners than unforced errors. So too Cam Norrie. So high quality, high intense affair.
You can't go into protection mode though, can you? Really, you've got to. It's a difficult situation to be in if it continues to play on his mind physically.
Yeah. Fritz has asked the physio to come back after the third game, give him one more round of treatment, which you're allowed.
Love.
But if you're Team GB, the only silver lining of that opening set is sitting down and seeing your opponent need a medical timeout. And you've created some momentum back from that love 3 deficit too early on. That's reasons for hope for Team GB that they can get a sweep of the singles. Still plenty of work ahead though if that's going to happen.
Love. 40-15. Game, Team USA.
Doesn't appear to have any issues on the serve, Fritz. That front left quad, front foot when he's serving. So one apiece early in the second set.
Seems to me that Norrie's come to the net a little bit more than I'm used to seeing him in this match. So again, trying to throw some different looks at an opponent who's seen plenty of the stock standard Cam Norrie over the years.
Love. Game.
Well, impressive service game from Cam Norrie.
You balls, please.
Team GB 2-1 in this second set.
Team Great Britain in 2 games to 1.
Physio comes into the team zone to meet Taylor Fritz, give him a little bit more treatment on that left quadricep. This will not be an extended break, though, just the normal 90 seconds.
I'm just going to keep sliding on the ad.
I don't think he knows what specific shots are bothering it, to be honest. I'll do my best to try not and show it. But
I do feel like he's going to start using them. I mean, he's been using it, but I feel like he's going to use it just to open the court.
I'll be on it. Just like that one on my serve, where I serve him wide and have the whole court inside in, and just crush it inside in, and somehow still lose the point. It's like, I don't get it. Like, so many shots, like I get it, he always leans that way. Regardless of it, there's no way he should be able to do that.
Sometimes he's leading, and it also depends how off the court you're getting it. And sometimes you hit the shot of it,
drilling, but it's not badly placed, though.
No, and he's pretty far back, too. Thanks, man. You can always use a drop if you're there, too. Thank you. As well, you know? Yeah. Well, come on. Here we go. Come on, come on.
A little more agitated that time, Taylor Fritz. And, he says he doesn't think that Cam Norrie knows when it's agitating him, and he's going to do his best to try and cover it up.
He's incredibly laconic, though, isn't he? Like, and then he rips the ball out of nowhere.
Yeah, for service. Love 15.
that's the new balls. He just lost his timing twice.
Lock 30.
Brand new balls, they fly more in the sun. First one, he covered it too much into the net. That one, he just lost control.
Players have been talking about how springy the balls are when they're brand new, how much more they bounce up, and that bounce seemed to catch Fritz off guard in the last point.
At 15-30.
The good news department for the players, this is the same ball that will be used across all the Aussie summer tournaments, so no changes. That's a big source of contention in the playing group, that they have to make so many adjustments to different types of balls, different brands of balls throughout the course of the year.
It's crazy, really, when you think of that. You look at F1 and there's a controlled tyre and there's different versions of it, but you know, the teams know what they're going to get. They can set up accordingly.
Yeah, well, there's one governing body in Formula One, isn't there? And there's 7 governing bodies in tennis, so it's everyone's got their hand out and different pockets. Oh. What a serve that was. I can't even believe that Nori got that return back. That was a beautiful slice serve short in the court.
40-30.
Look at this thing. It's short. I mean, Nori cuts it off and somehow extends the rally.
So Fritz holds serve. Squares it up in this second set.
2 games all.
It's interesting tempo at the moment. We're back on an even keel, and it doesn't have the firepower of some elements of the second set, where one or the other was in control.
Slightly wrong strategy there from Taylor, defending there. I mean, you either had to hit a winner down the line there or go back across court. This just opens him up for an opponent to attack him. Should have gone across court. Easy sitting up here.
You haven't missed a shot yet, Fitz.
Not a chance.
Nori mentioned after his match against de Minaur that he'd been out before Christmas, has got family in Perth, so he's had a bit of time to acclimatise, which is important given that he lives in Monaco, spent some time trekking in the mountains in the snow during his off-season. A big change of temperature.
Phew. 14, 15.
Situational strength on the forehand there. Down low 40. Fritz just went full guns blazing, and boy, did he connect. This is an absolute howitzer. Norrie doesn't even react, and it wasn't that far away from him.
So some good serving from Cameron Norrie. Team GB 3-2.
So you get another point. Okay. That was unbelievable. You have to slice it, but if he doesn't put the ball there, try to get another point. You keep moving. Or come in. Yeah, or come in. If he didn't come in, you can get another point to keep bossing him around. Yeah. Very good there.
Just one other thing, missing is doing an unbelievable job with that one. So that means when you make the catching line, also brilliant. Yeah. Bird in the line, and that's where you get that. Yeah.
So an hour and 23 minutes so far in this men's singles match. Team Great Britain taking the opening encounter with Katie Bolter defeating Jessica Pegula in 3 sets. Oh, Fritz rushed out to a 3-love lead in the opening set here. Norrie fought his way back.
I can also look at some back
in the tie break, and we've been focusing a lot on the left quad of Taylor Fritz. Haven't seen too much of the coaching box from Cam Norrie, but calmness in there as well as they just analyse the situation. No discussion of the quad, though, focused on his own game.
Yeah, focused on his game, but I think some of their tactical information was quad specific. I think they talked a lot, or a little bit anyway, about keeping Taylor Fritz moving side to side, which is a good general play against Taylor, even if he is in full health. And that's really important, as we talked earlier in the match, to try and keep him off of the center of the court and moving side to side when he can be less aggressive.
Love.
A little window here of opportunity for Team GB. 15-30 with that forehand going awry. Norrie's very deep for this return of serve. And he's going to get a second serve now to go to work on. That's a mistake. That was a great firm second serve, and Norrie was trying to get around it and got himself out of position there.
40-30. Game.
So back on even terms at 3 apiece.
3 games all.
We've seen Cameron Norrie really rip some forehands. His standard forehand is the loopy one, the one in yellow with so much net clearance and depth. But then when he wants to sting you, he revs up the speed, takes the spin off of it. That's the red trajectory, a net skimmer. That's the one that's caught Taylor Fritz out a lot down the line today.
Love 15.
So the timing of using either of those. How often does he use the net skimmer if that's not the usual play?
Yeah, it's I would think it's somewhere in the 1 out of every 6 at this point. Somewhere in that neighborhood. Just enough.
And when he goes across court, it's got more loop on it generally, hasn't it? I mean, that's the ball a left-hander uses to loop across court, get to a right-hander's backhand if they can. And the one down the line takes more risk, but you get more reward for that one if you can make it.
$30-15. $40-15.
So Norrie serving first here, and you just feel like the pressure is building slightly on Taylor Fritz. So team Great Britain 4-3.
Great Britain lead 4-3.
Here, Taylor.
Hit that love 15.
Well, RAC Arena not too far away from the Central Business District, just over the back of the buildings there on the Swan River. Elizabeth Quay, fireworks will be going off there tonight, celebrating New Year's Eve. Murray Street Mall for shopping. Beautiful regeneration of this particular precinct with the stadium, host of the major sporting events and concerts. Beautiful setting.
Had to have hardly
perfect weather at the moment.
Right? Okay, because I hit both of those so good.
Yeah.
And like the first one, he like hit a really good return.
Yeah.
I hit like a really good serve.
Yeah.
Like that serve's an ace if he's not leaning. So, and then the second one was just as good, and he
both times he hardly
had to have.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
He takes a big step, and then
I'm surprised. I'm like really struggling on the flat wide on the ad right now though, but like every time I serve it, I feel like I'm gonna make it. I'm missing every one, but I think I'm just gonna bring it down a little bit on the effort on that one, and maybe they'll go in.
I mean, you got him with some great second bodies too.
He kind of jammed himself.
He did jam himself. He tried to run around, didn't he? There we go.
All right, let's go.
Come on, let's go.
Hold break.
Very much enjoying the conversation in the team zone for USA.
So in the ad court, Fritz is feeling like he should be making more of the big serve out wide. He feels like he's hitting it well, but just missing them all. I think he's going to try and maybe go a little lighter on the speed to try and find it. Not exactly sure. Going to do less, in his words. We'll see what that means.
Love.
On that first point, those misses when you have an opportunity on a second serve really hurt you, don't they? I mean, if Fritz hits a big bomb on the first serve, then too good. But if you get a chance to face a second serve, you've got to make it. You're going to have a chance to break this serve.
40 love.
He won 65% of his second serves in for the match, and a lot of those came in the back half of the from Norrie's perspective, a lot of those second serve opportunities came in the back half of the first set. He's been 80% second serve percentage won. So Fritz, as he holds serve comfortably there.
What's the percentage on his first serves, David? Because that's a very impressive number on a second serve.
Yeah, for the set, he's only serving at 52%, Fritz, but he's 73% of serves won, which is pretty similar to the match, 74%.
So in the second set, Fitzy, he's winning more points percentage-wise when he hits a second serve than a first.
Well, that throws my theory out of the window. Thanks for mentioning that. That's hard to believe, though.
Some of that boils down to Norrie missing returns in big moments. Norrie can certainly play better against Fritz's second serve. No question about that.
Sometimes he doesn't prepare well enough, I think. He was just late getting his racket face open there for that volley. So intent in getting forward, I think he didn't prepare early enough.
Fitzy, how tight did you string? You were a great volleyer. How tight did you string your racket? What was your tension?
Pretty loose. It got looser as I got older, Jim.
So Norrie strings his around 40 pounds. You know, that's quite loose. Most players are more in the 50 to 55 pound range in their rackets. How does that impact the volleys?
Well, I think it probably gives you. I think it gives you a little bit more feel to have a looser string job. But early in my career, I had tighter strings. As I got older, I swung a little less, just put the racket face behind the ball more, and just used the strings. But to the defence of the modern player, the strings they use now are more difficult to volley with than the ones I used. Strings they use now are more useful when they hit ground strokes because they spin the ball a lot more. The strings have changed the game considerably, as you know, Jim. And in my day, we used a natural gut in our rackets a lot more, and that had more feel on the volley. So easy to criticise with these modern strings.
Big points here. Well, it's well played from Cameron Norrie on a big point. We've got another break point to defend. He did well.
He did, and I did like the pass. He kept it low. He didn't try to overplay it. Fritz, he certainly asked the question. Just gets it down low, makes Norrie come up with this. But he's good enough.
Let first service. Advantage, Team USA.
So Taylor Fritz gets the break. Crucial stage in his second set. And he will come back and serve for this match for Team USA.
Team USA lead 5 games to 4.
Think he keeps taking away slider?
I think he's gonna. Yeah, I think he's gonna look for it.
I mean, I gotta have an idea because
I think he's gonna try to take
the
it
way
away.
he took it away last time. I hit 2 that were perfect and they came back, so we can't be having that right now.
No, I mean, I would start the games flat and then go to the slider.
I think I can get away slider on the ad, maybe.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like if I'm up in the game, he's not taking away the wide. Or the slider on the ad. I think when he's up, when I'm down in the game, he's taking away slider. That's what I'm
saying. I'm saying also starting from neutral as well.
No, I'm talking about the outside.
No, okay. I'm just saying.
I think on the do side, he's taking away everything.
Yeah.
I think on the ad side, he's taking away when it's like 15-30 or something.
Yeah.
Because 15 low in my service game there, I missed my spot T, and he wasn't even there on that. So
like you said, just
let's do it.
Do what you're doing.
Let's do it.
Stay relaxed, aggressive, like you've been doing. It's perfect. Come on, let's go. Come on.
Hour 41 minutes has been the duration so far. Tail of the tape is that Fritz got off to such a fast start. Went to a 3-love lead. Norrie fought his way back in. Just the 2 service breaks in the opening set forced it to a tie break, which Norrie won. And this one's been pretty even until that last service game. Norrie broken.
Thought the conversation at the change of ends was fascinating, David. They're predicting what the opponent's going to do on the return and where to go on the first point. Made up his mind to go for the flat one down the middle. Unfortunately for him, he misses it, but
well, that's strong work from both players.
But a big difference, David, in winning your first point serving for the match here and losing it. And they were really keen to get that first point under their belt. Norrie does well. Gives himself a chance.
Well, he was a little concerned, wasn't he, Fritz, when he selected the drop shot, instantaneously questioning his decision.
15-all.
Yeah, I think it was the lower percentage play. I mean, he's so good from there with his forehand. Why would you take a risk with this? He gets away with it. These are the biggest points of the match. I think he'd go with his strength.
30-15.
Well, he's on the verge of turning around last year's result, where Norrie was the only player to beat Taylor Fritz at the United Cup. It's a much-needed victory for Team USA. Square up the tie. He's got the match points. That was a floater, dropped in.
40-30.
So Fritz squares the ledger. Impressive 2-set victory over Cameron Norrie. So Taylor Fritz for Team USA. 7-6, 6-4. It's one apiece. Well, had a lot going for it, that match. Fritz was so strong at the start. Norrie fought his way back in. It was a intriguing commencement to this second set where no player had the ascendancy, but John Fitzgerald, I think he'll be pleased to get the win, have a bit of a rest. Tomorrow night up against Team Australia. Not sure we'll see him back for the doubles. Don't know that just yet, but a good win.
Yeah, I doubt, Dave, that he'll be back for the mix. He may be, but I doubt it. Particularly with that added issue with the quad. But he'll be happy. I mean, his form was pretty impressive for someone who's playing their first match against Cameron Norrie, who had a match under his belt. And you can see the disappointment there in Norrie at the end. He really wanted to win this, and it gives the USA a chance to stay in this match, give themselves a chance at a mixed doubles.
As you mentioned, they do have a very strong doubles specialist. Interesting also that Jessica Pegula is still in the team zone with the slides on, so maybe they have already made that decision. At got a bit of time, of course. So there's Pegula. Doesn't necessarily look like she's firing up for a mixed doubles encounter. Looks can deceive, of course. And we're just about ready to go down courtside where Jim's scurried down. So let's go down now and join Jim Courier with Taylor Fritz.
Taylor, congratulations. This was a must-win for Team USA, the defending champions here of the United Cup. How'd you get it done out there? It didn't look easy.
Yeah, it was a really tough match, obviously. I've played Cam and I've played each other so many times, and it's always a battle. It's always close. I got pretty lucky at the end of the first set tiebreaker. Hit some shots that probably would miss more than I make, but in the second set, kind of just hung in there with my serve. My serve definitely kept me in it, and then I was able to steal a break.
Tell us about the medical timeout you had after the first set. You came in, you had a word with your coach, your trainer. Seemed like maybe something went awry before the tournament. Maybe give us a little detail on what you were dealing with.
Yeah, well, I don't really sprint that often. You know, I do other types of cardio, so they made me sprint a little bit.
What kind of sprints are we talking about? 100 meters, 400 meters, 20 meters? What are we talking about?
I don't know different distances, but I don't sprint that much, so I got really sore, really tight, and I carried it all the way into today, and I think I overdid it just running for one of the drop shots, and maybe just tightened up, strained something, but we got through it.
Yeah, you sprinted through the tape, and now Team USA is alive into the mixed doubles. Who's the USA team going to be? Are you involved? Is Rajiv Ram playing? What do we have for Team USA?
It's looking like it's going to be me and Jess today. I'm feeling ready to go, and I want it.
You want it? All right, well, get to it. Get back in the locker room and get ready to go. Team USA, Team GB mixed doubles coming up just around the corner. Well done, Taylor Fritz.
Yeah, interesting. He just wants to keep going. But, they also want to defend their title, so it's a crucial doubles encounter with just the three teams in the group. It's wins are crucial.
Oh, they are.
There is a second runner-up, but it's a lottery, really.
No, it's crucial, David, but a good sign too that the leg is not as bad as we had feared. I mean, I was fearing that he might have had a small tear there in the quad, but it seems it is just stiffness. It's tight, but no damage really done, and he'll get over that if that's all it is. So good news for him, and if he wants to come out, if he wants it, as he said, good for him. They wanted to try to defend this title.
And obviously a lot less movement on the doubles court than the severe stopping and starting sprinting that's required. Did like his comment, I'm not much of a sprinter, but I think the training staff might revise what they give him, that's for sure. He's no enthusiast. He's the same height as Usain Bolt, but that's where the comparison ends.
Oh dear. Well, you know, tight match. He deserved to win in the end, but he was very modest, I thought, too, and he did make comment about that shot at 5-all on the tiebreaker in the first set, if our viewers can remember that. He struggled to get wide and bunted the ball down the line, and it landed in, and that was the difference, really. Match was close, really was. Could have gone the other way easily. I mean, his serving is obviously a big winner in those stats. I mean, 14 aces, and he has his fair share of unreturnables too. So that's his strength. He uses it.
So Team USA square the encounter here. It's one apiece, and we've got the mixed doubles to come.
Our final match for day 3 of the United Cup in Perth, it's the mixed doubles. Coming onto court now from Great Britain with their captain Colin Beecher, Katie Bolter and Neil Skupski. And their opponents from the United States of America, led out by their captain David Witt, it's Jessica Pegula and Taylor Fritz.
So there we have it, all players present and correct for the decisive rubber in this second Group C tie between Great Britain and the defending United Cup champions, Team USA. I'm Catherine Whittaker, alongside me, John Fitzgerald for this one. And Fitzy, this is exactly what we want in the United Cup, isn't it? The premium placed on the doubles.
I think so. It really adds character, doesn't it, to the event. It was always special at the Hopman Cup, and this is the format that sort of follows that, and yeah, it puts a lot of emphasis on the combination. 6 doubles.
Yeah, this is a combination we've seen before. Katie Bolton, Neil Skupski, they played a couple of nights ago, lost out in 2 straight sets to Storm Hunter and Matt Ebden. No shame in that. They're a great doubles team, but of course, Katie Bolton absolutely on fire in her singles earlier on this afternoon.
To Henry, he will help us with the coin. Okay, so as our guest. So like usual, just remind you, at deciding point, ladies on serve, men to men, okay? So the rest is serve clock around the corner and ELC. Keep an eye on the serve clock, okay? Questions? Please ask Team Great Britain for heads or tails. Heads, okay, up in the air, well, then a nice picture together. So heads is called. Wow, good flip. Yeah, heads. Serve. They said serve, you stay? Yeah. Okay, so face this side, please, with Henry.
All smiles for the Hot Shots mascot, and a compliment from chair umpire Mohamed Layani on his coin-tossing skills. There, good day at the office for him.
He looked a bit like a future movie star, that young fella.
Yeah,
he had the look.
Really rose to the occasion, didn't he? Team GB winning the toss there, electing to serve, a marker perhaps of their confidence, and in particular Katie Bolter's confidence, because my goodness me, that was the match of her life, really, to beat Jessica Pegula in the singles just a couple of hours ago. The best win of her life by ranking, and the performance matched it.
Well, she's been nothing if not impressive these last couple of matches here. That was interesting to see her play that well, and to come from a set down is quite a statement against a player of the caliber of Jess Pegula. So her confidence will be riding high, but this is a different ball game. This is a different skill set, and her doubles the other day was not up to the same level quite as her singles. Pretty tough to match that, by the way, but just some of the skill sets you need to be led more by a specialist doubles player here in Neil Skupski, because they've got 2 high-quality opponents, Kath.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 2 former world #1s in doubles on the court. Jessica Pegula, of course, has been #1 in doubles, partnering Coco Gauff last year, and they intend to continue that partnership this year, certainly through until the Olympics in Paris in July. Neil Skupski, a former #1 as well, still a top 10 player. Wimbledon champion last year with Wesley Koolhof, and a 2-time mixed doubles Grand Slam champion with the US player Desiree Kravchik, who's on the bench for Team USA today. And Team USA is an interesting one because they've got some very good doubles players on the bench. Desiree Kravchik, as I say, and of course also Rajiv Ram, another former world #1. And after Taylor Fritz was getting a little bit of treatment from the physio during his singles, I think a lot of people thought he might be subbed out for Rajiv Ram, but here he is.
Yeah, including me, I think, Kath. It took me a bit by surprise, but I take my hat off to him because he wants to win this badly, and he thinks he's the best player on the team, and he wants to take charge and feel the accountability. So all power to Taylor Fritz here. I know that Rajiv Ram, though, he understands his way around a doubles court, so it might have been a bit of a toss of the coin, but the #1 player has the right to call that.
Yeah, spare a thought for Paul Rajiv, who's probably backstage somewhere, warmed up in his kit, good to go, but stood down at the last second. But it's great to see from Taylor Fritz. He's such a competitive animal, isn't he? You just get the feeling he wants to be competing all the time, no matter what.
I find him a little contradictory in the way he competes, but he looks so laconic between competing.
Yeah.
Between competition, so he looks so casual, even the way he speaks. He's really an interesting character, I think. And then he just comes out, and all of a sudden that racket head speed is top of the tree.
Yeah, he can lull you into a false sense of security, I think, can't he? Because as you say, he's got such a relaxed demeanour, but there's a steely core in there. David Witt there, captain of the US team, and of course coach to Jessica Pegula, long-time coach to Jessica Pegula now. You can see Michael Russell there in the background. He is part of the Taylor Fritz coaching team. He also has Paul Annacone on side as well. What a coach he has been for Taylor Fritz and for plenty of others over the years.
He paid for part of my house, Paul Annacone. He was a good doubles partner to have, Kath. So I miss him. I wish he'd come back down to Australia.
Be interesting to see if he's in tow in Melbourne.
Yeah, I don't think he's coming down, but I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he's coming.
You can get the scoop for us, Fitzy.
All right.
I'll expect to hear that from you. There's the Team GB bench. Dan Evans there. A very, very good player to have as your #2 men's singles player. He's having a light week so far, a lot of time spent sitting on the bench. Interesting to see if Team GB do progress, whether he gets deployed. I mean, he seems to be liking his time in Perth so far, having a good time.
Well, he's a little older now, Evo. You know, he might need to protect that old age a little bit, you know, to be fresh going into the rest of the summer.
Yeah, it's a good point, and he ended last season on such a horrible note. Popped his calf, didn't he, at one of the indoor events. Don't look up a replay of that. Whatever you're doing, well, it was pretty horrific.
I've got bad news for him. That generally is an old man's injury. Calves go. The older you get, Kath, the easier they are to pop.
This is a tough scene for Dan Evans right now. Poor guy, he can't get a match, can't catch a break.
Well, he's got all that talent. I'm just a little jealous. I normally don't like guys with talent, but I like Evo.
Stylish player to watch, isn't he?
Yeah,
really stylish.
I've always loved watching him play.
Yeah, well, it is all on the line in terms of Team GB's progression today. If they win this mixed doubles, they win the tie, and that makes them 2-0 in the competition so far, and it guarantees them a place in the Sydney quarter-finals. If they lose this match, then they lose the tie, and it is all in play when the USA take on Australia tomorrow night.
So what you're saying is that in about 30 seconds, it's going to be on here.
It is on. Can't wait. Let's go.
My first set, Niels Kuski to serve for Team Great Britain. Ready? Play. $15 love.
I thought that was interesting on the very first point. You understand the knowledge that Jess Pegula has about doubles. She got her partner to stay back on the first point. She's choosing not to do that, but I thought it was interesting, giving some orders there. Because Taylor Fritz will be more comfortable at the back of the court than in there volleying against Neil Skupski.
$30-15. 40-15. Game. Team Great Britain.
Commanding start from Team GB.
First
Good
game.
serving from Neil Skubski. Teams will just change ends before Team USA go to serve. Let's bring in Jill Crabas at courtside. Jill, Jessica Pegula's doubles career is such a fascinating thing, isn't it? Because she faces so many questions about her commitment to the doubles and whether it potentially puts her singles success at risk. But she's always adamant that regardless of that, she wants to play doubles, and that's the way she's going to do things.
No, she absolutely loves it. And her and Coco Gauff, both of them have said how much they just like playing matches so much. And Jessie actually has said, you know, I'd much rather play a match than go back on the practice court because it is an opportunity to continue to work on things, to get better. And what better way to do that actually in a match where you have to consistently deal with pressure and have those tough moments. So, I mean, she just loves it. And I think physically she's absolutely fine to deal with it.
Oh, that'll do nicely from Katie Bolter.
Well, the last 2 points I've been impressed with Katie. Well, I have been all week, but when her partner hit a great first serve down the middle, it took the angle away from Jess Pegula in the previous game, the last point, and she crossed beautifully, read the play. And there, I didn't instantly like the matchup with Taylor Fritz's forehand coming at her while she was at the net, but she handled the touch volley magnificently. She's brimming with confidence.
Honestly, I feel I'm about 15 meters from her now, and I feel like she's got so much to spare, some might just rub off on me. That is how confident Katie Bolter looks right now.
You look confident.
Less confident in returning Taylor Fritz's serve. She looks like she fancies a go at this.
15-30.
Well, in this format, when there's a sudden death point played at deuce, you really don't want to get behind on your serve early in the game. It makes the pressure mount. Gee, it helps when you have that, though. That's a bomb, isn't it?
31.
Yeah, and in his singles match against Cam Norrie earlier, you were showing a very slow-mo shot of his serve, and it's a lovely motion, isn't it? Very smooth.
He's got the long levers. He's got the height, the trajectory down into the court. He's got good looks. He's got everything, Kath. A little jealous, really.
40-30.
I'm sure he's really messy or something, you know. Or
what's wrong with that?
Bad at playing pool. No one's got everything. That's what we tell ourselves anyway.
Well, he served his way out of the trouble here.
Well, Katie Bolter is more than happy to trade ground strokes with Taylor Fritz.
Yes. Deciding point.
And giving her team a chance here to get an early lead.
Yeah. Sudden death deuce, it's game point, and it's break point. And of course, it will be Taylor Fritz serving this time to Neil Skubski, which, who knows, he might prefer.
Game, Team Great Britain.
Well, it was a good reaction volley from Pegula, but not good enough. These Brits are feeling it just now, and that's an early break for them.
Team Great Britain lead 2-love.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of an early dagger. That one, that hurts if you're on the USA team. Did not make a mistake, Katie Boulter there. Really well played.
Katie Boulter to serve for Team Great Britain.
Well, I think it's important, Kath, to keep the net player honest. I mean, Jess Pegula here is thinking, well, I'm going to go down the line. So it's in his mind, but she just didn't get the ball low enough. When a player's that close to the net, it's actually pretty hard to miss.
Saw the move, I think, from Skupski, didn't he? Saw the line open up.
At 15-all.
Oh, Taylor Fritz just held his racket head so late on that one, and he's anticipating that Skupski's going to look to move pretty often. He's so active at the net, and I agree with Fitzy. Just it's so important to use that line, maybe early on in the match as well. So it's a great shot from Fritz.
It was on the racket, wasn't it? But Pegula didn't have much fun returning the Boulter serve in the singles.
Yeah, the movement at the net can take your peripheral vision away a little bit sometimes. It's disconcerting when you know the player's so active. So Skupski there didn't even have to put a racket on the ball to win that point. Well done.
Yeah, he's a lively presence at the net, isn't he? Great athlete. A rare miss on the forehand from Boulter. But more good doubles from Taylor Fritz there. So 30-all. Another key point on serve.
Yeah, yeah.
Screamer.
Well, it's dangerous.
30, 40.
He's won a couple of points by movement, but if you overdo it, and Jess Pegula's backhand there was like a rifle. So if she gets it in the alley, Skupski can be in trouble here. But he gives her the added bit of area to hit it down the line, didn't he, by moving?
Yeah, she had a lot to play with there. And it might just sow a seed of doubt in Skupski's mind. Break point to Team USA. Knifed that, Jessica Pegula. Made it tough for Boulter, didn't have the reply. The break back is sealed on serve.
Great Britain lead 2-1.
That felt important there, Fitzy, for the US to get that immediate break back.
Yeah, and I think a little bit of proof there that Jess Pegula she's just a bit more competent when she's in close to the net. Her volleying looks a little bit more solid. Katie's hit a good forehand volley here to win a point earlier, but that backhand volley left a little bit to be desired. So Pegula is certainly proving her worth on a doubles court. She's been a woman of such experience over the last few years, as you say, in both singles and doubles, but the doubles is going to help her here.
Feel it out. Yeah, if you hit your heavy ball, I don't think she's going to be able to take it on the rise. But, I mean...
But if I have the ball legit,
well, I mean, yeah. If Neil's at the net,
she's gonna love your pace. She's gonna love your pace. She's never seen it.
I don't think she's ever. Okay, I don't think so.
Heavy and deep, she's not going to be able to take it on the rise.
if Neil's at the net and you have a sitter, then rip it at Katie.
I'm saying, I 100%.
Goal. Well, that right there is just a total demonstration of one of my favourite things about this competition.
Yeah.
Whole team conflab on tactics. She's
Yep.
not going to like your pace. She's going to like your pace.
Yep.
She's never seen my pace.
Yeah, but
loved that.
But she's not going to be afraid of standing and delivering, because it's the versatility of pace, I think, that would affect her more. So I think that's what the rest of the team was trying to say to Taylor. Yeah, if you hit the ball in the zone to Katie, she's going to love it. Loves the speed.
Interesting insight into his mentality, though. We saw Matt Ebden the other night really, take it with a smile when he was being aced by Katie Boulter, but he didn't like the suggestion there. That
No, he didn't. It was the ego kicking in.
Yeah.
Kath.
It was really interesting.
See, the girls they'll have no trouble with that pace, because they're used to. There's a big difference in hitting with pace on a singles court and making someone move. Huge difference. If they only have to cover half the court, the pace is not going to affect any of these players as much.
Tell that to Taylor Fritz. I think Jessica Pegula is ready to get away from Katie Boulter's ground strokes today. I mean, she was at a bit of a loss in the latter stages of the singles. Jill, I know you watched that. She was just kind of saying, this is unplayable stuff.
She was, yeah. Jessie was saying that a couple times on the changeover, that she just couldn't quite figure out what to do. As soon as Katie had a forehand, she was basically controlling most of the points against Jessie. Just touching on what you guys were talking about as far as the discrepancy between the pace, and you're absolutely right what you're both saying. The women aren't fazed by the pace off the ground. I mean, especially these two women in particular, Pegula and Boulter, they like that pace coming into their racket, and not only off the ground stroke, but I think that applies to the serve as well. They like the pace of the serve. It's the kick serve from the guys that cause more problems.
Exactly, Jill. Exactly. I mean, if you get the ball to move and kick and get up high, it's a different.
It's a different kind of spin.
It is.
Yeah.
And the height of some of these guys creates that extra bounce, and that's the type of ball that the women probably don't see as much.
I think the guys just want to ace so badly.
Yeah.
Game.
And
well, he didn't enjoy those last 2 points there, Taylor Fritz, did he?
Great Britain.
Well, therein lies probably an example of the difference. Having a full-time doubles player in Neil Skupski, he's used to that movement and those quick volleys, because that's what he does for a living. He doesn't have to play the singles like Taylor Fritz does. So he might be a bit lost on a singles court against these big hitters, Neil Skupski, but he knows what he's doing really clearly around the net, and Taylor just struggled there a fraction.
Yeah, mixed doubles, different gravy. They've got the break once again. And Neil Skupski here serving with it. So this time, try and underline it. Yeah, that's a good return from Pegula.
Love 15.
Now, I feel like Pegula could use that line ball pretty often because there's hardly any height to it. She just understands, just skims the net, and that's a tough volley to consistently have a play on.
It's also her strength from the back of the court against Katie's, not weakness, but she's also stronger at the back of the court. So you've got a good match up there for the Americans.
Oh.
I think Jill's right. She'll go to the alley a lot here.
15
I would think. And if it's not on the first ball, it'll be on the second.
And she's a real precision player, Jessica Pegula. When she decides to hit a ball somewhere, you back her to make it.
(30-15).
Nothing to do about that. Good serving from Neil Skupski.
Well, that angle really helps the serve down the middle of the court. It does it on this side as well.
Oh, what a reaction.
Well, he's on top of the net. He's almost touching the net, isn't he? That's why those volleys, they're so easy if the ball is not at net height, basically. But good reactions, and his doubles prowess is paying dividends here. Look how close he gets here.
They do well not to foul the net, don't they? Point for a 4-1 lead. Not quite. They are all over them just now, Team GB. As Team USA trudge back to the pod for another conflab, and Team GB sit down riding high. 4-1, they lead.
Yeah. My legs feel so much better. So much better. I'm so glad I was second today, first today.
Makes a big difference. What? Makes a big difference.
Yeah, huge difference. No, yeah, I know. Yeah, 100%.
Keep going now. Keep battling again on this side.
Yeah.
Katie Boulder seems like a good kid to me. She's just down to earth. You know, she was just mentioning how her legs feel a lot stronger because she played the first match today and has had time to recover. Probably had a massage too.
Yeah, great analysis there, or great insight from the team pods. Katie Boulter just chatting to team captain Colin Beecher there, saying playing first up in the singles and having that rest before having to go out and play the doubles has made all the difference today. She said her legs feel so much better. Of course, when she played a couple of days ago, won her singles pretty handily against Ajla Tomljanovic, had about 15 minutes in between, then came immediately back out to play the doubles, and a fascinating insight there.
(15 love).
Well, maybe the Boulter confidence is rubbing off on Neil Skupski. He's belting his forehand today, isn't he?
Yeah, and I think a smart play because he just dips this one. And, I mean, his forehand against that volley is probably fair to say it's favourite. If he can just get that first ball down low. But Taylor's got to win these points on his serve, really. If he gets caught back, he seems a bit in trouble.
Sluggish on the movement there, Pegula. Just a little bit casual.
And Kath, I'm wondering if right now they're thinking in the US pod, Rajiv Ram is sitting in the locker room, who's an expert, has won Grand Slam doubles titles. I'm just wondering whether they're thinking, have we done the right thing here? There he is. He's not young anymore, but he's still pretty darn effective on a doubles court.
Well, with every point that goes by, that becomes more salient, doesn't it? 39 is a spring
40.
chicken in men's doubles these days.
Thank goodness for that, by the way.
He's no age at all, and he's some doubles player, as you say. Ended last season winning the US Open and the World Tour Finals in Turin.
Well, power here is not what the USA are missing, but Taylor needs to... He needs to be able to hold serve, that's for sure, or they're in big trouble.
Yeah, 2 more break points. Dangerous times for Team USA. I think that Taylor Fritz ego is taking a bit of a hammering just now. He's not enjoying his time out here on the doubles court just now.
Lead 5 games to 1.
Well, there is a different skill set on the doubles court. And, you know, someone like John McEnroe, who I picked the best, you know, or one of the best, he understood clearly the strategy and the skill sets of both singles and doubles. But a lot of the singles players these days don't play a lot of this.
Well, the way things have been going, you thought that would sneak over for GB, but not quite. I thought of John McEnroe as well with what Jill was saying earlier about Pegula preferring to play doubles than to practice. That was his attitude, of course.
It was.
Spot of frustration in that, perhaps, Fitzy? Just a little.
Well, I think, you know, that's his strength, isn't it? The serve and forehand is Taylor's strength, and he's got to be able to win points with those two weapons because, you know, he's probably not going to come into the net and out volley Skupski. So, good tactical play for him.
She just can't get a handle on that Bolter first serve today.
Yeah, she struggled with the return during singles too, and now you throw that other element in there with Skupski at the net consistently moving. I mean, that's a whole another distraction, and it just seems like he is in Jesse's head right now in the return.
Goodness me. She's seeing the ball like one of those UK footballs.
I've never seen Katie Bolter play like this before. I think people have felt like she's had it in her for a long time, but to actually string it together like this is great to see.
She could be big for the global game, couldn't she?
Left first service.
What Skupski does and what a lot of the doubles players do by crowding the net like this is they make the returning area much smaller. So that's what Jill was referring to. You know, you feel pressure in getting the ball back in a small area rather than having 3/4 of the court to hit it into. This is one-sided right now.
It is. At love 30, thought there might be an opening for the Americans, but Bolter, for the moment, has snuffed that out and created a set point for Team GB.
He knows how to hit those ground strokes, doesn't he?
He does, and he saw the openings well there, didn't he?
Deciding point.
Spied the court opening up, but it is still, of course, still set point. It's break point as well. It will be Bolter to serve to Pegula. Well, of course, it's a Bolter forehand that does the damage on the biggest point of the set. 6-1. Team GB take it. They are riding high just now. Well, how about that? Katie Bolter taking that confidence from the singles, putting it on the mixed doubles court. Jill, you watched her in singles earlier. Have you ever seen anything like this from Katie Bolter before?
Well, I saw it from the first match as well, where she played Ajla Tomljanovic a couple days ago. And from that point on, I felt like she was on fire and just teeing off in that match. And she, you know, the question was the consistency. We know that she's capable of playing extremely well. So the fact that she able to carry it over into today against Pegula, one of the biggest wins of her career, it was very impressive. And just like you and Fitzy had said, she is exuding confidence out there. I mean, the way she's walking around the court, her demeanor. And the one thing that's standing out to me as well is the communication between the two, Skupski and Bolter. They're constantly communicating in the middle of the point as well. So they are so on point right now.
Any thoughts on the point that Fitzy made about Rajiv Ram sitting there unused? That decision not looking great just now.
I mean, you know, it's hard because, I mean, Taylor and Jessie also won every mixed doubles match they played at the United Cup in the beginning of this year as well. So, I mean, it's a tough decision, but, you know, they went with it, so you got the decision that they've made.
So good.
Yeah, hindsight, of course, is a wonderful thing with regards to team selection. But I suppose with it being Fritz as the #1 player, having made that decision himself, he's put the pressure on himself, hasn't he, to perform in this match?
Yeah, I think so. And you know, matches like this are quite often about matchups. You know, depending on who you play and what the opposition skill sets are. And today they happen to be playing a guy who's won Wimbledon in doubles. So he knows what he's doing. He's a specialist doubles player. He's going to bring all of that knowledge to the court, and you know, Taylor needs to turn this around. I mean, he right now he hasn't matched Skupski's double skill set.
Let's see.
New balls. These will be hard to get back on this serve. So there's an example of what we were talking about. That serve was not a bomb, but it got up high. And that gave Katie a little more trouble than the previous ones. And, of course, Jess there jumped in at the right time to help her team win the point. But that's the type of variety I think that is probably necessary. Unless he can hit his big serve close to the line all the time.
Just a bit over-eager on that forehand. Interesting seeing Pegula, of course, the experienced doubles player on this US team, kind of walk Taylor Fritz through the signals that she's giving him up at the net. She's giving verbal instruction alongside. Well, that was a bomb close to the line, and it is finally a hold for Taylor Fritz.
Second set.
And a lead is a lead. They've got one at the start of this second set.
Here we go. Let's go. Come on.
Yeah, energy, says David Witt. Did feel like they were a little flat in that opening set, didn't it? This, of course, is their first match of the United Cup. GB have had that opener against Team Australia a couple of days ago, so first tournament of the season, rust, understandable. God, Katie Bolter's swaying along to Sweet Caroline. Looks fun to be her just now. That song in Great Britain is very associated with Emma Raducanu's US Open victory.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sure Katie has those memories as well. It was a victory that definitely made the other British women think anything's possible.
And Katie gets away with that one. That would have been an easy smash, I think, for the incoming server. Get that short one of the net. It's imperative that you put it away.
There's a lot of players that make that high backhand volley look awfully easy, but it's not at all.
Left second service.
I just get the sense that Fritz is still wanting to power through the ball so much and wanting to basically hit through the opponents, and so far that's not working. I agree with Fitz. There were a couple that he threw in those kick serves and they actually got some balls that they could attack and get in control. Fritz right now I feel is just a little bit stuck trying to overpower.
Yeah, a bit of impatience about his performance so far. Point for an easy hold for GB.
Well, now we face a pretty important game. This can set the tone for this second set if GB breaks here. So pressure on Jess Pekula, and she needs some help from at the net.
Well, the way Skupski crouched there and just edged over to the left, he knew exactly where Katie Bolter was going with that return, and she put it on a postage stamp, didn't she?
Ooh, big miss there. Gee, that was a golden opportunity. And Jess will be breathing a sigh of relief. Second serve, Skupski's got to really make that.
He was desperate to get into the net, wasn't he? Just lofted it. dear, oh dear.
You know, the old saying is, like, doubles is, I think it's a little more complicated than it appears to some people. You know, sometimes you can be one of the better doubles players in the world, but if you play with the wrong partner, or if you have an apple playing with an orange, sometimes, you know, they don't gel together. It can get complicated, and I'm seeing a bit of that here. It's a bit of an apple playing with an orange. You know, they have different skill sets, not complementing each other here, the Americans. Oh, it landed in. A bit of luck for Neil there.
Was that a leave from Fritz?
I don't think he could reach that. I think it was just out of his reach, but things not going his way. And he'd be a bit confused, I think, right now, Taylor.
Yeah, he looks kind of discombobulated out there, doesn't quite know what to do. It's worrying times for the Americans. 2 break points.
Well, came off the body.
There was a touch, I think. A touch on the net.
Dear, oh dear. An incredible reaction volley. But he fouled the net in the process, Taylor Fritz. He can't catch a break. But the Brits can. They lead by a break in this second set.
Team Great Britain lead 2-1.
There'll also be, Fitzy, a matter of pride for Neil Skupski today, won't there? Because he's the double specialist out there, and what this match is showing so far is that it really is a specialism, and you always see that when you have doubles matchups where you've got singles players against doubles players. It does seem like there's that bit of needle with the doubles guys wanting to prove that you can't just turn your hand to it when you fancy it and expect to be an expert.
Yeah, look, I'm a bit torn on this subject because I played a lot of doubles myself as well as singles, but I think if you have a preference, you play singles. And some of the guys, when they realise that they're not going to compete there, they learn this other specialism. And to be a doubles player, yes, it does take some special skills, and it entails a different skill set or several different skill sets. So right now Taylor is a little bit lost out there. He's the best tennis player, but we're talking about singles. Doubles is a different issue.
Left for service.
Good reaction. That's a good sign from Taylor Fritz.
Love 15.
Well done. Good return too. That put Skupski under pressure. Look how close he is, and when it comes that fast, it's hard to defend it. Well, that's just the wrong ball.
It was a lovely backhand, wasn't it? But it was right to Neil Skupski.
Yeah, the best chance of the US losing the point here is if Skupski gets his racket on it at the net. Hit it straight to him. did everything right, but blew the last one near there. But the movement was good and correct.
Well, I also think that's why sometimes the Americans are making some of these mistakes, like you mentioned earlier. Fritz hitting that backhand right to Neil, but it's because he's thinking about Neil at the net. He's wondering if he's going to move, and so it's kind of distracting him, just being committed to a shot, just picking a shot and hitting it.
Oh, good play from Jess there. You know, sometimes you live and die by the sword. When a player's that close to the net, it has pros and cons because it makes a lot of volleys easier. But if you're too close and something comes by you very quickly, it's hard to react. That ball really, if he was a half a metre back, he probably would have got his racket on that volley.
2 break-back points. Lovely angle.
30-40.
I like the pressure there, though, from Pegula just deciding to hit and come forward just to show a little bit of a different play to their opponents, just trying to do something different, trying to move and put that pressure on.
Another one of those 1,000 cuts to Taylor Fritz's ego.
Well, this becomes a very big point. I mean, it's sudden death here, and a hold here for Bolter would be reasonably telling. Won't be the end of the world for the Americans, but it's a big point nevertheless. They need it. Clutch.
Team USA.
Great use of the line from Jess Pegula. Didn't have a whole lot of space to work with, but she found it. And she's broken back for Team USA. And she is the leader of this team, isn't she? So, leading by example. Back on serve. Let's see what they can do with this tiny slice of momentum.
You'd expect him to hold his serve. I mean, he lost it twice in the first, Taylor, so now he's found his rhythm a little bit. You'd expect the Americans to hold this game. So then we've got a ball game if they can get their nose in front.
Quite a lengthy discussion. Well, she's gone for the lob return a few times. Well put away from Pegula. So he does hold once again. And he helps Team USA to take the lead once again in this second set, 3-2. So as the teams take a brief sit down, we're going to have a look at Cygnet Bay, 2 hours north of Broome on the Kimberley coast. Great pearls available in this part of Western Australia, apparently. I like the look of those pristine beaches, giant tides, looks pretty lovely. If you're looking for somewhere to go for some sunshine and scenery, that looks pretty fun. Some Taylor Swift, what's not to like? Singing along, Katie Bolter, she's having the time of her life at this United Cup.
This one here.
First one.
Yeah, better.
Jill, what's your feeling on the momentum here? Is this a shift for USA?
I think a little bit, especially just kind of watching them discuss things together on the bench, and they just seem like they're having a little bit more fun. I think Mike Russell, Taylor Fritz's coach, cracked a joke a little bit ago, a couple games ago, and then it got everyone laughing, and I always feel like that helps ease tension a little bit, and since that time they've been enjoying themselves on the sideline, so I feel like that's been a bit of a change for the Americans.
Yeah, he strikes me as somebody that places a lot of pressure on himself, Taylor Fritz, so anything that can ease that a little must be helpful. Confidently plucked out of the air from Neil Skupski. Does like to hit that forehand when he gets the chance.
It's the backhand volley that's a little more susceptible there for Katie Bolter. The forehand, I think she's got more strength on that side of her body. That backhand, maybe two hands sometimes might help her, but if I was the Americans, I'd be going there.
Did well to get back in that rally, GB, didn't they? And a rare miss from Skupski at the net.
15-30.
Well, it's the old question with these modern doubles players. It's a skill set that's changed over the years. And look how, this is a good angle to see how close he is and how little time he has to react. If the ball's higher above the net, it's an easy put away. If it's low, you can get into trouble.
It's a great serve. Was in a spot of bother there at 15-30 down. Needed that. Still a hint of danger, though. Lose this point and it would essentially be 2 break points to the opposition.
Jess was there. I think she read that serve and moved a little to her left as Skupski made contact, but it was just a bit too big, wasn't it? 194 Ks.
That is a good hold from 15-30 for the Brits, steadying the ship, getting a stop to the US momentum. 3-all, very much game on in this second set with the Pegula serve to come. This could be critical right here.
Left first service.
Well, that was some good doubles play.
It was.
Yeah, the bench enjoyed it. Couple of dicey moments in there, but they handled it. Good movement there from Fritz. Lovely little reaction from Skupski, but not enough. Good serve. Heavy.
Just the Americans getting a lot more consistent overall, and Fritz has taken a little bit off his ball. Pegula's getting a little bit more comfortable on the return. They're just not making as many loose errors as they did in the first set.
At 30-15.
Just the second of those from Team USA. No, make that first.
Well, good reaction from Taylor. I think a little bit of luck there. Came off the frame, I think, that volley. The wry smile there.
It's more of a smile than we saw throughout the first set, isn't it?
Oh, that was a permanent grimace in the first set.
He's definitely warming up a little bit.
Good reaction. Big hold.
Big hold indeed. Both women have held serve, and we are on serve. 4-3. The Americans lead. Yeah, Jill, I'm sure you can see this even better than we can from your courtside position. The demeanour of Taylor Fritz and Jessica Pegula seems to have completely shifted.
They've definitely gotten more relaxed, and like I mentioned earlier, just laughing and smiling. And I think the team around them, around Jessie and Taylor, have done a great job of just loosening them up a little bit. I think in the beginning they came out and, like we've mentioned a few times, trying to overpower a little bit, and I think just having that little bit more fun demeanor has really helped the Americans.
Yeah, the Americans made it clear how much they're targeting defending this title.
Like I might, like, and then you lose back next one.
You're like, but I really need to practice, like going as a girl. Boom.
Literally, the next one got just popped in your chest.
And then Dennis hits her in the head, and then
That was actually, you guys should start letting Neil know how good he's serving. You should let him watch the.
What?
You should let him know how good he's serving.
I should.
That's what I'm doing.
I'll start saying. Were you telling him?
I'm trying.
kind of got close there.
Tell him he's serving
I was
good.
on that one.
I'm just like, man, this guy's a mystery. Serve on the outside, you know, like 96%.
You need 100.
Tell him
you
he should
kind
start
of have to give him the wide serve. He's just hitting it on the line.
You would think, because his toss is so low and out in front.
He's missed one for sure.
Let him know. Let him know that stat.
Yeah, let him know. Come on, let's go.
Let him know he found him.
Well, Team USA doing our jobs for us there. Great mid-match analysis. Big game here. Bolter serving 3-4.
Well, it was the depth that caused Jess Pegula a problem there. Couldn't really get a hold of that return of serve.
Good leave from Skupski. Is that a good error, Fitzy, that one?
Well, I think it's the threat of Skupski's movement. You know, on the last two returns, Taylor hit his wider than he normally would because Skupski was moving, and this time Jess was sort of preempting that he would move, just overplays it.
What a hold that is from Katie Boulter. Strong as you like. And on we go, 4-all.
4 games all.
Very much the business end of this second set. Taylor Fritz's serve to come once again here. I am enjoying those signal conversations. Well, that time perhaps the Fritz forehand pace did do the damage. Katie Boulter pushed way back behind the baseline there. Tough to control. Too much there. Just wants to hit that forehand as hard as he can every time, doesn't he? Was he distracted by Skupski rushing the net there?
Well, I think it's a constant threat. Yeah, and the movement, it's disconcerting. I mean, with an open singles court, today I watched his whole match. He didn't miss too many of those.
Fascinating to watch, I have to say. Did well with that return. It was a big serve. Got a good racket on it, Skupski. But Fritz, that is an unforced error, and it's opened up 2 break points, which, if taken, would leave the Brits serving for the match and the tie. Yeah, that sums up a lot of Taylor Fritz's experience so far on the doubles court today. What's he got now?
30-40.
That'll do nicely.
He may just have 3 of those, Kath.
3 of those and a point to prove. Still very much in danger.
Okay.
Use. Deciding point.
So deciding point, Fritz will serve to Skupski.
Well, their United Cup is on the knife edge, the Americans here.
Sure is. Play Team Australia tomorrow night. The hopes will be alive, but only just.
Gee, that was huge.
Well, he did have 3 of them. 3 bombs of first serves and a hold for Team USA. 5-4, second set. So here we have some people, some young kids very much looking forward to what we have to come tonight at the RAC Arena in Perth, because of course the world #1 Novak Djokovic will be in action along with Team Serbia, Olga Danilovic, going in the women's, and we expect them to pair up in the mixed doubles as well. And Novak Djokovic, as always, very appreciative of the support he gets down here in Australia, and what support that is. That is lovely. Oh, gotta love that. That is a photo that's going to be hanging on lots of walls, I think, in the weeks and months to come.
Give him a different look. Give him a random look. Make him serve where you want him to serve. Here we go.
Well, big game to come here. Bolter and Skubsky serving to stay in the set. They're all big games now, aren't they?
Time.
And 2 games ago, they were talking, the Americans, about how Neil Skubsky had barely missed a first serve. So the question is always, can you continue to do it?
And when the pressure is most on, which it certainly is right now.
Ooh, mistake. Just a slight hesitation, probably easy in retrospect, but maybe the smash. Looked like he was going to go for the overhead and then changed his mind.
He'd like that one back, Fritz.
Well, I think it was premeditated. He was going straight at Katie. Straight at her.
Which, if executed correctly, not a bad play.
Well, I think so. I think it's a good play.
Good serve, that.
30-15.
Oh, gee. Missed his step there, Taylor. I thought he was there in good time, actually, and it just seemed to lose his balance or miss his step and just put him out of sync.
Let's have a look.
He was there in plenty of time.
Well, that's a great hold from Neil Skubsky after missing that forehand on the opening point. His right arm might have felt just a little heavy. He's done really well there. And on we go. This is good stuff, isn't it? 5-all. Tie on the line.
Oh, it was great depth on that one from Bolter, and I'm just watching Fritz at the net a little bit, and I just feel like Bolter feels really free to just continue to go cross court. We've rarely seen Taylor sort of look to poach or make a move, and you can see there Scuffy just so much more active, constantly moving.
Oh, gee. Well, he made that look a bit harder than it really was, I think, Neil.
15
probably hanging, his body weight was probably hanging to the middle of the court a little bit, and just a fraction slow to get wide for that one.
She does make good use of those lines, doesn't she, Pegula?
At 30-15.
Suddenly these are slightly dangerous moments for Team USA. Extra long conflab. Yeah, it's a good serve.
40-30.
She's got a lot of experience in these high pressure situations, Pegula. Singles and doubles. She always strikes me as one of those players with a slow heartbeat. Yeah. Came in handy there. Another hold for Team USA.
6-5.
And are we edging towards a tiebreak? We'll find out in a moment. 6-5 USA. Yeah, Jill, you've watched a lot of Jessica Pegula over the years. She strikes me as a good woman to have around in a crisis, maybe.
She does always look pretty calm out there. I mean, I've spoken to players, though, that looks calm, and they say, oh, no, there's chaos inside that's happening. But she does tend to have that presence and that demeanor about her where she seems pretty relaxed. She has shown some frustration today, especially in her single. She was a little bit frustrated, and some a little bit today in doubles. But what is impressive about her is she groups pretty fast, and that's what the top players do the best. They let it go. They're able to still get ready for that next point, and she does that extremely well.
If it works on hers and your serve, it's like moving off the court way more.
It's so hard.
It takes a big swing too.
Like a shank slice lob, and then you have to like rip it.
I like first turn down the even when she's sitting on it though, she's just like chip lobbing.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
Want to move right now.
Yeah. Should I lob or rip?
He's like super close.
All right, here we go. Come on.
No, come on. So Taylor, come on.
Well, the US pod positively abuzz with match analysis there. Lots to take in. And yet another big game incoming. Katie Bolter serving to keep GB in the set.
love.
13 love.
I really feel strongly that it's the presence of Skupski there that makes it harder for both of the Americans to, you know, make it an effective return. You know, Taylor barely missed a return in the singles match.
And presumably, Fitzy, Neil Skupski will be well aware of that and will be making himself an extra lively presence at the net as a result.
Absolutely. That's his forte.
Well, this would be some hold from Bolter if she can pull it off.
Still things to work on.
Yeah,
maybe the backhand wing with the slice and the volley. That's a similar technique, and that's probably where, you know, she could improve a fraction. That's good. It's good to have places to improve. Means you've got more upside.
Good volley from Fritz. Didn't do too much with it.
40-30.
So 40 love becomes 40-30. Interesting point just here.
Now, if she loses this point, she might start thinking about that slice backhand again.
It was a slightly strange time to do something she very rarely does on a tennis court.
Good first serve.
That'll do nicely. Great combination, great hold. Into a tiebreak we go.
Second set, tiebreak.
Anyone care to make a prediction here?
Nope.
I'm out.
Cowards.
I'm going with third set tiebreak.
Right idea. Again, though, not something she does all that often.
USA.
Smart return from Pegula there. Pace off.
1, Team USA.
To their credit, they've given themselves a really good opportunity, Jill, here, haven't they? The Americans, they were really struggling. They've hung in there, haven't played their best tennis yet, probably, and they've given themselves a chance. If they hold a couple of points here, it may come down to that 10-point tiebreaker to decide this.
Please.
what a return from Skubski. Took Pegula way out of play and then picked off poor old Taylor Fritz.
Yeah, his body weight was moving backwards there too much. He's in at the net here, and you see him just start backing away. And as soon as you do that, you get into trouble. He's out of position completely.
A little sigh of relief there from Pegula. She was looking right at me, just motioning to her team, like just huge breath that she let out there for that one just missed.
Well, she wasn't missing those in the singles, and she wasn't missing them earlier in the match. Very understandable. This is high stakes, high tension. But this is just a narrow advantage for Team USA as we change ends.
Win this match. Elisa's cooking dinner. Let's go. Hey, you want me to call and change you guys' support?
Okay. David Witt's dinner plans seem to depend on the outcome of this match. That's what we've learned there. Big point, this.
Well, with two Taylor Fritz serves to come, that was a must win, wasn't it, at that point?
Heck of a difference between 5-2 and 4-3. Still the mini break, though.
Brits need one of these.
At 5-3, Team USA.
Well, I think Jess did well there. The serve was good, but her movement sort of closed down that that sideline, and I think Skubski sees the movement or saw it and just took his eye off the ball there. So Americans in the box seat. Net strap, I think, might have broken there. No, okay. They would have got first serve again if that was the case.
Did all the hard stuff. He pretty much took over the point there, Neil Skubski.
Team USA.
Oh, if they show a replay of this on the big screen, it'll be tough for him to watch back.
Well, Kath, I think he likes going off. He likes going out to the back end wing, and he probably saw movement out there from Jess.
Ooh.
Yeah, she was off the court. She was way out there protecting it. because she's smart enough to know that it was going there, and then I think he just changed his mind.
Oh, that's not going to feel good. Somehow has to put it behind him here. 3 set points to Team USA. Puffed out his cheeks then. Skubski did well.
Yeah, well, they're not out of it. Now, you know, it's a psychological game, isn't it? And now the Americans probably feel like they've got something to lose in this set, so they're trying to protect that lead here. And if Skubski can hold here, then Jess Pegula is going to have to try and serve it out.
Served well all set. Would love a first serve here.
Game and second set, Team USA.
Well, it's a tough way for the set to end, but Pegula knew which was the weaker wing of Katie Boulter at the net. She targeted it.
Ladies and gentlemen, after the set break, a 10-point match tiebreak will be played to decide the match.
And as you've heard Mohamed Layani say there, I hope you like tie breaks because we're going to get another one. USA take the second set, and it's into a deciding match tie break we go in just a couple of minutes' time. Jill, you called it.
I did, didn't I, in the end? I said I was out at first, but I just went with it. I think, yeah, that's a tough break for Skubski, obviously, but that just goes to show you how much hustling down every single ball pays off, and that's exactly what Taylor and Jessie had to do. They didn't play their best first set, but it was about hanging in there and just trying to gut it out, and then you never know what can happen, and all of a sudden they had a chance and they took it, and they really did a great job of just fighting hard to get back into this match.
It's the beauty of the tennis scoring system, isn't it? Because you can just hang in there somehow, and against the run of play, you can sneak the set.
Yeah, there's an argument to say it's a strange old scoring system, that's for sure. But yes, exactly. I mean, never out of it. And I thought Taylor was certainly better in that second set, and Jess has just been pretty solid the whole way. She's very competent doubles player. So now it goes down to the wire.
And a big mental test coming up for Team GB, because they will feel like they should have won that set. Definitely the first time in the match that it's really felt like Team USA are on top. But anything can happen in a tiebreak. This one is the first to 10 points.
Match tiebreak, Team Great Britain to serve.
And it will be Neil Skubski to open it up.
Well, Katie didn't do enough for the first volley. She played it too safely, gave the Americans a chance to get their teeth into that point.
1-0, Team USA.
Now they're up and about. I tell you, you got to give them credit. They were not great in the first set, particularly Taylor, and they've really turned this around to the credit to their character.
Net for service.
Yeah, it was almost a chastening experience for them in the first set. Certainly for Fritz. This is, yeah, very impressive. Totally different energy from the Americans. couple of very clever shots from Neil Skupski. Perhaps he's got a point to prove.
That will definitely make him feel a little bit lighter. That was, again, good hustle from Skupski. And then as soon as he has time on that forehand, it's a right shot to do a very heavy forehand, just getting it past Pegula.
Gee, you wouldn't have picked that, would you? The biggest serve on the court by a long way. And he loses both of them.
Team Great Britain.
He is not happy with himself. They have the mini break, but there is a long way to go for Team GB.
Oh, no mistake there. That's his favourite angle. I'm sure that's what he wanted to do in that previous tie-break, Kath, when he wanted to go wide and changed his mind. He's strong out there, though. Gets back really well.
But again, it's Taylor Fritz leathering the ball, but straight at Neil Skupski. Not getting the job done.
Awesome. She's a good player, isn't she, Jess?
Leading by example.
3-2.
She's very low-key about it,
Yeah.
but about pretty much everything she does, but boy, is she effective.
Modest.
You a Buffalo Bills fan, Fritzy?
I'm aware of, I'm aware of their family's involvement, but no, I don't follow the NFL too much. Good hands. That was clever. That was no traditional volley from Neil Skupski. He just laid the racket face open and at the last second used the strings to, or used the head movement to put it straight into Taylor Fritz. Clever.
Tell you what, Jill, and again, you can see it close up down there, but ever since that miss smash, there's been a real uplift in body language for Neil Skupski. It's like he's trying to make amends out there.
Well, I have to say that's impressive because that's the type of miss that you can get down on yourself, but he's been very strong mentally since that moment. It's almost used that as motivation, so it's a heck of a response, I think, from Skupski.
The Brits still with the mini break.
Whoa. I'm not sure that was off the middle of the strings, Jill. You might have been able to tell down there. It didn't seem like it came off too solidly, that volley.
I think you're right. From the sound of it, it sounded like it got a little piece of the frame, but he'll take it. Yeah, it's because of his position, how close he was at the net. Didn't need to do more than that.
I thought it was just called clean living, you know, a little bit of luck.
We'll call it impressive improvisation.
Yeah. Long way to go. First to 10, leading by 2. Well, you had to expect that at some stage. Fritz's eyes lit up there, and he went straight at Katie.
All's fair, I think. I'm sure Katie shares that attitude. So that's the mini break retrieved for all.
His first serve has gone off.
Well, they're getting dividends targeting the Bolter volley, aren't they? They're really testing that out now.
Yeah, it's the backhand volley is the one, and they've been smart. They've gone at the backhand volley a couple of times, and it's produced a short reply.
So they want both points on the Skupski serve there, and it's put the Americans in the driving seat here. Halfway to victory. The electronic line calling's been a bit over-eager at points today.
There's that kick and bounce we've mentioned a couple of times in this match. Sometimes that's a more difficult ball to deal with than the fast one. Great versatility on the Fritz serve. He was due, wasn't he? Opens up a gap.
Yeah, pulled a big one out there.
A 7-4.
One of his biggest serves of the match.
USA.
Well placed, job done. Clear water now between them and the Brits. 7-4. They need 3 more points from here.
That was a seriously good second serve under pressure.
And Skupski read the return well too, didn't he?
A 7-5.
Yeah, but if that serve had been in the middle of the box, Taylor Fritz would have hit a forehand there. Look at the angle. Perfect. And made it more difficult for the returner.
Another change of ends. Another chance to chat with the team.
Come on, right here.
Right here, say the Americans. Still just 3 points away. One more Katie Bolter serve to come, and it'll be over to Pegula.
Well, they're back in it if they win this one, the Brits.
Things can change so quickly. What a serve. Not the fastest, but the placement on that, we could see it.
7-6.
In the air.
Team USA.
Clutch from Bolter.
Goodness me, did that come off the frame? What a reaction from Taylor Fritz. Did you see that, Jill? No, Jill.
8-6. Team USA.
I'm not sure whether that was off the middle of the strings or not. It just came straight at Taylor Fritz.
It was self-defense as much as anything.
I thought it must have come off his body initially.
Whatever works. 2 points away. Make that one.
Yeah. Well, what a time to hit first serves. It makes such a difference in these situations.
9-6. Team USA.
So the first match points will be on the British serve, the Skupski serve. But if needed, They have their own serve to come as well. 3 match points to Team USA. My heart was in my mouth a bit for Skupski there, having to hit the overhead, but made sure of it.
9-7, Team USA.
One saved. If they get this, the Brits, things get interesting. Big if, though. Not to be, it is a win against the odds for Team USA. Impressive grit from Taylor Fritz and Jessica Pegula. They win the mixed doubles, they win the tie, and they make things incredibly interesting in Group C of this United Cup here in Perth. They had to dig deep there, Fitzy.
They really did. And you've got to give them credit for the character they showed. They were down and out, really, after the first set. They looked in all sorts of trouble to me. But give them credit. They fought hard and they improved as the match went on.
Yeah, the sort of match that without the help of all the players and staff present on the team bench, they might not have been able to turn it around. I really think they played a part in lifting the energy, particularly of Taylor Fritz, who was having a sorry old time in that opening set. But credit to him. He guts that out. He put a lot of pressure on himself by choosing to play this doubles in place of Rajiv Ram, who's ready and raring to go. But job done for the defending champions, Team USA, who will take on Team Australia tomorrow. If they win, they're through. If Australia win, well, then there's maths to do.
I'll let someone else do that too, by the way.
I won't get into permutations because there are far too many at this stage, but it could get very fun for someone with a calculator somewhere. And that is going to be a fun tie. The RAC Arena will be rocking tomorrow night, that's for sure. Jill is standing by, waiting to speak to Fritz and Pegula once the debrief is concluded.
You finally got the ball you wanted on beforehand. You almost took the fucking head off.
That's like, I
that's the ball you've been waiting. I know, that was you've been waiting for it.
Here we go then. Fritz is ready. Pegula is joining. Over to you, Jill.
Wow, Taylor and Jessie, that was quite a turnaround. Coming in as defending champs, that's not the easiest thing. You knew it was going to be a challenge. Taylor, how were you able to change that around after the first set?
I mean, I got broken twice in the first set, so I told Jess, you know, we can make sure that doesn't happen again. I'll start a little better, and then it's actually, you know, then it turns into a pretty close match. So did that, and I think we both just returned a lot better, figured out what was kind of working for us, and yeah, we went with it.
You guys had some great memories. Jess, you in particular have said your heart, there's a special place in your heart for the United Cup. How has these emotions coming back for this season helped you today?
Well, I think getting the win today, I mean, I had particularly a long day, so getting this win in a tough fashion, even though, you know, it was still a tough match, obviously brings back a lot of good memories. Like Taylor just said, we're still undefeated in mixed, which is crazy. I don't know how that's a thing, but it is, so we got to keep it going. But he played great today, kept us in it, and then it was a big win today. So, you know, especially after my tough singles match, it was nice to come back out here and, you know, get a close win.
Well, you both played great, so congratulations. And also, what's great to see is the bonding that you guys have. I know you mentioned that in January in the first inaugural United Cup. What is special about the bonding for you?
I mean, we did so much stuff last year to kind of just come together as a team, and so I think that we just have this team energy, and it gives us that little extra bit. Like when we're playing our matches, we really don't
like we don't want to let it die. We don't want to take a loss. So it helps us on the court a lot.
And for you, Jessie?
Yeah, we bonded a lot last year. You know, it's a smaller team this year, so it's kind of sad not having a couple extra players, but we're trying to keep it going here. And yeah, I mean, the year went by so fast. I feel like we were just here, like, you know, it feels like yesterday playing mixed with Taylor. So it's nice that we got to know each other so well last year and then kind of just continue it, I feel like, throughout the year. You know, rooting each other on and following each other, and being top Americans always helps. We're always wanting each other to win. So yeah, that definitely, you know, helps with the team bonding.
Well, congratulations to Team USA on winning the tie. Great job.
Yeah, great job indeed from Team USA. They do love the United Cup, don't they? And I was just thinking, USA didn't qualify for the Davis Cup finals, did they? Jessica Pegula didn't get to play in the Billie Jean King Cup finals. She swerved those because of the clash effectively with the WTA finals. So this is it for them in terms of team competition. This matters a lot.
I think it does, and for good reason. You know, it's a special thing in tennis. They don't get to play as a team too much. And this is a nice feeling for all of them. A tough match, wasn't it? Close the whole way, right to the end.
Certainly was, yeah. It was, there was a big shift in momentum, wasn't there, at the end of that second set. And Pegula and Fritz never looked back, really. They had to hustle today for that victory. Strong opposition in Bolter and Skubski. GB hopes are still alive. Of course, they won their tie on the opening day against Australia. And who knows, that victory in the opening singles match today could still end up being crucial for GB. Bolter beating Pegula from a set and a breakdown, 5-7, 6-4, 6-4. If maths do come into play, that certainly could be critical. Straight sets for Fritz over Cameron Norrie, 7-6, 6-4. And then, as you've just seen, 10-7. In the match tiebreak for Pegula and Fritz over Bolter and Skubski. They remain unbeaten in mixed in the United Cup. So this is how we're looking in Group C, with one match still to come. Great Britain are at the top, 1 apiece in terms of ties and 3 apiece win-loss in terms of matches. United States and Australia will face off tomorrow night. If the US win, they go through. And there are various different scenarios if they don't. We still have a whole session to come here at the RAC Arena in Perth. And what a session it is going to be. We start with the men's singles, world #1, Novak Djokovic, playing against the Chinese man who is winning over a lot of fans in Perth this week, Zheng Zhizhen. Then Zheng Xinwen takes on Olga Danilovic. And then they all team up for some mixed doubles. Looks fun, doesn't it?
Well, it is. It always is. Good to be with you, Kath.
Absolutely. It's been a fun old day here at the RAC Arena. Debut victory in 2024, or rather in 2023, but the 2024 United Cup for the defending champions, USA. GB hopes still alive. Plenty more exciting tennis to come from the United Cup tonight as China take on Serbia. It's been a fun one. We'll see you soon.
Shaka, bro.
some serious wheels, Alex Simonov.
Have you ever seen anything like it?
Djokovic out of this world.
Perfect Pagula.
You
won't see better tennis than this all summer.
Well, welcome everybody to Perth in Western Australia, the capital of Western Australia. And the world #1 Novak Djokovic is in the house tonight at the RAC Arena. This was a little earlier when he warmed up on the outside court here, went to say hello to some of the fans. There was a Serbian dance group here, and he has brought the crowds with him tonight in his first match of the 2024 season, starting at the United Cup. It'll be Serbia to take on China. I'm Todd Woodbridge. Alongside of me in the commentary booth, it's a warm welcome to Jim Correa.
Good evening, Todd. And as we approach the beginning of the new year, it's a new season for Novak Djokovic. He starts his campaign, his quest for more glory here tonight momentarily. And the crowds, as you mentioned, they are still streaming in here on New Year's Eve, and Djokovic about ready to get us underway. There will be 3 matches. Here's our schedule for tonight at the RAC Arena. Djokovic taking on for the first time is Zhang Zhizhen, a young Chinaman. He's about 26 years old, actually, inside the top 100 now. And following that, Novak's compatriot Olga Danilovic will take on Zhang Qinwen, very good team player. And then the mixed doubles will decide it if it is a split, but it will be played nonetheless. So a lot of excitement here as we await both teams' arrival onto the court.
This is the second match for Team China. They defeated the Czech Republic in the opening match. 3 matches to 0 there, both the singles one and the mix. So Jung and Zheng playing terrifically well to defeat the Czechs, particularly Quinn, who defeated the Wimbledon champion, Keta Vondrousova, in a 3-set battle there. But we're very much looking forward to seeing what type of form Novak Djokovic is in. He hasn't really had that much of an off season, although over the past couple of seasons, Jim, he has managed his schedule very well. He hasn't gone full bore, you would say. He has played a pattern to be able to peak at the right time.
Yeah, this is almost a continuation of his fall push towards the Tour Finals and the Davis Cup, where Serbia fell just a little bit short there, but he ran right through the field as he usually does in the Tour Finals. Finished year in #1 for a record 8th year. Phenomenal. So didn't play much after the US Open. Took some time off, so he has his ebbs and flows in his schedule, and this is very much the beginning of his quest for more glory here in Australia.
He's a 10-time Australian Open champion, obviously, and he loves coming to Australia. He loves the surface. He loves the colour blue, and it is wonderful to see him in Perth for the United Cup here this year, representing Team Serbia. Not always easy, Jim, for the rest of the team when you've got such a superstar that you have to play alongside.
That's right. Olga Danilovic is just standing to Novak's right, to the left of our screen. She is just outside the top 100, a youngster, 22 years young compared to Novak, who is 36, turning 37 this year. You also have another young, talented player, Hamad Medjedovic, who won the Next Gen Championships just about a month or so ago. He is a very good youngster. And there he is, just to the left of screen, peeking in and out. And Novak has offered him a lot of support to help him get up to this level, and he looks like he's going to be here for a while. It's a name to know for sure.
So moments away from walking out onto the arena, there's going to be a huge applause. There is a massive Serbian contingent that are in the house tonight to see their favorite man. He is a king of sport for his country. And so we are about to get proceedings underway here at the RAC Arena.
Please give a warm welcome to our first team representing Serbia. Led out by team captain Viktor Trotsky, Diana Radanovic, Nikola Kacic, Natalia Stevanovic, Hamad Medjedovic, Olga Danilovic, and Novak Djokovic. And their opponents for tonight's session, representing China. Led out by team captain Wu Di, Sun Faxin, Hu Yunchaokete, Liu Xiaodi, Zhang Zhizhen, and Zhang Xinwen. If you're able, please be upstanding for the national anthems of Serbia and China. Please thank both teams and stand by for the coin toss for the first match between Novak Djokovic and Zhang Zhizhen.
So players will now shake hands in a show of sportsmanship before we get tonight's matches underway. The national anthem's done and the pride of representing your country on full display here at the RAC Arena in Perth. Of course, it's the second edition of the United Cup. Some changes to the scoring system this year. It is a one-day best-of-3 tie, men's singles, women's singles, and a mixed doubles. Unlike last year where we had a two-day tie across 5 matches. Players have really enjoyed that change. They were listened to. And Novak is just about to get out onto the court. Great buzz in here, Jim.
A lot of excitement. Novak has played here before, but it's been quite some time, so I'm sure a lot of people in this part of Australia are really excited to get a chance to see him up close and personal in this spectacular arena.
Yeah, it's sometime. It's his 4th visit, but the last time he played, the tournament was played at Burswood in the Dome there, which is no longer there, so it's been some time since that was taken down and the RSC Arena was here.
Well, Perth has changed a little bit, but Novak's level of tennis is not.
No, in fact, it's got better than the last time he was here.
Coming off of one of his best seasons ever, just one match shy of a Grand Slam. Won 3 of the 4 majors and the Tour Finals, the biggest titles. He won 4 or 5. So hyper impressive for any age, especially at 36 years young with no signs of slowing down. It's pretty remarkable. Most players at this age, you start to see a little bit of decay in their movement. It's hard to spot that in Novak.
Here comes Novak for the coin toss. We'll listen in.
Say hello. So gentlemen, good luck. Normal stuff, you know about it. Electronic line calling, including the foot fault, net device, shot clock around the corner. The towels is already labeled with a flag. Yeah, any question? So this is AO and head. Okay, Novak. AO or head? Head. Head. Please. Hop. Yeah. AO. You receive. Can we have a photo this way, please? This is receiving, huh? Okay, have a good match. Thank you.
Little shy smile from our Hot Shots kid down on court. What a moment for him. He'll remember that. Adel Noor of Egypt, our chair umpire here this evening. Well, one of the unique things about the United Cup is the access that we can get courtside to the players, coaches and captains. And it's a warm welcome to the Serbian captain, Viktor Trojski, who is got an earpiece in. You can hear us down there. Viktor, tell me, what's it like when you have to sit down there and captain one of the greatest that's ever played the game?
Trust me, it might look easy, but it's definitely not. I mean, Novak, I mean, as good as he is, and you always expect him to win, but you got to be 100% focused during the whole match. You got to give him the right advices in the right time. I luckily do it only a few times a year because during the Davis Cup and now here, way tougher job, and he does it every tournament. So I wouldn't want to be in his shoes. I mean, it's not easy, but definitely they're doing a great job, unbelievable job, and definitely it's such a pleasure to be on the court, same court with him and coach him and give him some advices.
Hey, Viktor, Jim Courier here. What's the time in Perth been like for your team in general, not just Novak? How are the practices going? How are you guys enjoying the conditions here in Perth?
Well, we love it. I mean, we've been welcomed here very well. We had enough time to practice. The organizers, we went to the Rottnest Island, which was very beautiful. Chopper ride. So yeah, we had some nice team time with all the players, and so far it's been wonderful. We've been waiting for the match. We were really looking forward to this first tie, and it looks like we're going to spend the New Year's on court for the first time. Probably we were discussing it might be during the midnight.
All right, Viktor, well, we'll let you concentrate so that the main man there doesn't think that you're distracted. we wouldn't want that to happen to you.
Definitely. Nobody would like to see that.
No, not at all. But best of luck to you and your team tonight. Thank you for chatting.
Thank you. Appreciate it. See you guys.
And probably a good time to go down courtside to our very own John Fitzgerald, who's our third commentator for this one. Fitzy, it's got a lot of promise.
Yeah, that was a good insight too, wasn't it? Something special there to hear from the inner sanctum. And look, he's a special person, a special player, and someone we will never forget, Novak Djokovic. So he does things his own way, and it's a very unique way because it's rare that someone can play a sport to this level for so long, and it's a privilege to see him before he... Well, I don't know when he's going to hang them up. It might be quite a while yet by the way he's going, but a big night for China too, isn't it? And he's a bit of a star of the future, this young man. Zhang, I'm looking forward to seeing how he handles the pressure, because you've got to win every single point against Djokovic.
Well, he's 27 years of age, Fitzy. He's the current world number 58. He's been as high as number 52. So I would assume that one of his goals this year is to crack that top 50 mark. But Jim, he brings some power. He's a big athlete for a Chinese player. traditionally not been as big as what he is. He's 6'4", covers the court well, and brings some game.
He has some good athletic stock. His parents, both athletes. His father was a famous soccer defender, played for the professional team in Shanghai, and his mother was a shooter. So he's got some accuracy and athleticism in his package, and he's got plenty of power if he needs it, and he's got the confidence of having beaten Jiří Lehečka in his first match here. So he's got a match under his belt. He'll be ready to go. He'll have the benefit of low expectations relative to Novak, who is certainly expected to win. And we'll see how it goes. Sometimes players can free up and play above their level when they're playing someone like Novak with nothing to lose. So we'll see how that goes. But of course, we'll focus a lot of our attention on Novak, see how he's shaping up as he plays his first official match of the season. The last match of 2023 is his first match of next year, effectively. So looking forward to seeing what he brings to the table, which we would expect to be his normal high level.
Well, the weather here, 31 degrees still in Perth, but it's perfect conditions down on the arena there. Obviously no direct sunlight. Pretty low humidity, which makes it even more comfortable to play in. And I suspect that Novak will enjoy that, because it's not dissimilar to the conditions you're going to get in Melbourne in a couple of weeks' time at the Australian Open. We'll be playing a lot of these sort of night sessions.
Well, if you remember, at the 2023 Australian Open, he played all 7 matches of his at night. I think the first time that's really been done. So he's quite comfortable in these conditions. It's harder to get the ball past him when it gets a little slower in the night conditions. His defense is supreme. And last year, if you remember, or this year rather, he was injured in the Australian Open. He'd hurt his leg when he was winning the title in Adelaide, and really his defense was hampered. And he won the Australian Open with pure offense, and I think that actually helped him the rest of the season, because he developed even more trust in his forehand capabilities. Out of necessity in Melbourne, he was hyper offensive on that shot, and he used it a bunch more the rest of the season to author one of his very best in 2023.
You can see the good crowd that's been brought in by having the world #1 here in Perth. They come out to support him. Plenty of Serbian flags in the stands, and we are about to get underway here. 2024 season. First match of that for the world #1.
Ready? Play.
And he starts it off with an ace. Well, it's an impressive opening game. That one catches the line, shoots through 203 kilometers an hour. No easing the arm in here for Novak. Out of the blocks, incredibly sharp.
Team Serbia.
Strong opening hole for Team Serbia.
First game.
Obviously, John's never beaten a world #1 in his career to this point, but he has beaten 2 top teners. along the way. He defeated Casper Ruud en route to a third round at the US Open last year. That was a top 5 opponent on that occasion.
Well, took out Taylor Fritz also in Madrid in 2023. That was a good result, made it out to the quarterfinals. He's actually had quite a few good results on the clay. This a bit speedier surface here in Perth. There's a confidence booster. Going toe-to-toe in the baseline with Novak. And Zhang comes good.
Love.
That's a great service hold for Zhang. Game duration of just a minute 19, so 2 quick opening games. He's had the benefit, Jem, of being out here, defeated Yuri Leheshka of the team Czech Republic in the opening match. So A, he's got a bit of confidence, but B, he's got court time. Novak hasn't had as much court time as he would have liked to be able to practice here because matches have been underway.
That's right.
All day for the past couple of days.
But this is the second match he's played this week, Novak. It's just the first one was in Saudi Arabia in an exhibition versus Alcaraz. Alcaraz nipped him 6-4 in the third. Shocking that it went 3 sets. Really surprising. Every exhibition goes 3 sets.
Does it?
Yeah, just, I'm not talking to you, even if I'm looking at you. Sort of in the contract. Give them their money's worth. But anyway, he's had some match play. But this is different when you're playing for ranking points, playing for your country. A lot more pressure here. He can handle it.
Not the greatest of approach shots there from Djokovic, but still it's a little bit of a probing match for him just to see what his opponent's got. Can he come up with shots like that? And that was a good, smooth, clean pass from Zhang.
A little more oomph on that approach shot.
And on the serve too. Fastest serve of the night, 206 kilometers an hour. So for 15-30, Djokovic rises to the occasion. He gets the hold of serve, and it is on serve. 2-1 in the opening set. Well, a good start from both players, really.
A nerve-settling hold for Zhang in his service game. But, that will feel good to get one on the board and get comfortable. Novak is preparing a special drink, isn't he, Todd?
Yeah, you can see a silhouette there. It's just gone back in. Novak is promoting a new brand of drink that he's in partnership with. Sila is the name of it. And it's making its debut here in Perth today. Fastidious is Novak Djokovic about everything within his preparation, whether it be food, drink, training, physiotherapy. He has this ability to find every percent to improve his game, and over his career it's paid dividends, and he's still searching for extra pieces, and that's why he's been able to play at the levels he has at this age. Zhang for Team China, serving 1-2 in the first set.
And serving well, making a lot of first serves here early. Can de-stress the situation against the returns of Novak.
That's the shot we've got to keep an eye on. There's the forehand.
And I'm sure, Todd, that of course they've done their homework, and Novak will know that. I think that is a ball that would normally go up the line, not always, but it's more natural to take that up the line, but he goes away to what he perceives as the weakness, or the weaker side. I shouldn't say weakness, it's not. Just slightly weaker than the backhand wing for the Chinese.
There he goes there again.
Yeah, and he's got two errors, bang, bang.
The forehand from Zhang is, you could call it his web. It's a shot that he likes to go after. It's a dynamic shot. The backhand is much steadier. Three in a row
13-14.
And if you do have a tiny bit of a weakness in one facet of your game, it can be accentuated by playing such a great player too.
It's a little extra on that first serve to get out of the break point, back to deuce. But if you're Zhang, you should be expecting that forehand to be tested today. He will get challenged on that wing, no doubt.
Oh, he made it. Magnificent pass, but a better volley.
Well, that passing shot was incredible. Novak on the full stretch, slides into it, dips this down, but the rangy Zhang able to caress this one cross court. That is absolutely perfect.
You know, for a slightly lower ranked player, I mean, he's top 50 in the world, isn't he? But you just feel so much more pressure to win every point against a player of Djokovic's ilk, or any great player.
And it comes from like the return, Fitzy.
Yeah.
203, good serve in the corner, returned with interest.
You can just feel the pressure on him, can't you? He's a likeable character, though, Tydo. He's got a lot to offer, this young man. Well, had to hit a cold winner there. Chong, I mean, that's dangerous. But I guess everywhere you approach Jim to Novak, it's dangerous. But to go across court, you've given him the running forehand opportunity.
Yeah, and Novak was there. He anticipated that shot coming. He was already looking for it, but still had to deliver, and he did. Some extra oomph on that second serve. That was a big one. 175K out wide. That's first serve type speed out wide. And then he follows it up with another risky forehand. Wristy and risky, and it finds its mark. Well played.
Well played. There's the back end. Let's take a look at the back end. It's a much easier, simply produced shot than the forehand. Less can go wrong with that wing. But a tough situation when you have to spend 6 or 7 minutes to hold your service game every time you go around against Novak.
sometimes it's easy to overlook just how big Novak hits his forehand. And I think some of it is because he doesn't make a lot of noise when he hits the shot, and there's no grunt. It's a silent assassin type move. But that ball slings off of his racket and does a lot of damage.
Very interesting racket change early in his career after turning professional. If you remember, he played with a Wilson racket, which was more similar to that of Roger Federer, then went to the head racket, and for a little while took him a bit to adjust. But I think it has allowed his game to get to these heights, because in that forehand, Jim, it's about speed and spin, and he learned how to get both off of the frame that he uses. Wilson frame more about control than speed. Not much to say about that, but to enjoy it. Look at the balance, the strength in the legs, the flexibility. The racket head control, brilliant. Now coming back from that part of the court for Zhong, and it is a love game for Novak Djokovic, and Team Serbia have a 3-2 lead in the opening set here.
Team Serbia leads against 2-2.
Well, Western Australia has so much to offer, such a big coastline, and one of those places that you can go visit if you get to the west is the Ningaloo Reef. Absolutely just chock full of sea life. You can go swim with the whale sharks, and look at the pictures. Really, they tell the story, don't they? Just so many wonderful things to come and see and do in Western Australia. Well, he's lifted the noise levels here in the RAC Arena tonight as Novak Djokovic. New Year's Eve, plenty of people out and about in the city of Perth tonight. There's drone exhibitions down by the river at 8 p.m. and then there'll be fireworks, of course, later on this evening at midnight. We're only about a 15-minute, 20-minute walk from the Swan River here at the RAC Arena. Here's Zhong serving at 2-3 in this opening set. I think one of the key things is he knows he has to press Zhong, but keeping it within the framework to be able to sustain the levels, Jim's going to be tough for him tonight.
Oh, he's come out well. He's come out serving nicely, hitting the ball clean, but here's a problem. Love 15, second serve. And Novak's getting warmed up. And here comes crunch time, love 30. Novak also now has seen his opponent and also felt what the shots are like coming off of his racket, so he'll start to work him out. There's only so much you can do with scouting. You need to be on the court, feel the spins and the speeds, see the ball toss of your opponent to get comfortable, start to read them.
As the pattern of play fits it.
Yeah, it's obvious, isn't it? It's a direction of traffic straight into the forehand as soon as you can. I mean, you can't hit he's not going to hit every ball there, and you shouldn't, but he's certainly asking some questions on that wing.
So 3 break points now for Team Serbia and Novak Djokovic. Only one required, broken to love.
No uncertainty at all from Novak in his ground strokes right now. He is taking big cuts at them, swinging freely and confidently.
He's the most accurate player we've ever seen, Jim, surely. And I know that's not the most flattering adjective to describe him in, but that's why he's so lethal, because he can hit the ball on a dime, time and time again. It's incredible watching him courtside.
One thing to come out and start well for, what, 20 minutes or so, but to maintain the level for Jong is hard, isn't it? He's just not used to being able to do that. Yet Novak's used to people coming at him so quickly. I think that's one of the things that the top players we underestimate too, that when they come up against opponents, everything's thrown at them for that first 20 to 40 minutes, and often players will play their very best tennis, and if they can absorb that, then they can railroad the rest of the match. But you have to be ready, because they're coming at you when you're the one that they're after. You sit at the top. That breaks a run of 10 consecutive points for Djokovic.
Not happy either. Missed a simple forehand by his standards, and he was unhappy with himself. The pursuit of perfection.
Still hasn't quite found his rhythm on the first serve. First serve percentage under 50% for Novak. Normally in the low 60s on average. So expect him to start to settle in that department as well. made the first serve but didn't hit his target, and he's become an incredible target server over the years as he's rounded out all the elements in his game. Pursued his perfection, as Fitz said. He's become one of the spot servers in men's tennis these days.
And he consolidates the break, and very quickly, Team Serbia have 5-2 first set.
Team Serbia leads 5 games to 2. Hologic, please.
We heard in that warm-up Viktor Troicki saying, you know, don't say too much. You have to time what you say when you say. But right now, when Novak's 5-2 up in the opening set, you can let him sit down and do as he wishes.
It'd be a little intimidating giving advice to Novak, wouldn't it?
I think so, yeah. But if he asks for it, you've got to have something ready to give, and that might be troublesome too if you give the wrong info.
I think you better just get it right.
It's the United Cup, New Year's Eve, and it is the new season for 2024. Earlier today here on RAC Arena, the United States came back in the mixed doubles from well and truly looking like they're in trouble to defeat Great Britain and keep that group alive. Australia will now take on the United States to see if they can somehow keep their hopes alive. Great Britain having defeated Australia. So it was always going to be a tough one on paper. That tomorrow evening here in Perth. Now Team China. Zhong Zhizhen coming out to serve. Trying to stay in this set. It's 2-5.
It's the benefit of new tennis balls here after 7 games. They'll be a little speedier. That one beats Novak for pace. And again.
Very good game. Puts the pressure on. See whether Novak's up to the task of serving his first set out. Great shot there of the shoe of Zhong. And you could see it was amazing. And Triple Z. Triple Z is his nickname that he likes to go by.
Yeah. Zhong Zhizhen. 3 Z's in his name. And he says that suits him just fine. He also says he likes to sleep, so that works well for him too.
A few Z's.
Yeah. Novak trying to put this first set to bed as he serves for it. 15 love. Just outfoxes Zhong with that one. My kids would call that an ankle breaker.
Can't afford to miss those.
Well, perhaps he saw out of the corner of his eye Novak moving to cover the down the line approach, and it just threw him off. That's a couple times now that Novak has been in the right place at the right time.
So after 33 minutes, we've got a set point for Team Serbia. And a very tidy opening set for Novak Djokovic. He takes it for Team Serbia, 6 games to 3.
6 games to 3.
First set statistics. Novak's first serve percentage started to climb as the set went on, back up to normal, nearly 60% there, better from his opponent, Zhang Zhizheng. If we look to the bottom line, the unforced error count, they both had 8 winners. Djokovic just 5 unforced errors, while Zhang trying to press and stay with his lofty opponent, unable to control the ball quite as well. 13 unforced, and therein lies the big difference.
And doesn't take much, does it?
I think particularly, gentlemen, that'd be on the forehand wing. It's probably about 10 to 3 is my guess. And so that side is being shown up a little bit here. I mean, it's a lofty standard he has to follow, but Djokovic is working his forehand over a little bit.
No real surprises so far. Novak in fine form, not under threat on his serve, and able to do damage with his fantastic returns.
Well, the crowd dancing away to the Macarena, and the Serbians that have come in tonight to see their favourite player in a good mood. There's no doubt about that. That was a good opening set from Novak Djokovic.
And just top right in the Team Serbian zone. You can see Goran Ivanisevic, his day-to-day coach, working a tablet there, looking at some data, some statistics, anything he can glean from that to help out Team Serbia along the way.
There he is. Just come off a bit of knee surgery, Goran. Bit of a tidy up, and says it's all going well.
Second set.
Won't be hitting balls, I don't think, on this trip. He often still gets out there,
China to
hits them well. Still got a great left-handed serve going.
One of the great serves in the game in his time, that's for sure.
So it'll be Jung to start set number 2. Goes for a safety ball. Just takes a bit of pace off, and then you got to watch out. There's Novak just rips off this ball here. Here comes the Zheng forehand. Yeah, it's not a completely bad shot. There's got a bit of depth to it, but Novak just able to find his own power. So sweet. Let me ask you this question about the forehand wing of Zheng, Jim. I mean, when you watch it in normal pace, it looks good. But there's obviously something that breaks down in it. What does he need to work on to make it a more steady, stable shot?
Look, I think there's a reason that clay is been his best surface results-wise to date. It gives him more time on that, especially that wing.
There's an example.
Yeah, when the ball gets on him quickly right now, sometimes that happens. And we mentioned it the other night, sometimes his left shoulder pulls out of the swing, and there's a lack of stability. If he could be as calm with his upper body through the shot production as his opponent is, it would certainly improve. A little too much motion upper body-wise at times.
Which is interesting, isn't it? Because the backhand is the opposite to that. The backhand is stable, it is balanced, it's smooth through the backswing and the strike and through the follow-through.
You got to remember, Novak's forehand wasn't what it is today when he came on tour. It was the weaker side by a pretty wide margin. Can be done. Improvements can be made if you're willing to be diligent about it. I remember hearing about Marian Vida standing on the same side of the court with Novak earlier in the career, just dropping balls out of his hand, forcing Novak to create racket head speed and trying to generate confidence in that side. Boy, did that work. It's become a massive weapon for Novak over the years. But he's worked on it. He wasn't born with it.
Advantage Team Serbia.
Early pressure on Zheng. A break point in this opening game. And he gets that break. Wonderful return, followed up by a ripping forehand from Djokovic.
First game, second set.
Novak's always been a seeker, right? He's had many coaches throughout the course of his career. Marian Vida spent probably the most time with him. But he brought in other voices too. Boris Becker was a big voice for him, came in and really helped him figure out how to win big matches. That was what he was struggling with. And then Becker departed. Andre Agassi came in for a minute, and then eventually Ivan Isavic joined the team. And it's been a good partnership. And I'm actually, it's interesting. I'm interested in you guys' take on Boris Becker. Now is coming back into the game. He's coaching the young challenger Holger Rune. That seems to be a good partnership. I'm excited to see what they can do together. What say you guys?
Well, I mean, personality-wise, on court, I think they were, quite similar. Holger's a gritty, in-your-face type of competitor. He kind of tries to bring an aura to the court. That's what Boris had, obviously.
Similar size quadricep muscles.
No, I think it's something that we'll see play out. We'll see how it goes. But Boris has had some success in the coaching box there. There's no doubt about that.
Rune, one of many now trying to knock the king off of his perch. But he's certainly a talented youngster. He and Sinner and Alcaraz certainly look to be a talented trio.
I think one of the harder parts for a lot of younger players, even with talent, is to be able to go and hire that quality of coach. It costs a lot of money. So you're making an investment in your future, but you've got to have the money first to be able to make the investment. You have to hit a level. You can't sort of say, walk up to Boris and 150 in the world and say, would you come and coach me? It's not, those guys don't do it for charity. So you've got to get to a certain point before you can actually delve into that kind of pot of magic that sits out there.
I think also, Todd, you have to be at a certain level to actually derive tons of benefit from someone like Boris Becker. I mean, the guy's won 6 major singles titles. He is a legend, Boris Becker, and he has probably information that most youngsters mightn't be able to contemplate, because he played at a different level. So you've got to have a pretty high-level game already before you can start to benefit from that, probably. Start to understand the nuances of what he's telling you.
This is where it gets tough for John. It's relentless. You don't get a breather now. You don't get a free point, and you feel like you're actually playing quite well, and everything's just crushing in around you. You don't have time. You don't have space.
One of the things that's also become very clear about Novak over the years, you watch him play, when he gets up a break, it frees him up to be more aggressive. If he's tied in the scoreline, he plays a far more conservative brand of tennis, and it's easier for his opponents actually to hang in there. We've watched it for years, Todd. The average speed of his shots just keeps climbing the bigger his lead gets. It also can climb when he's really far down in the count. But when it's close, you think about the way he plays tiebreakers, it tends to be more conservative. But right now, look how aggressive he's being. He's feeling free out there. And he's got his opponent in a real pickle.
That's what you've got to do to win points. You've got to come up with your biggest serves and hit the line at the same time.
13-14.
Still finds himself down a break point here. But there's the unforced error off the forehand, unfortunately, from Zhang, and Novak is racing away with this now. He's got a double break and a set. 3-love, he leads.
zatvorio sam u taj.
Kako me sad ovdje? Bravo. Sjajan tvoj sebi. Slikam, sjajan.
It's a pretty quiet bench on the Team China team zone at the moment. Wu Di, the captain there, former player himself. Quite interestingly, he was a player that couldn't quite crack the top 100. Was very often in and around 120. Spent a lot of time between 100 and 200. It was Zhong that was the first Chinese player ever in the ATP rankings to crack that top 100 barrier. And he became the first Chinese player to get a top 10 victory to go along with that. He's the first Chinese man back in 2021 to qualify at Wimbledon and compete in the main draw in the Open era.
Well, what was the level of difficulty on that overhead, Todd, do you think?
Well, I would probably...
9?
Yeah, 8 maybe. 8 to 9. I mean, it's a shot that you don't see many players actually practice. You look how high that is, Fitzy. There was good depth.
I mean, that's perfect timing to knock that off so easily. But you can just see on Novak's face, he's down my end now, and there's no stress at all, because I just think he knows that if he goes 3-4 times in a row heavy into that forehand, he's going to get some help.
He's playing so well, but even when he has straightforward matches, they don't often go as quickly as this one is moving. This is good news for him on a lot of levels. It's pretty one-sided at the moment. He's playing great. It's also 51 minutes into play, and he'll be expected back on court for the mixed doubles tonight, potentially, if it's a live match for sure. Chen Win will be the favorite in the women's match to follow, with Olga Danilovic representing Team Serbia. So highly likely that there will be a live mixed doubles match to finish up this evening. He's wasting no time right now.
Well, the fans want to see him win, but I suspect they'd like to see him out on court for a little longer. He's just racing through this second set. First set was 34 minutes. For love now, only 17 minutes in.
Love.
How can you not overplay if you're Zhang right now with Novak playing so well and so freely? You have basically two choices. You can hit your normal shots and let him rip winners, or you can up your risk profile and probably do that, double fault.
Here's an interesting stat between the two. I mean, he's serving solidly 64% of first serves in for the match, Zhang. When he gets it in, he wins 67% of the time on that point. But Novak, 63% of first serves in, a 90% win ratio.
That's what it takes. In this set, Novak's hit 6 winners. He's made no unforced errors. He's been perfect in set 2 from that standpoint. Left that one in the center of the court. And Zhang took dead aim with that one. Delivers. Trying desperately to get on the board.
And he has done that. That'll be a sigh of relief for Team China, but it's Team Serbia with Novak Djokovic in charge. 6-3, 4-1.
Team Serbia leads full games to 1.
I mean, you've got to take positives out of the experience if you're Zhang, don't you? I mean, his level's been pretty good tonight. I think he's actually played at a more consistent level than he played when he defeated Lehechka in the first match. But it shows you where you're at and what you need to do and how much better you need to get.
That's exactly right. Novak comes out and exposes your weaknesses and shows you what you need to work on, which is the forehand wing.
It's thinking to myself, you know, I know better than this, but you look at him playing, him being Novak, and the racket there, and you listen to the tension, and you think, I've got to have that racket. What does he use in those strings? What's that grip like? Because I'm going to play like that if and I know better that that's not the way it is. It doesn't feel the same if you put it in your own hand. But
yeah, I've got some golf clubs to sell you, Todd, if that's what you're after.
But I'm watching that tonight thinking, I've got to get that racket. That's going to get my topspin back in better for sure.
You know, I changed to Boris Becker's racket after he'd won Wimbledon twice as a 17 and 18-year-old. It didn't work for me quite the same.
It just looks so simple.
He wants a fresh racket, I think. Something different.
If he changes this racket, Todd, are you going to think you need a different one?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I always had trouble with my serve, as you know.
First error of the set for the world number 1.
First double of the match.
It's definitely that racket. That's the one he needed.
You see that balance. The left shoulder does come away quite quick with Novak, but it's the balance through the strike that doesn't move. The head stays still, eyes on the ball. Accurate serving, but also with pace, 200 and above. Majority of the evening, Novak. And although he gets it back, dispatched with the forehand. Team Serbia just a game away from taking this first match.
Team Serbia leads 5 games to 1.
I suppose, Fitz, when you play a clean match like Novak's playing, he hasn't really been put under any stress or pressure yet. Would you want that in an opening match like tonight?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's fine. He can face pressure whenever he needs to and wants to. He always has. And I just think saving his body initially is not a bad thing, especially if he's going to back it up with mixed doubles now.
Jong serving to stay in it here.
See, even that forehand then was, he wrapped that around the frame a little bit. So unless you know or you're good with technique, it's hard to see. I agree with you, Todd. It's hard to see what he does wrong, but he just mishits it too often. In second gear now.
Perhaps one thing stands out to me with that forehand wing, Fitzy, and that would be that when he hits a backhand, he's always got the ball in the same strike zone. It's always in the same position. Footwork's in the same place. But when he goes to forehand, Jong, it's in a different hitting zone. Sometimes it's a bit too far forward. Sometimes it's a little late. He needs to work on the feet to have them in a better position to get the strike consistently. I think that would make a big difference for him. But he's finding himself in dire straits here. 2 points away from defeat. And that's what stat he needs to look at the end of the night here. 25 unforced errors. Some of those unforced errors, I think, Fitzy, they come from just the pressure of playing a world number one.
Well, I think so. And, you know, the ball's back. Look, Novak does everything better, you know, than the majority of players, than all the players currently. So you're constantly under pressure. The ball comes back faster. It's in a more difficult spot. He's quicker. I mean, you know, he's does everything so well that, yeah, you feel the pressure. There's no let up. He's just being overwhelmed a little bit now. It's a bit unfortunate. I would have loved to have seen him, you know, play right at his peak, but it's got a lot to do with who he's playing. It's intimidating. There's a big crowd. The atmosphere's different to what it's been so far in the event.
And with that double fault, it gives Novak Djokovic, Team Serbia, a match point. Saves one. They're still coming out with some good stuff. Some big first serves. Determined to try and hang in here for as long as he possibly can is Jung.
He's certainly fun to watch. He's an exciting athlete, primarily, and I mean, you know, I know he's 27 now, and he, in a way, I guess that means he's a bit of a late bloomer. This is his best tennis he's played at that age, but I still think we've got a lot to look forward with him. If he can just tighten that forehand wing up, he'll win a lot of matches over the next few years. But he's going to have to, Todd, isn't he? Fix it up, because everyone knows now.
Yep.
They see him playing a match like this, they know. So there's nowhere to hide.
And that's a great effort. Manages to save a break point. And Novak Djokovic, when we come back, will be serving for the match at 6-3, 5-2. Still to come in this tie here tonight in the United Cup in Perth. Next up is the women's singles. Jung Quinn will take on Olga Danilovic. It's the first meeting for both of those. Big difference in the rankings there. Jung, 21 years of age, number 15 in the world. That's a career high for her, 2 titles last season. And Olga Danilovic, 22 years of age, and the current world number 119. She's been as high as 93. A lefty with a bit of power, but just starting to break through on the WTA, coming out of the minor leagues, as Jim likes to call them. Team Serbia, led by Novak Djokovic here in Perth at the United Cup. He's coming out to serve for the match. He had a match point in the previous game. And he's brought the fans in and the atmosphere tonight in Perth. New Year's Eve.
Time.
But this is the beginning of his 2024 season. Djokovic serving for the match.
Net for Serbs.
Big second serve, 161, directed at that forehand wing of Jung. And with the ripping backhand down the line, Djokovic gives himself another 2 match points. Two gone by the wayside. Will it be 3 times lucky on the world number 1 Fitz?
On the first 2, Todd, he's tried to finish in spectacular fashion. The backhand hit the tape on the first one and down the previous end. And first serve and volley for the night there to try and finish it in style. He might be a bit more conservative on this one.
Well, he's going to seal it with an ace, and the 2024 season off to a brilliant start for Novak Djokovic. Novak goes up to the Chinese captain Wu Di to shake hands, and Fitzy, he'll be very pleased with that. Hasn't had a lot of court time on the main court here at the RAC Arena, but didn't seem to bother his timing tonight.
Well, he can adapt faster than anyone. He's just, he's so good, Todd. It's frightening, really.
Well, it's frightening for the rest of the field, that's for sure. For his fans, they love seeing him play like this.
Must be an amazing feeling to know that you can do with a tennis ball, you know, more than anyone else that's playing at the moment, and maybe more than anyone that's ever lived. I mean, he's an incredible athlete. He's an all-round player. There's no weakness really in his game at all, which is rare for anybody. And you know, he just handles the pressure well. He'll be happy, I think, to get on and off quickly tonight and save a bit of that energy. He's hitting the ball well enough.
Certainly is. Women's singles to come. The mixed doubles could be vital for Team Serbia to get through. Viktor Trojski on the left, the captain, but Novak's coach, Goran Ivanisevic, on the right in the grey shirt there. Rackets are going off to the stringer to get prepared for the next match. And in just a moment, we'll hear from Novak. Jim Courier is down courtside, ready to have a chat to the world #1.
Look how professional that is, though. I mean, he's already working on the strings, and maybe a change of tension in 1 or 2 rackets. He's already thinking ahead. Gee, the atmosphere is so different, Todd, than it's been this week so far.
Well, here he is. He's ready to chat to Jim.
Novak, they sound happy to see you. Are you happy to see your fans here in Perth?
Absolutely. Great to be back in Perth. Thank you all for coming. New Year's is in a few hours, so I really appreciate you coming to maybe hopefully celebrate the New Year's Eve with us here on the court. It's been 10 years since I've been last in Perth, and this arena is definitely one of the nicest arenas, I think, from inside and outside that I've played in. Obviously, Australia has been, you know, my happy place, a place where I made the most slam wins in Melbourne, obviously, and I love coming back. I love playing, and I missed playing in Perth as well in front of you guys. So thank you so much for coming out. Appreciate it.
You got your team off to a perfect start. You played awfully well from our eyes. How would you assess your performance, first official match of the new season?
Well, it took, you know, I was a little bit rusty at the beginning, to be honest, a little bit out of tempo or rhythm, maybe in the first, you know, 5-6 games, but it's normal. I mean, when you don't play an official match for, you know, over a month, obviously it takes a little bit of time to get the engines going, and he was serving well. Obviously, he had nothing much to lose. I think the serve was great on my part. I think whenever I needed to get myself out of the trouble, maybe 15 holes or 30 holes on my service games, I would find a good serve. After I broke his serve, I think it was 3-2 in the first set. I think the momentum shifted to my side. I felt I was swinging through the ball with more ease, and you know, to win straight sets, the first match of the season, obviously, is always great. I'm looking forward to the next one.
Well, you might have a next one here later on tonight, because it's a team competition. You have your teammate Olga's going to come out and play singles, and you're slated to play mixed doubles. We might see you later. When's the last time you played mixed doubles?
A couple of days ago on the practice court.
How'd it go?
But officially, I think since the Olympic Games, actually, in Olympics at Tokyo, that's where I played mixed last. And I know Olga very well. You know, she's coming out now. Hopefully she can get a win. If not, we'll come back to try to clinch this tie in the mixed doubles, and looking forward to it.
I'll get some rest. Ladies and gentlemen, he is Novak. You know him.
He is Novak Djokovic, the world #1, and I had to have a giggle to myself there. Fitzy, you're still courtside. He said it took him 5 or 6 games to get used to it. I thought he was going to say 5 or 6 points, because that's what it looked like from the commentary box.
I didn't notice a thing, actually, Todd.
Me neither.
He didn't miss hit a ball. He didn't miss any. Very few unforced errors. So, yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, to get into the mind of a player of this stature. It's, you know, they think differently. They are different. They're unique, really. And most of us mortals can't sort of contemplate what's in their head and how they react and how good they are, what they expect of themselves. He's just an amazing athlete, amazing tennis player. And, yeah, we're privileged to see him.
Well, we'll take a look at the stats from the match. Started off not perfect on serve, that's for sure, but he got to the percentages that Jim Courier was talking about, always in somewhere the mid to low 60s with his first serve percentage. But have a look at the first serve points won, 86% when it goes in. That's because of the speed, the accuracy. It sets up that next ball for him to start to dominate the point. And one of the key things that he brings to his matches is the ability to keep errors at a minimum, and that was the opposite for Zhang, wasn't it?
Yep.
Where the forehand let him down 29 unforced errors to 9.
Yeah, Todd, that would have been a perfect sort of match-up for him, really, in retrospect. And Zhang would have been pretty nervous going out there to play him. As good as he is, you know, he has to keep that forehand wing. He has to keep it in the court, because you can't just give away free points to a player like this. It's very difficult to win against someone if you make those errors.
Well, Novak doing the best that he can to give some autographs and a very special moment to all of the fans that are here tonight in RAC Arena. They'll be finishing their year off this New Year's Eve with a special moment, a photo and an autograph, and they got to see the world #1 play some of his very best tennis here. It is Team Serbia who have the lead over Team China. 1-0, the women's singles is to come.
Welcome back to RAC Arena. Team Serbia have got the opening encounter here. Novak Djokovic getting Team Serbia off to the start that you would expect. An impressive display. So it's 1-0 in favour of the favourites. But Team China have got a big chance to even it up here as we head towards the mixed doubles. But before that, we've got an entertaining encounter. Olga Danilovic and Zhong Jinwen.
For our next match in this session, please welcome from Serbia, led by Captain Viktor Trotsky, Olga Danilovic. And next out onto the court, please welcome to the arena from China, led by their captain Wu Di, it's Shen Xinwen.
So players out onto RAC Arena. Still a good crowd in. Delayed start to the evening session here by close to 2 hours after a lengthy day session. Of course, New Year's Eve here in Perth. Almost ringing in the new year on the eastern seaboard in Australia. But on this side, time just approaching 8 p.m. David Colbert alongside Jelena Dokic. And this is an important match for China, Team China, Jelena. 'Cause by my reckoning, if they can get the win here, this might be enough to secure them the runner-up spot, courtesy of their 3-love win in the opening tie against the Czech Republic. And so if they can do that, then they're going to put a lot of pressure on the others. In fact, they may even be able to secure it, given that they won their opening encounter 3-love.
Yeah, maybe. Look, we don't know what's going to happen. It also a lot depends on how Serbia will also go in their next match as well. But let's not forget, one runner-up goes through, and that will be that count back on how many matches you've won, and potentially come down to sets won as well. But yeah, a big one. And for Zhong as well, what a great start she's had. Took out Vondrosova in her opening match as well. So she's had a match out here.
When do you have a coin, or do you need to borrow mine? Perfect. So ladies, best of 3 tie-break sets, 6 balls of play, ball train 7 and 9. As you know, we're using the live system, so the calls come automatically. The towel boxes have your flags in them, so just make sure you use the towel, the box with the flag, your flag in it. And at the end of the coin toss, we're going to have a photo both ways with Wade. Do you have any questions, ladies? Who do you want to ask? Twin? Tails? It's tails. Receive? Okay, perfect. Photo. Both ways, ladies.
So Zheng winning the toss there and electing to receive, and just get the formalities underway, and we can be into it. And perfect conditions for tennis. Rus open, although I think we'll hear the sound of fireworks shortly, because at 8 p.m. local time, not too far away from here down Elizabeth Quays, is the early fireworks. Huge crowd down there. And I think we'll probably hear them from here. May see them from our position at Zhong's end of the court.
Well, it's also fireworks when Zhong plays, isn't it? She's such a wonderful ball striker, and that's something that Danilovic will have to contend with tonight. They come into this match in very, very, let's say, different form. But for Danilovic, age 22, ranked 119 in the world, has been as high as 93 in the world. A left-hander, in fact, and has a wonderful game, really technically sound, but hasn't quite, for me, obviously played at this level, this big arena, the big crowd, and that is something that she will have to get used to very quickly.
She's won one title that came back in 2018. She had a pretty bright start to her career, won 3 junior Grand Slam doubles titles with different partners. And so similar age, these two players, but a different trajectory and position in the world game, with Zhang, 21 years of age, that career high of 15, voted the WTA most improved player for last year. 2 titles. Palermo was a wild card, and then Zheng Zhu, runner-up in the Elite Trophy in Zhuhai. So she had a great year, and she's got a bullet next to her name when it comes to the ranking list. She's on the way up.
She sure is, and just a really exciting player. And someone that we also have had the pleasure of watching, especially in the last 6 months, because she got to the quarterfinals of the US Open. There are the fireworks.
Yeah, they're underway. They are underway. Hope they're pointing in the right direction.
But yeah, for Zhang, it's also been winning the first title with Palermo, which was last year, which for me gave her really that confidence and belief. Getting to the final as well at the WTA Elite Trophy at the end of the year, and winning a second title in Zheng Zhu. That's why she is 15 in the world, building the consistency, but overall she has a massive game, and is just knocking on the door of the top 10, which she said is her big goal this year.
So first time these two have met. He's also got that great Grand Slam experience from the last couple of seasons. Quarterfinal of the US Open, the highlight of all of that. French Open, where she beat Simona Halep in 2022 and lost to Swiatek in the 4th round. That's all serious quality experience for a young player. Wu Ji is the team captain for China. Viktor Troicki, the man in the chair, looks a bit more relaxed. He heard him earlier talking about sitting in the seat next to Novak Djokovic, made him a little nervous.
Well, whether you're playing with Novak or sitting next to Novak or you're a captain, it's a great privilege. But yeah, of course, look, it will make you nervous. He's incredible. And Troicki also has that experience with playing with him. They won the Davis Cup together as well. Troicki is the captain of the Davis Cup now also.
I think he was half joking about how he felt about the situation with Goran Ivanisevic sitting just behind him as well. It's a big opportunity here for Team Serbia to secure the tie here. Of course, mixed doubles still to come. We do think if China can get a win, irrespective of what happens in the mixed doubles, they'll put themselves in a strong position. The winners of each group, there are 3 here in Perth, 3 in Sydney, the winners of each, and then one of the runners-up from each city will play in the quarterfinals, and then obviously winners only through to the semi-finals, which will take place in Sydney ahead of the final. Serbian team arriving a couple of days ago. This is their first night in action. Spent some time out at Rottnest Island and on the practice courts. But I'd imagine, Elena, that Olga would have had a good look at that win from Zhang against Vondrousova. It was a strange old match, wasn't it? 3 sets, and each of them pretty one-sided.
They were, and I'm sure she would have watched that, but also Troicki and just the whole team would have done that homework. And for me, look, with Danilovic, it will be getting used to that intensity and the pace that Zhang has. She likes to really step in, be on top of the baseline. She takes the ball early, likes to play aggressive, especially she's got a big backhand as well. And that's for Danilovic, something that I think early on, just trying to get used to that pace.
So just about ready to get things underway. Fireworks now in full force outside.
Good point from Danilovic there, getting out wide to that backhand, cutting off the angle to produce the angle herself. And David, for Jung, as good a player as she is, if you can pick that maybe a little bit of a, not a weakness, but a weaker side, it is the forehand. She's got a little bit more of an extreme grip, a bigger swing, and can come out of the shot sometimes and hit the frame. Like that, so you've just seen two. So when you've got that extreme grip like that as well, and you come out of the shot, it ends up flying, and that's actually what happens sometimes in her matches, catches the frame, shanks a few. Good hitting. I like from Danilovic early on here that when she's had the opportunity and the short ball, she hasn't been afraid to step in. It's the fireworks that are going on that we're hearing, the popping sound.
Just have a step back when the crowd's silent about to serve, and then an explosion as the fireworks light up the sky. So good opening service hold for Olga Danilovic.
And in the context of this whole kind of match, that is a little psychological win for Danilovic there, just personally to come out and have a strong start, because this is her first match. As we said, Jung has already been out. He played 3 sets with Vondrousova. It's a big difference when you're starting the year out to actually already have a match under your belt. So for Danilovic, that was a really nicely done, calm game as well. I'm sure there are some nerves, but she didn't show it.
Particularly in front of so many fans from her nation. And when you're part of the Novak show and you're outside, he took time out of his warm-up and went over the fence and greeted the fans beforehand. You're part of all of that scene.
Well, you and I had this conversation coming to call this match, going, you know, is it a privilege or pressure to be in the team with Novak and play with him, alongside him? Look, absolute privilege, but it does come with a bit of pressure as well, and you want to do well also, and it comes with the bigger crowds, it comes with the media attention.
One thing from the 2023 season is that Jung loves this surface. 24 of her 25 wins came on a hard court.
But she did win her first title in Palermo on clay. Which, yes, she prefers hard court, but it's a good sign also for her career as well to be able to play on all surfaces.
I'll tell you what, they're doing a very good job of concentrating, because I'm sure you can hear the fireworks they're a good, must be 1,500 metres away from where we are here. Directly in line if you go as the crow flies down to Elizabeth Key.
That is a wonderful serve there. I like that she went with the slider out wide, and that when you're playing a left-hander there on the deuce side, that's what you want to try and do, and make them get this right hand off the racket at full stretch, get it outside of the comfort zone. So shows you a very well placed serve by Jung there. Oh, beautifully constructed point. Had it all from both players. But Jung, I like that variation, especially with the forehand, using the angle there right here to draw Danilovic. Because you're going to not just move to the side, but cut off the angle as well. Have a look at where Danilovic was, and then into the open court, but doesn't overplay, stayed calm. Beautiful point. That return came back with interest, shortened the backswing she anticipated. It was a block return, came back even faster than the serve.
Let's for serve. Advantage Team China.
I think, David, if anything here, a little bit for me, for Jung, I don't think she's settled. To me, she's just, there's a bit of tension there, maybe a little bit erratic at times. She's gone for a lot, including that forehand right there, almost trying to finish the point off too early. And again, right there. So just going for the line a bit too much, especially off the forehand. Because I don't think she's really, at times, under that much pressure to have to produce massive shots every single time. See, that's the forehand I was talking about. See how she already is up and out of the shot almost before she's even made contact with that. You can see the extreme grip as well and the bigger swing. So you've got to stay through that shot all the way and not move too early.
Let's for serve.
Oh, yes.
So an impressive start for Team Serbia here. Danilovic getting the break and opening up a 2-love lead. Bojana Babucic is courtside for us, and Bojana, welcome to you. Good evening. Great night for watching tennis, but it was a bit rowdy for that first 10 minutes, inside and outside the stadium.
It sure was. Good evening, Dave and Yelena. It's been a great start for Team Serbia. Danilovic is playing like she has absolutely nothing to lose, and so she should, because she's up against world number 15, Jung, and she's playing aggressive, she's confident. Jung, on the other hand, to me, looks, in these first 2 games, quite passive. When she came out against Vondarusa, Jung, she was playing so aggressive. She was striking that ball so hard, and just noticed from that first game tonight, she's quite far back behind the baseline. There's a lot more height and spin on her ground strokes. It's not that flat, deep ball that we saw her hitting the other day.
See, again, for me there, she's going for too much too early on. I think it's all well and good to try and be aggressive, but bring your targets in. And she's just going for the line way too much. And the unforced errors are showing it as well. 5 for Jung, only 1 for Danilovic, and the same amount of winners, 2 each. Just at the moment, overplaying it, Jung.
I don't mind that drop shot or that attempt from Danilovic, because when Jung played against Vondarusa, a lot of the points Vondarusa won was when Jung was moving forward, and she doesn't like to move forward at all. So no doubt that's a tactic that Team Serbia are putting together or are keen to use tonight.
Let's not forget, it's a little bit different tonight because she's going in there love 1, and that in itself can just cause a little bit more pressure. I do feel like Zhang's a little bit more tense tonight. There's just a bit of tension in the body and the face. It's a whole different scenario if you know you have to win your singles match.
And also starting as the heavy favourite too tonight.
Yeah,
so that's
not easy.
Against Vondarusa, it was certainly pretty much a 50-50.
Yeah.
And she came out with that victory, and so now expectations increase.
But that also point, I just want to point out, Danilovic, yes, being aggressive, we're talking about court position, but she's got the margin for error, the trajectory of the net, but also her targets are bigger. That's why she's making less errors. So controlled aggression. was a tough shot to hit. Was able to just get on top of the bounce and to go down the line here as well. This one here, good footwork. It's just on top of it with that left hand, enough to get over the ball to make it still dip in with enough topspin.
Thank you. Players ready, thank you.
Big. Ripped that one.
Team China.
And they're the types of shots that we saw Zheng play up against Vondrousova. She takes the ball so early and strikes it so cleanly when she's in position. So that will definitely give her a bit of confidence.
Big winners for Zheng, who gives the break back.
Team Serbia 2-1 for set.
Team Serbia still leading 2-1. Well, that'll give her a lot of confidence. There was a very strong ending to that service game. 3 winners, impressive winners too, from Zheng Chenwin. And just a little reminder of who the better ranked player is here, who's the favourite on paper. It's always just on paper.
Loptu ne vidim od belog onog.
Make sure you take yourself out on the big screen. Remember #UnitedCup.com.au. It's tennis. Turn up. See if you're on the big screen already this evening. Who's here supporting Team China?
What was the message there, Yelena?
I was just listening to that. She was a little bit frustrated, and Treatsky said, look, that was too good. She hit a couple of big winners. You got to expect that, but it was also keep trying to dictate that play, throw in a little bit of variation. And it was overall very positive and telling her, you're playing well, just keep it going.
So on serve now, after an exchange of service breaks in the last 2 games.
Please find a seat quickly. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Any seat for now, thank you. Thank you at the ends of the court.
A few tardy patrons, that's for sure, and in no hurry.
Good first serve, but I like the way that she's using it on this juice side. It's now a couple of times she's used that one out wide, takes a little bit of pace off, goes more for the angle. Danilovic not able to get it out there, and again has to take that right hand off the racket, which is really hard to do, especially off the return.
Well, that was a positive move to the net, wasn't it? She came in with some purpose.
She sure did, and off the leg court as well. Very quick to get up to it.
Please not make a noise during the point. Thank you.
But I like what Danilovic did on that approach shot. Didn't overplay, but still had enough depth. Good volley as well, where she pulled Jung forward. And see, for me, that's the one where I feel like Jung is rushing. There was no need to go for that down the line. It was too risky. Go back through the middle or cross court, and really didn't need to go that early. It's almost like she's actually trying to get a quicker, cheaper point.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, remain quiet. Thank you.
That's a better point from Jung. Especially, it took a while to serve both serves. There was a bit of noise and distraction going on, but I like that, where she got herself back into the point through the middle. Just got to stay a little bit more patient, build your point, even when you're defending and not controlling the rally. That was a bit of a psychological win there for her as well, to win that point.
Well, that was well handled. Difficult height from the back of the court. Jung holds serve, evens it up in his first set at 2 apiece.
I actually didn't even think that that was such a bad shot from Danilovic to throw it up and throw in the variation. That's what she was talking to the captain, Viktor Troitsky, about doing.
Let's go down to Bojana, who's deep inside the Team China camp.
Para, how important was it for Quinn to get on the board in this early first set?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
How important was it for Quinn just to get on the board in this first set to, get herself established?
Yeah, finally Olga started the match playing really well, really aggressive, not doing too many mistakes, and finally it's not easy when the opponent is putting that pressure, but finally she can come in back. Now she's feeling better on the court, and let's see if she can take an advantage now in the next games.
And what are maybe just a couple of things you might mention to her on the next change events for her to focus on?
Well, that finally is like she tries to put her rhythm and in the court, hold that height moment, that this is Olga started during the match, and then that entry more in rhythm, more make her play more in the returns, and let's see, it's the beginning of the match, and they are playing great tennis, and let's see how it's gonna be.
Great, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Bit of luck there for Danilovic. And that we heard from Pere Riba, that is now the coach of Jung. And he actually was on board when Coco Gauff won the US Open. He was alongside Brad Gilbert. But they split after that, and is now coaching Jung. So not the team captain, he's her actual private coach. So this is the moment for Danilovic where you feel like, okay, I was a break-up, perhaps almost a serve there for 3-love. Just got to settle, making a couple of unforced errors. Not doing too much wrong, but just that Jung has lifted a little. So just take your time and don't rush and go for too much. That is huge, because she anticipated that. You can see she was moving to the backhand to anticipate that approach shot. That approach shot was not good enough, and you don't want to be approaching cross court. You leave too much court open. You want to approach down the line.
And there's two big things that have happened in the last 5 minutes. The unforced errors have disappeared, and the winners have appeared strongly, and that's...
But see right there, that approach shot was not good enough. It was almost like hoping that that would make it, but also that Jung would miss. I like what Pereriba said to Bojana there. It was all about rhythm, which is what we felt like Jung was struggling with early on, and also saying in this next game, let's see, I want her to make a few more returns so that she can put some pressure on Danilovic, and that's exactly what Jung has done. She's made every single return in this game. She's talking about rhythm and staying in the point more and trying to find her timing, and she's slowly done that.
So once again gets the break, second service break in a row on Danilovic's serve. Team China 3-2. Now, a very special part of Western Australia and Australia full stop is the Kimberley region. Bungle Bungles, Mitchell Falls, very strong Indigenous culture in this region. Landscape like nowhere else in this vast continent. Beautiful location, and such a tourist mecca as well. So, I have to say, many Australians, me included, haven't been there yet, and it's on the list. We come down, beautiful night. ROC Arena shining. Energy's up, Bojana, the crowd. They're on their feet still. In fact, I don't think many of them have left after the Djokovic encounter. Only we went outside to get a quick refreshment, and that's about it.
No, they're all back in the stands, and they are having a lot of fun. It's New Year's Eve. Why wouldn't you?
Time.
Some people are working, which is extraordinary, Elena, such as our commitment, New Year's Eve, and we are here.
Do you call this work, Dave?
Yeah, I wouldn't call this work.
Wouldn't call it work.
No, it's borderline.
And you know what?
Nowhere else I'd rather be, though.
Well, absolutely
not.
But I said to you guys before this match as well, especially, I'm going to stay and watch the mixed, especially if it's a live mixed doubles. We'll see what happens. But either way, I'm staying and watching.
So you're not taking me out? I thought we'd arranged that last night.
But we can go out in the stadium. I'm taking you to watch the mixed doubles.
Taking me to the tennis. What a night.
A lot of people would like that, David.
That probably is the difference, isn't it, between Danilovic and Jung, is just those opportunities, when you have them, you really have to take them. That backhand was what we call a sitter. You know, you don't miss those ones. But the good thing for her, though, is she's creating those opportunities.
Oh, huge. See, that's the range now that Jung has found. 3 games ago, that would have missed. But now the trajectory over the net is just a little bit higher as well. And she's just brought her targets a little bit more in. Look, this is still very close to the line, but yeah, almost a half a metre in compared to where it was 3 games ago. So good adjustment from Jung and awareness on what she needed to do in this match. That's great effort from Danilovic. Great hustle, good movement forward, but I like the improvisation and the adjustment she did there on the back end to actually hit a slice and guide it down the line deep beautifully. Good tennis from Jung.
Well, we heard Coach Reba talk about being a little bit more relaxed and just not going for it quite as much, and some good examples there. There was some very well-placed ground strokes.
Well, she's working the point more, but by actually having bigger targets and more height over the net, then you can actually stay in the point longer. You can work it, you can work the angles, the height as well, but you also play yourself in.
Jung consolidates the break and now out to 4-2. For Danilovic here, just really important to just settle a little bit. Just still know that at this stage it's only one break. Hold your serve, take care of business on your side of the court. And that way just continue asking that question of your opponent to have to continue holding serve.
She loves hitting that forehand, showing that inside out when she's inside the court. She did that so well against Vondrousova. So something for Danilovic just to be aware of.
Well, if you're going to, that forehand, you've got to pressure her. So you've got to go fast and hard and deep when she's in position, and when she's got time, especially to get around the ball, then she's good, just like that, in full flight.
Danilovic starting to get frustrated too, and she's got to try and bottle that emotion and not let her opponent see it, because she knows that there's going to be a lot of zingers flying past.
Absolutely, you got to sometimes accept that from your opponent. That's what Troitsky was kind of saying on the change of ends as well. Look, if she does that, it's too good, accept it, and that's the way that she plays. It's going to happen.
30.
I like that positivity. Good positive body language, because at times when it hasn't gone her way, she just has been a little bit negative. So just continue to reinforce that and stay positive no matter what the score is. Nicely done.
40-13.
Well, she just took time away, didn't she, from Danilovic, just getting a little bit more on that backhand side, getting that depth.
But yeah, and I was going to ask you, actually, she looked like she started aggressively, but controlled aggression, but then the last couple of games, she's thrown in more mid-court balls to Zhong, which you can't do, and that was better right there, that last one.
Please.
Well, it's just making adjustments, isn't it? Trying to figure out what's working, what's not, and that's the beauty of tennis. It can change so quickly.
And there's your ball, even off a serve, when she's got time. Can't even see that when it comes back. Danilovic almost didn't even land after that second serve, but the return, just cracking one going right past her. You cannot give Zhong the time.
Advantage, Team Serbia.
You almost have to be a little bit prepared to ride the wave with Zhong tonight. I feel there's moments where she'll throw in a few unforced errors, and then there's moments where she'll really crack a few winners. So for Danilovic, she just needs to hang in there and play the point for what it is.
So after dropping her service game the past two attempts, Danilovic holds there. Team China 4-3. Taking a look at some of the statistics here. Winners now unforced errors 9 apiece. Racked up 6 pretty quickly, but has eliminated those, and the winners are starting to flow a little quicker.
But she's got almost 3 times the amount of winners of Danilovic. And that's been that difference of being able to just balance that out. Her serve percentage for Danilovic, 81%.
What's she winning of those? 64?
55%.
55, yeah.
And so that could signal the placement of the serve. Is she placing it well enough? So she's got the percentage there, but are you getting 3 points? Do you have the variation? What are you doing perhaps on that first shot after the serve?
Time. Thank you, players already. Please take a seat. Thank you. Players are waiting.
I think if you were Danilovic, especially on the first point, or every time that Jung serves, she has served out wide every single time on the first point and pretty much gotten a return error out of it. So maybe Danilovic just to stand a bit more out there. And I like that play. If you can, if you've got that ability and the time and if you're in the right position to go more through the service line, use the width of the court. That way you're not giving the same ball to Jung, which she likes, same pace, same height in the strike zone, that hip area, but instead moving her out, exposing the sidelines.
Game Team China. Team China with 5 games to 3 first sets.
Second day springs up. The game win 5-3. Team China.
And this game's so important for Danilovic in terms of just applying the pressure back on Zheng. Doesn't want to give away too many free points. I feel like in that last game, there were just too many loose errors and Zheng didn't really have to do a whole lot.
Also, as a player, you go, okay, you got to put that pressure on your opponent to try and serve out the set perhaps and keep asking that question. But you're looking ahead, you go, if I do lose the first set, if she holds a serve, she will be starting to serve first in the second, which is definitely an advantage to try and be ahead and get a good start in the second set.
Love 15.
So if you're Danilovic right now, you're really having to tell yourself to not give away any free points. She wants to stay in the rally as long as she can and really make Zheng play.
30-15.
Good example there of just hanging tough, throwing in a bit of variety as well.
And that was good variation, but that had enough heaviness on it. At times she's tried to do it and it didn't have the heaviness or the depth, so it gave Jung that opportunity to really pounce on top of the either forehand or backhand. That was good there from Danilovic. Big serve, 186 k's an hour, but it was also the placement as well. Got a very nice fluid motion, good leg drive, good extension as well.
Please. (40-13).
So Danilovic holds and will force
Team trying to lead 5 games to
Jung to answer the question. Can she hold serve for the set? Team China 5-4. Quiet in the Team China coaching staff, but going on for Team Serbia. Business end of the opening set here, and if you are just joining us, Team Serbia got off to a winning start. Courtesy of world number 1, Novak Djokovic, returning to Perth for the first time over a decade. 6-3. 6-2 over Zhang. And after trading service breaks a number of occasions, Zhang Xinwen had one in hand and is now serving for this opening set.
Please find a seat at the ends of the court. Thank you. Any seat, thank you. Love. 30-15.
Such a big point right now, 30 all, 5-4. And for Danilovic, the longer the point, the more in favour it is for her. So she has to make this return and start the point.
Time violation warning, Team China.
Oh. She's dealt with adversity well today. Early on in the set, same thing at 30 all when there was some disruptions, now getting a time violation, and she just took a second and paused and hits an unbelievable serve to set up a set point. Great focus.
So, Yelena, you touched on this only a couple of games ago. The serve on the due side from Zhang, I would almost say every time's out wide. So if you're Danilovic, you need to be hovering on that side.
Yeah, and
give Zhang a different look.
Yeah, and I'd even step in a bit closer so that you kind of make it look smaller for her as well. And you know what? Tempt her to go to the tee, and if she does, and hits a great serve, too good.
Time violation, lost the serve.
Oh, another time violation. So that now means she's lost the first serve. So that will now automatically be a second serve.
Yeah, I know, but you need to be quicker.
Second serve.
Big point and a big serve here, big second serve.
Second serve.
I'm not sure. Does she realise it's a second serve? Because she went for a big one there. That was a first serve. And that was an angry forehand right there. That was a frustrated forehand. She wanted to get a cheap point, a quick one, get a bit of frustration out, and that missed by a long way.
Thank you.
Crowd starting to get into their work as well, which will increase the
ladies and gentlemen,
frustration levels.
Please.
Just a little bit of extra pace on that last shot from Jung.
Well, she stepped into that backhand, didn't she? Got to give her full credit. Was under pressure. And I think for Danilovic, that is that fine line. Brianna, you're right there on that baseline where she is. Yes, it's making balls, but at one stage they got a bit too short. She got a little too tentative, Danilovic, in trying to just make the balls and get them over the net.
Let's for serve.
Jung's also stepped up the pace of her shots, though, in those last 2 points. She is smacking that ball.
Almost like she's trying to hit her way out of this and
sure is.
Go for it, yeah.
Let's first serve. Please, please.
Oh, wow. Tremendous. Don't know what was better, the serve, the return, or that last forehand. It was right into the body, the way that she got out of that body serve. Let's have a look at this. Have a look at this return. Incredible reaction and improvisation, and then the forehand angle there. You can see how he jumped to the left, the heaviness of it. Well done.
Well, Danilovic was hoping, wasn't she, that it was going to float.
Yeah, you can see it as well. I think it was almost like going, please go out. And you just have to play it always as if it's in. Yes, there was the depth, but it was almost like she was waiting for that call. Good point, though, again, from both. This is digging deep right now. Tennis of really, really high quality here.
Advantage Team China.
Well, there's been a bit going on in this game. 2 break points saved, time violation, crowd getting involved. Now the second set point. Seems an age ago that she had her first. Aggressive play, and fitting really, because that's been her style in the back half of this first set. And Zhong Chenwin takes it 6-4 in just over an hour. Ten and a half minutes that game, and the first set point came halfway through probably. Danilovic got back into it. Spirits are high, Elena.
Yeah, they are. Look, there's a lot of tension, understandably so, but it's that kind of, you know, competition. Every point counts, and this is what we love.
Let's take a look at the stats of that opening set. And service percentage for Zhong low, points won high. Unforced errors were, well, they started off quickly, racking up half a dozen and then evened out, but then that grew again.
Well, it wasn't much in it there, but in the end, it was Jung. It was being aggressive, but being able to also, at the same time, be consistent and keep the unforced errors low, especially after the first couple of games. But the court coverage, the variation, we saw it all, the court craft, and Jung to deal with a bit of adversity there, a couple of time violations, but really when it mattered the most, she won the big point. She played better on the big points, so she takes the opening set 6-4.
Lots of different time zones in the world, but the new year being rung in on the eastern seaboard in Australia. So 3 hours away here. New Zealand are already into it. Celebrations are underway for 2024. For some spectators, just give me a chuppa and I'll be happy. I'm a bit like that, easily pleased.
Yes.
Okay, so Danilovic got close, nearly got her way back into it after getting herself out of it with 2 early and consecutive breaks of serve. What's she have to do here to both you, Jelena, and Boyama?
Well, look for Danilovic here. I think she needs to realise she's actually played good tennis. She's playing against 15 in the world, and she's been able to hold her own. And wasn't much in it. So she has to go here and forget about that first set, start from scratch. She's serving first, hold her serve, especially early on in the second set. Got to stay with Jung here. Good serving. But when we talk about from the actual tactical perspective, what I would like to see, her first serve percentage is high. It's 74% for Danilovic. She was at over 80% at one stage in that first set, but she's winning 50% of the points. It was even less earlier on. So it's the placement of that serve. Go more into the body, but what do you do with the first shot as well after the serve? And this play right here. So this is what I would avoid. I think for me, she's going too much to the Jung backhand. I think she needs to go more into the forehand. And Jung actually hit 2 winners to finish off that first set, and that was off the backhand as well. So I would keep testing that forehand, but go fast and hard into it. You don't have to go for the lines, but try and take time away from her on the forehand because of that extreme grip and bigger swing.
And certainly just needs to keep backing herself. I think she created so many opportunities for herself, Danilovic, in that first set, and really took it to Jung. So almost just as if she just needs to reset and start again as if it's the first set.
And Boyana, your courtside, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the belief and a bit of that body language and confidence is very different from both. Oh, too good. And what I mean by that is that Danilovic sometimes, she plays great tennis, but she loses 1 point, and it's almost like sometimes, oh, that's it, it's the end of the world. And that's what the top players do so well. They just go on with it, move on, play every single point confidently, back yourself, don't get down on yourself. And that's maybe something also looking forward, that to progress and get further in her career, gotta continue having that belief on the court throughout the whole match.
Certainly circumstances play a role too when you know you've got a teammate like Novak Djokovic who's just won his singles. I think also adds that little bit of extra tension and pressure.
So Jung gets the opening service break.
First game, second service.
So we've talked about that Danilovic shot placement. And this is where you can see that shot placement there. For me, it's a little bit short as well. I think she needs to get a little bit more depth. And for Jung, she's got more pace, but she's ripping the ball. Big targets right there.
Come on.
And then we've also got this, is very interesting, which is what I said. So Danilovic is actually playing a lot into the Jung backhand. That is the strength, the 57%, but the 43% going into the forehand.
59.
So let's have a look at it quickly here one more time. So the 57%, that's going to the left. That's the Jung backhand, the strength. 43% going to the forehand. I would test that forehand more. I would like to see those numbers more. Like at least a 60-40 going to the forehand. That is a little bit of a weaker side. And it's one thing if you're trying to maybe open up that forehand if you're by going to the backhand, but that's not what's happening. This is purely rally balls. So just keep testing the forehand, because under pressure, technically that's the first thing that goes. And for Jung, that forehand, technically there's a little bit of a glitch with a bigger swing.
Was one of the things you mentioned right from the very beginning, Elena, that if there's a difference in the sides of Jung, it's the slight weakness. You didn't,
Yeah,
I don't
no,
describe it as a weakness,
yeah.
it's just not as strong.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a weakness, just compared to the backhand, maybe a little weaker. When you've got just a little bit of that bigger swing and more extreme grip, if you can go fast and hard into that side, it can be hard to control, and sometimes some extra errors come off that side. But Jung, dealing with it well, he off to a great start in the second set.
Service game to love and races out to a 2-love lead. Danilovic, seeing her disposition, she's starting to get down on herself, and she needs to remember here she's playing a young player on the rise, number 15 in the world, the height of her career, and it's going to be a tough task. Just a little more positivity, I think. I'm sure that's the message from her team bench as well.
And also, I'm talking a little bit maybe here from like a coaching perspective, because she's a young player and she's got so much potential. I think she's a great ball striker. She's got the height, she's got the physicality. I think she can get even stronger and faster. But when players watch matches like this and they go, you know what, if I get on top of her for a game or two, you know, she can really lose her confidence here and her body language. The locker room watches and they know, and they'll take notes. Being critical, it's more from a perspective, okay, you know, whatever you do, every single point, every game, every set, just stay positive and just show that good body language, because it's not just about this match or this tournament, it's the whole year. And you want to get into those good habits and good mindset, and you just never know, that will start to pay off, that positivity.
Well, Jung's feeding off it at the moment.
Yes.
she's seeing what's happening at the other end of the court.
But also Jung's a perfect example of how she's done that and handled that in the first set.
It's interesting though, isn't it? Because I felt that Jung had her moment of frustration where she almost let herself down by getting frustrated, especially at that 5-4 game when Danilovic had a couple of points to make it at 5-4. So even the best players in the world have certain moments where if you don't take advantage of them, they probably won't come back again.
Yeah, but Jung did it for a point. And I think as a player, that's what you do. You don't want to let it linger for a few games, because against the top players, you lose a set, you lose a match if you let it linger for too long.
That said, Jung won that game to win the set, so that changed things immediately. If she had have lost that after the time violation and
Absolutely.
the crowd agitation and all of those things, it might have been a completely different situation.
Sure.
Anyway, we're in the situation now where Jung is off to a flyer and has another break opportunity. But this is the thing about tennis, when it's one person against another, and for we've been going for an hour and 14. It's the ebbs and flows of that. What happens? These little mini moments that make up the entirety.
Well, it's how you ride the emotions of a match, isn't it? Your own and everything that goes on out there. It's not just hitting the ball. It's how strong you are mentally.
Well, that was a disappointing ending to that service game. And Jung now out to a 3-love lead, having won the first set 6-4.
Very good game. Same.
But that's all a part of the, we've seen Katie Boulder the last couple of nights here, and she's, in the top 50 in the world, hovering around that, wants to get higher into the 30s, into the 20s, and continue on from there. And that's, her approach to the game, smiling, looking, trying to enjoy it. It's not easy, but you can train yourself to enjoy those moments.
Tell you what, the way that Katie Boulter's playing and the mindset and the hard work and the way that she's going about things, and certainly the way that she's played today and the matches here, and we've heard it a couple of times today, she's playing top 10 tennis. If she can continue to do that throughout the whole year, it will be her best for sure.
Well, we hear so much about mindfulness, and back in our day as athletes, it wasn't really a thing that you were training the mind as specifically. You had psychologists, etc. But just that I'm going to be happy. I'm going to look on the positive side. You choose yourself how you want to view the world. It's not easy. And it's not easy in this sport when you're out there in a big stadium with a big crowd, a lot of eyes watching. Easy from us from here. She's getting a little frustrated.
Time. Please, fancy quickly, thank you.
So if you're Danilovic right now, you almost have to put the score aside and just do everything you can to get yourself on the board in the second set and show Jung that she's still in this match and she's not going to give it away.
30.
Had some big serving. It's just the placement of it as well. Good confidence on that. Good leg drive and just also going up after the ball well. Great acceleration. It's a bigger serve than he was a year ago from Zheng. Clearly work's been done on that to create a bigger weapon.
So Zheng, who was under slightly more duress in that service game than any of the previous in this set, extricates herself, and all of a sudden it's for love.
And you know what, like, you got to give a lot of credit here to Zheng, because she was under pressure in that first set. She's playing someone that's ranked a lot lower than her. She's the clear favourite in this match, and also she has to win this match to keep Team China in the tie, and had a couple of time violations. We're going to tell you, the way that she's dealt with that and just to focus and not let anything affect her out there and what she's doing, it's been impressive. I really like what I'm seeing. That's what I think maybe Danilovic, just keep testing that forehand like that one right there. That will happen sometimes where she just comes out of the shot a little bit too quickly, Zheng, and opens up that left shoulder and gets too front on. So has the tendency here and there just to miss-hit that ball.
30. Please.
There it is again. So I like when she attacks that forehand right there. Definitely gets some shorter replies and some more errors as well. Good positive game here from Danilovic. How good has the overhead been today? The bounce, smash, I mean, she just times it so well, keeps her eye on the ball, but what she does also well, she uses her peripheral vision on where her opponent is, so she doesn't actually panic. It's been superb.
This is
getting in position for it, sorry.
Yeah, third she's had, and she's been, well, she's won 2 points. The other one was a successful shot, but she didn't end up winning the point. But even Danilovic, that's the response you need to have when that happens. That's a bit of a change for her. Previously, she'd be frustrated and annoyed by that, but you just have to...
Too good, say to your opponent.
Well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what she doesn't want to do here is get too upset. Still holds the advantage.
And there you saw just a tiny little reaction of, I'm just a little bit angry about losing that point, but you still got 40-30. Just keep the focus and worry about getting your first serve in here. Those are just those little 1%ers. There you go.
Good response. And on the board for Team Serbia. Not much discussion throughout here in the Team China team zone. Really, but on the left-hand side of our screen, right-hand side of Zhong, just the occasional little word. Things are pretty well in command, so not too much need to issue the instructions. See the punishment the balls take, and the face paint also has got a fair workout as well.
Time. Go up, keep your right arm in the air and try to keep it above your right arm. Like the rhythm and go up for the first serve, okay? Slow in the beginning and then boom.
I've talked about the Zhong serve, and I like that she's getting more, just a little bit more pop and acceleration with her arm and driving the legs. That one there, even though it came back with interest. And her serve, she does have a pretty good and smooth motion, but have a look at this here and what she does with the right arm. See how she opens up the wrist and the racket, whereas it should be rolling in a little bit more. Well, there's such thing as called too excited. Perfectly played point there, just went for too much. Why I talk about the Zhong serve is because she's actually worked on that a lot. That used to be a lot further out. We call that almost like holding that the serving tray. You got to have that wrist rolling in so that you actually get more control with your serve. If that arm is open, you will miss a lot of serves, especially long. So she's worked on that. It's getting better.
Certainly one thing for Danilovic to take away from this match is how important it is to get the ball back in play when you're end of range. Every time, most of the time when she gets pulled off court, doesn't quite execute her shots as well as she would like.
Well, it comes down to court coverage and movement, doesn't it? It comes down to strength at end range, but also how fast you get out into the corners as well as coming back. And that's what the top players do so well. It is the court coverage. It is the speed around the court, but also what kind of a shot can you hit while you are defending and while you're on the run. And again, this is a great match to learn from because Zhong does that so well. This is a player that will potentially be in the top 10 this year and certainly playing like it. So there's a lot to learn from this, from Danilovic, and just good practice as early on in the year and to see where she is. And I actually think she's played a lot better than what the scoreline shows for Danilovic.
Ladies and gentlemen, please no flash, thank you.
Danilovic doing a great job of just hanging in this set in this match, just making a few more first serves and forcing the play a bit more.
Made the most of the new balls. Danilovic
China lead 5 games to 2 second sets.
Forced Zhong to serve, which she will do after this sit down. Team China 5-2. That'll be interesting to see, Liana, if Novak returns for the mixed doubles here, assuming that Zhong's able to close this match out. He did intimate that if they had the 2-love scoreline, he might not be out there. We'll find out shortly, but that will be interesting.
Well, one thing's for sure, he certainly loves playing for his country, so I wouldn't be surprised if this match did go in the favour of Team China, that he will step out. And that will be an exciting one to watch.
In the overall context, with Poland taking on Spain tomorrow, this win for China could be handy. So each of the group winners proceeding through to the quarterfinal, and then one of the runners-up. And with China winning that opening encounter 3-love. 3-1 will be in the bank if they can get this win here in terms of matches won. Fan cam has got the crowd on their feet. things you do to win a bucket hat. So Jung Jen-Win now coming out to serve for the match here. She won her opening encounter against Marketa Vondrousova, Czech Republic. She can end this breakout year of 2023 on a winning note.
I must say her first serve has really stepped up in these last few games for Zheng. Seems to have found her rhythm now.
Led for serve. Love. Thank you.
Well, this final game has been a good encapsulation of what she's been able to produce and what she's brought to RAC Arena tonight. Well, it has been a bit of a snapshot, really, because the last 2 points were how Zheng commenced the match, forcing things a little, going for something that's not there.
She has so much power, though, on both sides, doesn't she? Just has to pick the right time to execute, that's all.
Again, it's a match, team trainer.
So Zheng,
6-4, 6-2.
WTA's most improved player last year, ends what's been a great 2023 for her. Takes the win here in straight set, 6-4, 6-2 for Team China. And that might be an important win. There's a bit to play out yet, but with the mixed doubles still to come. And a 3-love win in the opening tie, that might be enough to squeak them through to the quarterfinals here in Perth. A lot to like about her game. And we are going to see a lot of Jen-Win in 2024. It's impressive, Boyana. I like the way she approaches the game. There's some excitement.
She certainly does, and you know, one of the things that does stand out is that she backs herself, despite what the score is. She has that belief in her game, and she has the ability to adjust when things aren't going well. And she's only 21 years of age, so a lot more exciting times ahead for her and opportunities to improve. really did have a standout year this year, and exciting to see what 2024 holds for her.
Jelena dashed down. She was so engaged in that match that she looked up the scoreline and said, I've got to go, I've got to run down there. And thankfully that last service game went for a while, Jelena. Let's go to you now with our winner.
Quinn, congratulations. Now that's 2 singles matches, 2 wins. But there was a lot of pressure on this one. You were 1 love down to try and push it to the live mixed doubles. Did you feel that pressure tonight?
Oh, well, yeah, today obviously it's more crowd than yesterday, and especially we lost the first match, and I want to win for my country. So yeah, I do feel more pressure, but I think pressure can make me play better. Actually, I will say today I had a great performance on court, and I'm happy with myself to win that match. And now we got finally mixed doubles to play.
Well, talking about pressure, you definitely showed that you played well under pressure. There were some really tough moments in the first set, a couple of time violations, but you really had to hold your serve at 5-4 as well. You dealt with it beautifully. What were you telling yourself in those moments?
Well, yeah, the time violation is tough for me because I didn't expect I will get a second warning because I didn't check the clock. So after the time violation, I tell myself to keep focus. And you know, that's super important game at 5-4. I mean, I think she had got a lot of break point. You know, if I hold the serve, will be set for me. If I don't, will be 5-5. And in that moment, everything can happen because, you know, today, a lot of crowd are supporting to Serbia. So, yeah, but I'm happy that I can hold that moment at the end, get the set. That was not easy for me.
Now, it's a perfect segue into my next question. Crowd, Serbia, pressure, and Novak Djokovic in mixed doubles. So, if you're coming back out, playing against him, what is that going to feel like? I know you want to also get his autograph, you said after the press conference as well. He's your idol. How much are you looking forward to playing this match?
Well, at this moment, I will see nobody in front of me, you know, just a player against another player. And I will try to give my best, doesn't matter who is in front of me. And the photos, let's see after the match. Depends if we win or not, because if we lose, I'm gonna have bad mood. But if I win, I'm gonna go to ask the photograph. Yeah.
All right. Well, congratulations. We look forward to watching you again, ladies and gentlemen. Jung Quinn Wen.
Well, that's a nice personality too. I'm not sure Novak will be too keen on the photo if they lose. But anyway, good luck with that.
Time will tell.
So it's 1 apiece. That's the scoreline. That's the most important score at the moment in this mixed team format. 1 match apiece as we confirm the statistics from that win. First serve percentage, well, it hovered around that high 50s, didn't it? The points won pretty similar in the 70s. 8 aces, forehand winners. Lana talked about the backhand being the preference, but she was able to win those forehand points, and the unforced errors were pretty similar, but it was the strength of the ground strokes really that was the difference from Jung and her all-round game. It's impressive. Bojana, thank you. You've got to pop up here to call the next one, so we'll look forward to that.
Look forward to it.
Jelena, thank you for your time as well. So at the moment, it's 1 apiece. Serbia versus China. Jung Chen-Win gets her 2nd win in a row here at the United Cup for her country.
Check 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3. You got me there. Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. I'm talking on it, mate. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. You got it there. 1 2 3 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Hello.